Hi, my name is Eve, and my story animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. You see, I was born to a crazy single mother who had absolutely no idea about who my dad was. She was an ex-model and mostly hung around rich men who could meet her expensive demands. One time when I was 3, she left me alone at home to go out partying with her friends. I left the house and went to the neighbors and spent the night there, and Mom didn't have any idea. On my first day at school, I said to Mom, "Mommy, wake up! It's my first day at school." "School, huh? Who are you? Go away. Let me sleep." Yeah, I dropped myself to school on the first day and every other day because she always woke up in the afternoon. It was pretty much like I was raising her and not the other way around. Well, that was pretty much her routine until my 10th birthday. She suddenly barged into the house with a big box in her hand. Surprise! OMG, she remembered my birthday. I ran to hug her when suddenly she stopped me and said, What are you doing? Trying to ruin my dress? Stay away and listen. I have a big surprise for you." With that, she showed me the rock-sized diamond ring on her hand and told me she was gonna marry a billionaire. I thought she was being funny again, but to my surprise, she indeed got married and we shifted to a pretty big mansion in the city. But I was the happiest about finally having a dad. He appeared to be a nice, humble man. Once he ripped his pants, but then he just sewed a patch on them himself.
"Oh, darling, why don't you just get a new pair?" "Oh, honey, you know I don't like spending much on myself. It's fine."
I was touched by his simple way of living, something Mom knew nothing about. My only issue now was my stepsister, Olivia. She was a year older than me and looked at me like she'd eat me alive when we first met. "Hi, I'm Eve. I hope we get along well." But she just ignored me and left. What was wrong? For days, I thought she was mute, until one morning I heard her shouting at the top of her lungs. "I told you that woman was after your money, but you never listened to me." She was talking about my mom. I rushed downstairs to see what was happening. She took all the money and jewelry and everything else she could get her hands on. What? Mom had run away, leaving me behind? I was devastated and burst into tears, but then my stepdad hugged me.
"Oh, sweetie, don't cry. You're gonna stay here with us."
"Oh my God, you're so sweet."
"You're gonna stay here until I get back every single penny of all the $20,037,576.03 that your freaking mother stole."
What? He was keeping me as a mortgage for his money? What a psycho! I tried to talk my way out of the situation, but he was such a cheap creep. You know my mom would never come back for me. She doesn't care for anyone but herself.
"Then I'll make you work instead. I will make sure I have my money's worth back from you."
Gosh, what I thought was his simple way of living turned out to be his cheap way of living. He literally licked the food off his plates and drank the last drop from the milk carton to ensure nothing was wasted. Ew, that expired last month.
So what? I paid for it.
He was a total psycho. No wonder his daughter was so annoyed all the time. I really wanted to get along with her, but for some reason, she always avoided me. "Hi, Olivia. Do you want to have breakfast with me?" "No." "Olivia, do you want to go shopping?" "No." "Olivia?" "No!" But I didn't even say anything.
Whatever.
Now I was just worried about all the work I'd have to do to repay Mom's debt. I felt like Cinderella, only this time it was the stepfather. But then I had an idea. Every time he'd ask me to do something, I'd make sure to cause trouble. Once he asked me to clean the house, and I picked up the most expensive vase that he owned, and boom. Oops! I'm sorry, it slipped. He went completely nuts and started shouting like a mad dog.
"Are you kidding me? That was so expensive. Forget cleaning. Go do something else."
He made me switch hundreds of different chores before he finally realized that there was nothing I could do without endangering his precious things. And now I was free to do whatever I wanted, except for leaving the house, which wasn't too bad. But I missed going to school. My stepdad had hired a teenage schoolboy, Tim, to tutor Olivia and me at home in order to save the expensive school fee. Tim was 2 years older than me and such a cutie. I had a huge crush on him. The next few years, I spent all my time learning from him, and we grew quite close. On my 14th birthday, he even bought me a cake. My first birthday cake ever. I was so happy that I hugged him.
Eve, I have a surprise for you. Let's go out and celebrate.
Go out? You know I can't. Stepdad'll kill me if he finds out I'm missing.
No one will know, I promise.
I'll get you back before he returns. Trust me.
I could have jumped from Mount Everest if he asked me to with that look on his eyes. So that evening, we sneaked out of the house and he took me to a special place to surprise me.
Open your eyes, Eve.
The zoo? He brought me to a zoo on my birthday to surprise me. What was he thinking?
How do you like it?
Yuck! I hated it, but I had to pretend like I was amazed and excited by his surprise. I love it! I just can't wait to go in and watch all those animals. Imagine what it'd be like to see those sexy, hairy monkey legs up close. Yay!
Huh, I knew you'd love it, 'cause you can actually relate to them so much, right?
What? Relate to them? Did he think of me like some animal stuck in a zoo? All that time, he just kept yapping on endless information about all these animals that I couldn't care less about. By the time we reached home, I was so done with all the animals on this planet. And Tim.
Hey, Eve, I just want to say, it was an amazing day.
Yeah, whatever. This was it. I could no longer stand this weird place and the stupid people in it. I climbed up the window and packed all my stuff. But while I was climbing down the window, I heard some weird noises. I thought I was gonna get caught, but what I saw next shocked me. It was Mom climbing out of the window below me. Mom? What are you doing here?
Susie? What are you doing here?
You forgot my name? What's wrong with you?
But I still recognize you after all these years.
That's something.
Oh, my baby.
No. Mom, stop. We both fell to the ground in the bushes. What are you doing here?
I'm here for you, baby.
I don't believe you. And what do you have in this bag? Cash? Jewels? Money?
No,
clothes. Who do you think I am?
A thief?
Yeah. Suddenly some lights turned on in the house, and I hissed to Mom. You tell me why you're here, or I'm gonna shout, and your husband will definitely send you to jail.
Oh, no. Sweetie, I'll tell you.
I found your dad.
OMG! My dad? My real dad? You're not lying, are you?
Of course not, honey. Have I ever lied to you? Okay, I swear on all my money.
It was hard for me to digest the fact that Mom had come back just to make me meet my real dad and risk it all. But what if she was right? I had to see for myself. So we smoothly sneaked out of my stepdad's house and got on a plane. I was so excited. When I stepped out of the cab, my jaw literally dropped. This house was even bigger than my previous home. Is this where Dad lives? Are we gonna live here now? He's not cheap, is he? Oh no, he's an amazing man. When we got into the house, I saw an old man walking with a stick. I ran and hugged him. Hi, Grandpa! I'm so happy to finally meet my dad's side of the family. Oh, no, honey. That's not your grandpa. That's your dad.
What?
He couldn't be my dad. I looked nothing like him, and he was already around 80. I pulled Mom aside. Mom, how can this guy be my dad? Do you have any proof? Oh, honey, don't you believe me? Of course not. I didn't believe her, but then the old man came to me and said,
My daughter, you've grown up so much. I feel so sad that we've never met earlier.
And saying that, he hugged me tight. I could literally feel the warmth of his love. He was such a nice person. Well, even if I wasn't his daughter, I felt like I could just keep him company. The next few weeks were the best. We played, talked, and laughed together, and I literally felt like the happiest person on earth. Then one day, he told me that he was gonna put all his money and fortune under my name. No, you cannot do that.
Why not?
Because I'm not your daughter. I was afraid this might give him a heart attack, but what he said next almost gave me one.
I know that.
What? You know?
Yes, of course. That woman, your mother, I've never seen her in my life. She thinks she's fooling me, but the fact is, I don't mind it.
Then why are you doing this?
Oh, Eve, I've never had any kids or family. I was always so busy with work that I never married. Now I have all this money and these riches, but no one to share them with.
But why me?
Because you're a nice person. You've been through so much, and yet you had the courage to speak the truth and refuse all this money. I admire you for that, and I'm even more convinced now that you deserve all this.
Oh, Dad! I hugged him tight. Finally, I had a person who understood me and loved me. I had someone I could call family.
It's okay. You can call me Grandpa if you like.
Of course, I continued to call him Dad, and he was the best dad ever. And Mom, she didn't get a penny. Dad passed away by the time I graduated school. With his inheritance, I opened several old age homes all across the country and donated the rest of the money to charity. I sold Dad's mansion and bought a cute little house, which is always full of good friends, laughter, and warmth. Things that money just can't buy.
Hi, I'm Tuli from Boston. Before I tell you my story, please like and subscribe to MSA. Growing up, I was really close to my dad. He was a space scientist who worked for the government. He built satellites, won multiple awards for his space research, and one time, he even predicted a war based on a satellite reading. Dad was my hero, and I inherited his love for science. We would talk for hours discussing big mysteries of space, and I loved it. But my mom always felt left out in our conversations. Like this one time in 10th grade, Dad was telling me about his new project when Mom walked in and turned the TV volume up.
You turn that stupid music down, it's giving me a migraine. Your stupid science talk is giving me a migraine.
Dad snatched the remote and shut the TV off. Mom tried to snatch it back, but she lost her balance and knocked into a big shelf with Dad's trophies and awards. Everything crashed, and Dad looked mad.
Look what you've done! When will you start behaving like a grown-up? You're a scientist's wife, and you're dumber than a tree. Gosh, what an embarrassment. Tuli, come to my study. We'll talk there.
Mom looked like she'd burst into tears, and I felt a little bad for her, but she was always acting so silly. Over time, my parents started fighting a lot, and every time Dad would get annoyed, he'd lock himself in his study. He started getting more distant and would hardly even talk to me. Then a week after my 18th birthday, I walked in on him packing his bags. Where are you going?
On a big mission. I don't have time to explain, Tuli. Just keep this necklace and know that I love you.
I opened the necklace and saw a picture of me and Dad and broke into tears. Don't go, Dad.
I just have to. Take care. I'll see you soon.
Dad left, and I waited for him patiently, but weeks turned into months, and he never came back. And then one day we got a phone call from his office saying that they'd lost contact with his spaceship and the search was underway. The news of Dad's disappearance spread like wildfire. Everyone was concerned for the hero scientist who had gone missing, except Mom. She was happier than ever. She went shopping, got a new phone, changed her hair, got rid of all of Dad's stuff, and wiped his study clean. When I kicked up a fuss about it, she said we had to move on with our life. But things hit the roof when the police came in asking for questions. Mom just screamed at them and asked them to leave. Why did you send the police away? They could have helped us find Dad.
They already went through everything a few days back, Tuli, and they found nothing. Why do I have to go through this again and again?
How would they find anything when you literally got rid of everything Dad ever touched? It's so obvious you don't want him to come home. I heard you two fight the day before Dad left, and you sounded like you'd rip his head off.
That's none of your business, and whatever I'm doing is for your own good. Now go to your room and stop giving me a headache.
But I wasn't going to give up this easily, so I decided to take things into my own hands. I spent days reading every news article printed about his disappearance, tried getting in touch with his office, spoke to some of his friends, but nothing turned up. I was super distracted and failed a scholarship test to one of the best colleges in the city. Bummed out, I skipped school that day and went to a cafe when this guy crashed into me, spilling his drink everywhere. He tried to apologize, but slipped and fell right on top of me. This is the worst day ever!
Yeah, it kind of is. I almost got hit by a bus in the morning, and then my car broke down. And then I came to the cafe, but they didn't serve any hot chocolate, and I had to get cold chocolate instead. And now I'll have to order a new one.
Can you shut up and get off me? You're kind of heavy.
Yeah, sorry. Oh my god, is that the sequel to the underwater alien invasion series? Please, please let me borrow this. I'm a huge fan, and all the copies are sold out. I'll get you free coffees for a whole month. Please? I'm Kirk, by the way.
Thule, Kirk and I spent the next few hours together, and it turned out we had a lot in common. He was a science nerd like me, fun and really cute. He was a bit weird, but at least he made me smile. We started hanging out often, and slowly I opened up to him about my life, family, and Dad's disappearance.
That's exactly what happened to my uncle. He was a fisherman and went missing. We found him 10 days later and kept asking him what happened, but he didn't say a word. Eventually, we realized he'd gone deaf because of water clogging his ears.
I don't see your point.
The point is that we found my uncle, and we'll find your dad too. We just need to keep looking.
Kirk told me his dad knew people in the government, and maybe he could help us get some inside scoop. I prayed something would turn up soon, but all my hopes went down the drain when a week later Kirk came back and told me that my dad was never assigned a mission. Everyone in the government was just as confused about his disappearance as I was. But how's that possible? Dad told me he was leaving on a mission. He gave me this necklace right before leaving. Kirk asked me for the necklace, but just as I was giving it to him, it fell. My picture fell out, and behind it was a tiny key. When I went home that night, I tried looking everywhere if there was a box or a locker that Dad might have left behind, but I found nothing. I was searching the living room when I heard a car pull up in my driveway. I went to check and saw Mom all dressed up talking to some man. As soon as he left, I rushed outside to confront Mom. You moved on quickly.
I just went out to a nice dinner with a nice man. It's not a big deal.
Really? I wonder what Dad will say when he gets back and finds out that his wife is cheating on him with some clown.
And what will he say when he sees that his genius daughter failed an important scholarship test? That's right, your teacher called me. How are we supposed to afford college now, huh?
Oh, don't worry about it. We'll just borrow some money from your rich boyfriend. He drives a fancy car. I don't think he'll have a problem sparing a few bucks for your poor daughter. You know what, Mom? You never deserved Dad. He was too smart for you anyway. Good that you're finding someone from your own league.
Watch your mouth, Thule.
But I was already on my way inside the house. That night, I slept with one thought on my mind. I had to find Dad and move out of this miserable house as soon as I could. The next day, I met Kirk and told him my plan of breaking into Dad's office. Mom got rid of all of his stuff, and the office is the only place I haven't looked yet.
How are you so sure that you'll find something? The police might have looked already.
But they didn't have this key. I know it means something, and I have to give it a shot.
Fine, I'm coming with you.
No way I'm dragging you into this. Saying that, I turned around and left. Dad worked in a government facility, and it was difficult to get past the security checks during the day, so I decided to sneak into the office building at night. That evening, when Mom slept, I slowly slid out of my window and left. I was standing outside Dad's building when a guy dressed up as Batman came and stood next to me.
How do I look?
Kirk? Oh, why are you dressed like that?
I've always wanted to dress up like Batman and fight crime. Actually, no. I wanted a disguise, and this was the only costume available last minute. I wish they had Spider-Man. Listen, I'm coming with you, okay? I know you're strong and independent, but you need my help.
Why do you want to help me?
Because I like you, dummy. And if we survive tonight, I'm taking you out on a date. Just think about it. Now, remember, be quiet and fast.
Kirk said that, took one step, and fell on his face.
I was showing you what we shouldn't do.
Got it, Buttman. I'm joking, don't cry. Let's go, Batman. Kirk and I went inside, kept our heads down, and dodged a bunch of cameras. It was dark, and Kirk kept bumping into me, but somehow we made our way towards the Department of Space and Aerotechnology. This must be it. But just as we took one step inside, alarms started blaring like crazy, and within seconds we were surrounded by a SWAT team. I told them my dad worked here, but they still handcuffed me and Kirk, took us to the police station, locked us in, and called our parents. Kirk's dad used his connections to get us out, but Mom had to pay a lot of money, so my arrest won't go on my permanent record. When we got home that night, she was pissed.
I sold my jewelry to get that money. It was for your college. I don't even know what to say to you.
You could start with telling me where Dad is.
Oh my God, Thule, your dad's gone. I've accepted that, and you should too.
I just can't give up on him so easily. Look at this necklace. It's a key, and Dad gave it to me right before he left and asked me to keep it safe. Obviously, it's something important. This might have information on it that can lead us to him.
Give this to the police and let them handle it. This is beyond your control.
And what if the police fail to handle it? It's been months, and we have no clue where Dad is. People don't disappear like that, Mom. Something happened to him. If he is out there, how can I stop looking for him? If you know something, just tell me, Mom. I can handle the truth. I just know I can't go on like this anymore.
Oh, my sweet baby. I wish I could help you.
Mom hugged me tight as I sobbed like a little baby. In all my years, I'd never felt this close to her. And maybe she was right, and the situation was beyond my control. The next morning, Mom and I went to the police and gave them all the information I had, including the necklace. The principal agreed to let me appear for the scholarship test again, thanks to my previous scores, and this time I cracked it. Kirk took me out to celebrate over ice cream when he suddenly jumped on a table and started singing.
Oh, Tuli, my Tuli, you're sweeter than ice creams. I want to be with you. Will you be the peanut butter to my jelly?
That was so cheesy.
Then what do you have to say about this?
Kirk kissed me, and it felt perfect. We started dating officially, and he even got through to the same college as mine. Mom was happy and everything was fine, except I still missed Dad terribly. Then, a day before I was leaving for college, I was loading my stuff in the car when a bunch of police vehicles pulled up in our driveway. They spoke to Mom for a while, and then she walked up to me with tears in her eyes.
It's about your dad.
My heart leapt to my throat. What's happened? Is he okay? They found him, but he doesn't want to see you. That's not possible. Dad loves me. Of course he wants to see me. I have to go. Mom tried to stop me, but I ignored her and left. I didn't get what her deal was, but I was too excited to see Dad after so long. But my excitement turned to horror when I saw the police car turn towards a prison. My heart was pounding when the police asked me to sit in the waiting room, and minutes later, a frail-looking man walked in. Dad! I ran and hugged him tight. I'm so happy you're okay. But what are you doing in prison, Dad?
Paying for trusting my daughter. What else?
Dad told me that he was running away from the government because he had illegally sold important government secrets to enemy nations for money. The government found out about it and had been tracking down Dad for months. But I got that phone call from the office about losing contact with your spaceship.
That was a lie the government made up. They couldn't tell the public a national hero had gone rogue till they had proof, which you gave them. That was the key to my secret locker with evidence of my illegal activities and bank accounts. I had no choice but to flee, but I didn't want to get caught with all the information on me. No one would suspect a stupid necklace, so I put that key in there and gave it to you to keep my information safe. But you went ahead and handed it over to the police. How could you be so dense, Tuli?
Don't you dare talk to my daughter like that, you moron. I turned around to see Mom walk in with Kirk, march up to Dad, and slap him square in the face. That was for insulting my daughter. And that is for lying to us.
You mean lying to Tuli? Because you knew the whole truth, but you chose not to tell her. So I guess we're not that different.
What? Is that true, Mom?
Yes. The police told me everything the day after your dad left. They were the ones who took away his things into custody for investigation, but didn't find anything. I tried to help as much as I could, but I didn't want them to drag you into the mess, so I kept everything from you. You worshipped your dad, and I thought finding out that he's not a hero but a traitor would destroy you.
So you lied to me? For months you saw me suffer and you didn't say a word. How could you, Mom? And Dad, I trusted you blindly and almost gave up on my future to find you. And you didn't bother to tell me you were okay? Both of you are liars. I hate you. Mom tried to stop me, but there was nothing more to say. Dad got life imprisonment, and I never saw him again. Kirk and I left for college soon after, and even though Mom tried calling several times, I didn't answer her. All I needed was space and time to heal. I felt like a mess, and Kirk helped me pick up the pieces. I went into therapy, graduated from college, got a job, and got married to Kirk in a small ceremony. A year went by, and soon I was blessed with a baby girl. I was in the hospital when Mom walked in with a huge bouquet.
I know you don't want to talk to me.
Hi, I'm Penny from Nebraska. Except my parents are nomads, which means we travel to another state every month. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. By the time I was 8 years old, I'd lived almost everywhere. I stayed in a tent in the desert, old abandoned houses in the forest, and even in a beach cave. My dad and I couldn't be happier with our crazy life. Pinky promised me, Daddy, you'll never make me go to school, we'll swim every day in the ocean, and you'll take us to the moon one day.
I pinky swear, my love.
Though when I was 13 years old, everything changed. Mom woke me up one morning to tell me her and Dad were splitting up. Dad wanted to keep traveling, while Mom wanted to settle down in the city. Well, I don't want to settle, so I'm gonna keep traveling with Dad, and I really think you should join us.
Penny, I want you to stay with Mom. I love you, but taking you with me is too much work.
But we were gonna see the world together and fly to...
I'm sorry. Good luck, honey.
Dad kissed my forehead, and then he freaking left. Mom and I moved to Nebraska City, and I was shaking with anger. I tore up every picture I had of Dad and threw them in our fireplace. 2 years passed, and all I wanted was to forget about him. Then one day, things took an interesting turn. I went for a walk in the park when a letter flew at my feet. I looked up to see a boy smiling at me through the bushes. Oh my God, you scared me. What are you doing?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I was just too nervous to talk to you, but I still wanted to look at you because you're beautiful.
The boy rose up from the bushes and holy crud, he was majestic.
Take a walk with me. I'll take you somewhere magical.
Okay, Prince Charming. I'm actually gonna jet because I don't go off with strangers. I ran away quickly, but when I reached home, I saw the guy had followed me. All right, now you're just stalking me. Leave me alone or I'll call the police.
You're right. I'm sorry. I can't explain it, but I feel like we're meant to be together. Just let me take you on one date. I'll meet you right here at sunset. If you don't like me after the date, I'll leave you alone. I swear.
Okay, fine. You're kinda cute. But we have to be in a public area around other people. The guy agreed, but when I went out to meet him, I almost fell back in shock. He had landed a golden jet in my driveway.
Hey, gorgeous. Want to fly to Europe for dinner?
Did you just fly here in a gold jet? I didn't even know that was a thing.
Well, I'm a billionaire. I also brought you a few presents. An iPad, some chocolates, and I bought you your own horse.
My jaw dropped open when I literally saw a man trot by on a black horse. This was getting to be a bit too much. Listen, I appreciate all these gifts, but maybe we can just go somewhere simple, like the park we met at? To my relief, the guy agreed and set up a lovely picnic under the trees. He told me his name was Ezra and just wouldn't stop showering me with compliments. Ezra, thanks for all this, but I'm still a little confused. Why do you like me so much? We don't even know each other.
Like I said, I can't explain it, but I know for a fact we're meant to be together. Just wait and see.
As the evening went on, I discovered Ezra and I had literally everything in common. When I told him I liked video games, he showed me a picture of his PS4. When I told him my favorite food was lime cheesecake, he opened a container of it. Then my shoulders started feeling sore since I suffered from neck pain. And before I said anything, Ezra offered to give me a neck rub. How did you know I have shoulder pain? Only my mom knows about that.
I could just tell you were in pain. I understand you in a way nobody else does, Penny.
After Ezra's massage, my neck felt better than ever, which is insane. No doctor or masseuse had ever been able to make my pain go away. As time passed, Ezra and I kept hanging out. He kept buying me every gift I could want, and whenever I needed something, he was always at my beck and call. He was a literal angel. It didn't take me too long to agree to be his girlfriend. Sometime later, Ezra said that he'd transfer to my school next term. I couldn't stop squealing about it to my friend Jenna. I'd love to meet him soon. He sounds like a guy out of a storybook. And dating someone that hot will probably make you super popular. What do you mean popular? Oh, right. I forgot you were homeschooled before you moved here. Being popular means everyone thinks you're cool because you're dating a boy like Ezra? God, my life was just getting better by the second. Ezra met Jenna and I by a quiet bus stop as I kissed him. He even got me a caramel latte. Isn't he perfect? Ezra introduced himself to Jenna, but she just stared at us, looking horrified. Jenna, what's wrong? Why aren't you saying hi to Ezra? Penny? No, I am not saying hi to him. Oh my God, I have to go. With that, Jenna ran off as if Ezra was a monster. What was her deal? I tried asking her about it all day, but she refused to talk to me.
Babe, don't take it personally. She's just mad because you have a loving boyfriend and she's single. She'll get over it.
Finally, the next day I cornered Jenna in the library. Look, I can see you're jealous of Ezra and I'm sorry. I don't want to rub it in your face, but this is the first time I've been happy in years. My parents divorced, my dad left, and I miss traveling. I told Jenna all about what had happened in the past few years and she was actually sympathetic. It's not that I'm jealous. I can see that Ezra makes you happy, which you deserve, but I'm still not happy about you dating him, and I don't think you guys should be together for much longer. I kept asking Jenna why she was so against Ezra, but she refused to talk about it anymore. She even started avoiding me. So Ezra and I kept going out, and finally, the night came when I invited Ezra for dinner to meet Mom. But I was really confused when he didn't show up or call or text me. In fact, I didn't hear from him at all the next day either. I was starting to get really worried. I didn't even know where he lived. But on my way to the bus stop the next morning, I saw him sitting on a bench. Ezra, what happened? You totally blew me off last night.
Just go away, Penny. I hate you and I never want to see you again.
What are you talking about? What happened?
I said, get away from me. Do you want me to call the cops?
Ezra stormed off angrily and tears stung my eyes. What did I do to make Ezra so angry? I told Jenna all about it when I got to school. Wow, he broke up with you? I didn't think that would happen. I thought he'd stay with you for longer. Jenna, what are you saying? Do you know something about Ezra that I don't? Do you two know each other? Yeah, we do. I didn't want to say anything before, but I know Ezra and he's bad news, Penny. He used to date a friend of mine and really hurt her. Just stay away from him, please. Judging from Ezra's behavior, Jenna was probably right, but I was still confused and sad for the next coming weeks. Jenna kept trying to cheer me up and suggested she set me up with someone new. So we went on a double date where she introduced me to a guy named Noah, and I actually had fun with him, even though I was still sad about Ezra. I even let Noah walk me home and decided to hug him goodnight. But from behind Noah's shoulder, I saw Ezra sitting on my porch, glaring at me angrily. Oh my God! I sent Noah home immediately and stormed over to my ex-boyfriend. What are you doing here? I haven't seen you in months. Are you ready to finally explain what happened between us?
Oh no, I don't owe you an explanation. I'm just here to tell you that there's no way that Noah guy will ever love you, 'cause you're the nastiest girl I've ever met.
Funny, because months ago, you said I was the love of your life. I don't know what your problem is, but just back off, Ezra. I'm moving on from you. You can stop insulting me now.
I don't think I will. You're a horrible girl and you don't deserve to be happy or loved. And I'll make sure you never are.
God, what a bully! I started dating Noah and really started liking him. And I felt 10 times better with Ezra out of my life. Then one day, I got a text from Noah to meet him at the movie theater for a date. But when I got there, Noah wasn't waiting for me. Ezra was.
Well, well, well. Look who it is.
It was you who texted? Did you hack Noah's phone?
Even better. I hacked your phone so I could read your messages. Look, Noah will be here any minute and I want to talk to you. And apologize.
It's too late. I want nothing to do with you. I started to walk away, but Ezra put his hand on my shoulders.
Penny, I know I've been a jerk these past few days, but I can explain myself. Give me a chance. If you don't forgive me, then I'll never bother you again. But let's just talk.
I still didn't trust Ezra, but I did want to hear what went on with him. Just then Noah texted me and said he'd be a little late. So Ezra said he'd buy me a soda. He went to go order for me and I went to go fill up my cup. Then suddenly an employee came up to me.
Excuse me, miss? You can't just walk in here and pour yourself a soda. You have to pay.
Oh, my friend is buying it. He's paying right now. But when I looked towards the counter, I realized Ezra had left. What the fudge? I tried explaining the situation to the employee, but she didn't listen. Instead, she called security on me. The guards had me wait outside the manager's office, and as soon as they left, Ezra came up to me.
You're such an idiot, Penny. I lied about buying you a soda. I set the whole thing up so you'd get in trouble.
What? But you said you were gonna apologize and explain yourself.
Oh, you beautiful, naive girl. As if I would ever apologize or explain myself.
Ezra walked away before I could answer, and that's when I realized he was a criminal. That's why Jenna didn't want me dating him. I told the manager and security guards everything. I thought I was in luck since Ezra probably had a criminal record, but they couldn't find anything on him. Then I remembered something. Jenna knew Ezra, and she could help me. I called her immediately and told her everything that happened. That's when I heard her crying over the phone. Penny, this is horrible. I know, you were right. Ezra was a crook. I understand now. I'm gonna call your mom. She needs to know what happened. We'll come meet you there, okay? Oh God, she was getting mom involved? But Jenna hung up before I could say a word. Thankfully, Noah texted me and I told him to meet me at the manager's office. Thank God for him.
Don't worry about anything, babe. We're gonna find this guy and get a restraining order. You're gonna be okay.
After a few minutes, Jenna arrived with Mom and they both told me to sit down. Ugh, here we go. Then suddenly, the door opened and it was Ezra. That jerk better have come to turn himself in. Stay right where you are, Ezra. We're all on to you now.
Penny? Who are you talking to?
That monster over there? He's my ex-boyfriend who framed me?
No, baby. There's no one there. Are you okay?
Yes, he is. Jenna, Mom, you don't see Ezra there? I turned to Jenna right then, but her and Mom were staring at each other with tears in their eyes.
No, Penny. There isn't anyone there. Jenna called me and we talked for a while about your relationship with Ezra. How he brought you a horse, baked you your favorite foods, and adored you. Jenna even saw you kiss him at the bus stop. He was the perfect imaginary boyfriend.
I don't understand. Imaginary boyfriend? You mean Ezra isn't real? I just made him up? Penny, it was my fault. I was the only one who met Ezra. When I saw you hug and kiss the air, at first I thought you were insane, but when you told me what you went through with the divorce and how happy you were for the first time, I decided to play along with it. But then he broke up with you and turned against you, and you were so upset, I didn't know what to do or how to tell you the truth. I was dead silent as I thought back to everything Ezra and I had been through together. I'd sat alone in the park having an imaginary picnic. I'd imagined his love letter at my feet, and as I reached back to feel my neck, it hurt more than ever. The healing massage he'd given me had been in my head. I started to cry then as Mom hugged me. She took me to a therapist after that day to see what had caused the whole thing.
You were heartbroken that your dad left, so you created a perfect boyfriend in your head to give you all the love and attention you needed. And then, eventually, Ezra betrayed you in your mind because your dad betrayed you.
Well, I guess that makes sense. After my therapy appointment, I asked Mom, "Hi, I'm Neha from India. Please like and subscribe." I lived in a small village near Delhi with my single mom who owned a small beauty salon. Mom adored me, but there was another person I was super close to, her brother Raj. Uncle Raj was 10 years younger than Mom, and he stayed with us as he was studying in university close to the village. Every weekend, he would take me to the village fair, and we'd have a blast eating candies, taking rides, and watching wrestling matches, which was my favorite thing to do. Once when I was 10, a neighbor came over to visit with her super annoying son. First, he stuffed his face with all the pastries before I could even get to them. Mom only made these for guests, and he didn't let me have one. I walked off to my room annoyed, but minutes later he followed and climbed onto my bed with his muddy boots. "Hey, who said you could come in here?" "Aw, the little baby still sweeps with her little teddy bear." "You're stupid." "Your mom is stupid." "What? That doesn't even make any sense." "Your mom doesn't even make any sense." He looked really annoyed and started to leave, but then he picked his nose and rubbed a big booger on my hair. Oh my God! I jumped on him like a wrestler and tackled him to the ground. Moments later, I had his arm pinned behind his back as he cried like a baby, and his mom came running to his rescue. And my mom was furious.
Stop taking her to that rubbish fair, Raj. Where else would she learn this wrestling nonsense?
That brat deserved it, and wrestling is the coolest.
It's wild and unladylike, and you embarrassed me. You're not going to see those matches anymore. You hear me?
Uncle Raj nodded obediently, but we sneaked out anyway. Then one day in 8th grade, our teacher informed us that they were introducing a new sport in school, wrestling. And I was on cloud 9. Mom would never approve, so I didn't tell her and joined the club. Of course, Uncle Raj knew. He also knew how tough the training could be, so he'd sneak extra food on my plate when he thought Mom wasn't looking.
What are you doing, Raj? If she eats so much, she'll get fat. Then no boy will want to marry her. Trust me, sister.
One day, there will be a long line of boys outside your home for Niha. And I'll tackle all of them to the ground so they'll go back to their mommies crying. This is not how girls talk, Niha. Girls are supposed to be delicate. They're supposed to sing and dance and learn sewing. Boring. I resisted everything girly, but Mom was as stubborn as a donkey. She would put face masks on me, make me wear long dresses to hide my muscular thighs, and never let me cut my long hair, because boys like long hair. Did it look like I cared? A year later, Uncle Raj finished his education and got a job as a police officer in the city. I cried for days when he left, but he always kept in touch, and that was some consolation. Meanwhile, I studied my butt off to get good grades so Mom would never suspect what I was up to in school. My wrestling also improved greatly over the year, and in 12th grade, I got a chance to participate in the state-level competition. The winner would get a chance to enter the nationals and also win prize money worth $50,000. It was the opportunity I'd been waiting for, but that also meant I finally had to tell Mom. What? You've been wrestling for the last 4 years? No wonder your body has become so manly. Look at your biceps, they're so big. Who's gonna marry you? Can you stop thinking about my marriage for once? It's not happening, at least not for the next 20 years. Mom looked ready to explode, and she refused to let me participate. But I was her daughter and could be equally stubborn. I locked myself up in my room and refused to come down for days till she finally agreed. But on one condition. I had to learn sewing and some basic beauty salon stuff. Yuck. One day, Mom wasn't feeling well, so I was working in the salon threading a woman's eyebrows when she sneezed so hard that half her eyebrow got accidentally wiped off. Oh my God, what have you done? It's my brother's wedding today! It's not my fault that you sneezed like an active volcano. But she kept screaming at me, and a small crowd gathered in front of the salon. Just then, the most handsome guy I'd ever seen walked in.
Wow, is that a new trend? You look gorgeous.
What? You really think so?
Absolutely. I'd ask you out on a date if you weren't already married.
That made the woman blush like a tomato, and she went off thanking me. That was smooth. Who are you? Never seen you around before. The guy introduced himself as Raul and told me his family had recently moved in since his dad's company was working on a project here. Just as we were talking, Mom walked in.
Who's this handsome guy, Niha? You didn't tell me you had a boyfriend? He looks rich too.
Mom, he's not my boyfriend. We just met.
Raul, my daughter is the best girl a guy can date. She's pretty, she can sew, she can cook.
What is wrong with you? Just then, another customer walked in, and Raul left with an amused face. So embarrassing. A couple of days later, I was out for a morning run before school when I tripped over something. I would have landed hard on my face if someone hadn't caught me just in time.
And we bump into each other again. If I didn't know better, I'd think you're stalking me.
Oh, please, you're not my type.
Your mom didn't seem to think so.
My mom doesn't speak for me. And I'm sorry about that day. Mom's obsessed with me getting married.
And you're obsessed with?
Wrestling. Mom hates it, but I can tackle any guy to the ground and have him gasping for breath in seconds.
If you're trying to scare me, it's not working. In fact, this just made you more attractive.
Suddenly, Raul's face was inches from mine, and I forgot to breathe. He was the first guy who'd called me attractive. All the boys in my school were too scared of me to flirt with me or ask me out. I'll be late to school, so I should get going. Good night. I ran away like a bullet. Gosh, why did I sound like a moron? That day, I found a new girl in the wrestling arena. The coach told me her name was Mala and she'd recently joined our school. Best of luck, Mala. Weak people believe in dumb things like luck. I create my own destiny. Get ready to lose, loser. That was rude. Well, I'd show her who the loser was. Mala and I wrestled for what seemed like an eternity. Neither of us was willing to give up. She was stronger than she looked. That match resulted in a draw. But in the next one, I had her pinned to the ground in 30 seconds. I'd call you a loser too, but my mom taught me to never look down on anyone, unless you're admiring their shoes. Impressive. You've taken me by surprise. I haven't lost a single match in 7 years. The coach told me that Mala was participating in the state-level championship too, and I was probably going to be facing her off. Well, she better watch out. That day when I reached home, I was shocked to find Mom and Raul on the porch talking and laughing over tea like aunties. What's going on? What are you doing here? That's no way to speak to a guest. Where are your manners, Neha? I left them in the wrestling arena. Shh, keep your voice low. I don't want the neighbors to know about your stuff. They'll get to know about it anyway when she wins the state championship and her photos are all over the newspapers. How do you know that I'm participating in it? Your mom mentioned it. I'm encouraging her to come to your practice sessions and see how good you are. Why are you doing all this? Isn't it rather obvious? The way he was looking at me made my toes tingle. Fine, Raul. I'll come because you asked. I was so annoyed that I'd never been able to convince her. But when she did come and saw how good I was, she was actually impressed. She started attending all my sessions and even cheered me on loudly. It was such a welcome change, and I was glad that she was finally supporting me. The competition day arrived, and as I'd expected, the final match was between me and Mala. Minutes before the match, Mom came to me. Neha, drink this holy water. This will ward off the evil eye and make you win. I didn't believe in such things, but I drank it to please her anyway. In the first round, Mala and I gave each other tough competition, and I won. But as the second round started, I felt my eyes blur. Suddenly, I felt really dizzy, and then I completely blacked out. When I woke up, I was in the hospital, and Mom and Raul were beside me. What happened? The doctor did some tests and said you took drugs to boost your performance just before the competition, but it backfired and you passed out. He then told me the competition authorities had banned me from wrestling for the next 4 years because of the drugs. What? But I didn't take any. I swear, I've never even thought of... Suddenly, I remembered the water Mom gave me before the match. Wait, Mom, you gave me that water. What did you put in it? Nothing. I just... Neha, are you trying to blame me for this? Yes, I am. Didn't you always want me to give up wrestling? What have you done, Mom? Do you have any idea how hard I worked to reach here? How could you? It's the easiest thing to believe. I was fooled for thinking that you could ever support me, and I won't forgive you for this, Mom. The day I was discharged from the hospital, I packed my bags and left for the city. I just couldn't be around Mom right now. A friend of mine let me stay with her, and I started waitressing at a small restaurant to earn money. It was really lonely for a while. I wasn't talking to Mom, and even Raul had been out of touch since he was busy with work. Soon it was Diwali, and I hated not celebrating it at home. On Diwali night, I got a call from Uncle Raj, and I broke down and told him everything that had happened. Neha, parents can be wrong, but they always mean well for their kids. I know your mom went too far, but I don't believe that she would ever hurt you on purpose. But she did hurt me, Uncle. I worked really hard for something for years, and she ruined it in a minute, and she'll never admit she's wrong. And until then, I don't think I can forgive her. A few days later, I got home from work to find Uncle Raj's car parked outside. I hugged him tight and let him in, and he had some shocking news for me. When you told me about everything that day, I just knew something fishy was going on. So I made some investigations about Raul. First, turns out he's not some businessman's son like he says. He just works for a small medical company. So I guess he knows plenty about drugs. What are you saying? Raul added something to my water? But why? Because he was dating Mala at the time, and he did it to kick you out of the competition so she'd win. But he didn't do it for her. He's run away with all her prize money, and Mala has officially lodged a police complaint against him. So Mom didn't give me the drugs? No, she didn't. I know she's been tough on you, but that just didn't sound like my sister. Uncle Raj said he'd located Raul, and I was there when the police arrested him. As he was being taken away, I couldn't resist giving him a kick, too. And right after, Uncle Raj took me home. As soon as Mom saw me, she ran to hug me, and we both burst into tears. I'm sorry for not trusting you, Mom. And I'm sorry for giving you reasons not to. If I'd accepted your passion for wrestling from the start, none of this would have happened. Thanks to Uncle Raj, all charges against me were dropped, and I got to participate in the Nationals next year, where I won several medals. A couple of years later, I represented India in an international competition and won gold. That entire week, friends and relatives kept dropping in to congratulate us. And every time some nosy aunt tried to ask when I planned to get married, Mom would proudly say, Neha is focusing on her sport right now, and marriage can wait.
Hi everyone, my name is Maze and this is my story.
Hi, I'm Maze from the West Bank, and this is my story. Please like and subscribe. I was born as the youngest of 4 siblings, and both my parents were medical professionals. Mom was a nurse and Dad was a lab technician. But growing up, I didn't see much of Mom. She worked really long hours, and even when she was home, she was mostly quiet and preferred to be in her room. I wondered why she was like that. But Dad was the complete opposite. He was always home in time to cook dinner and help my siblings with their homework. And no matter how tired he was, he would read me stories every night.
Daddy, you cheated. You skipped a few pages.
What? No, I didn't.
Last night, the princess was in the forest, remember? You have to read from here again.
But the story's almost finished now, sweetie.
From the forest, Daddy. You know she never forgets anything, Dad.
It was true. Growing up, I observed everything and had the best memory. If anyone had trouble remembering anything, they asked me. Maze, do you remember seeing my keys anywhere?
Yeah, Mom, you put them in the fridge next to the milk. Maze, do you know where my pink shoes are? They've been in the garage since September.
Honey, what was that joke I told you 2 weeks ago that made you laugh so much?
Oh, what do a clown's farts smell like? They smell funny.
My parents would drop me off at Grandma's every day before going to work. She lived with my aunt and uncle and adored me, but I never liked Aunt much. She always had something to say about Mom.
Oh, Maze, your hair looks terrible. Doesn't your mother ever brush it? Poor child, you look thin. Is your mother too busy to cook?
Well, it was true that Mom never did those things, but I still felt annoyed. And one day as I was playing with my cousin, I heard Aunt say to a visitor, "Oh, that one, she's my niece. Her mother dumps her here every day because she cares more about herself than her own child." I felt so mad that I ran into the kitchen and spat straight into the pot of food she was cooking. But I couldn't stop thinking about what Aunt had said. I was going to ask Mom why she didn't care about me. That evening, I was waiting for her to return when suddenly the phone rang. It was Mom. She asked for Dad, but he was in the shower. "Okay, Maze, listen carefully. Tell Dad that I won't be coming home for a few weeks."
What?
Why? He knows why. I can't really explain right now, but in case I don't come back, Maze, I promise everything will be fine.
Mom, why wouldn't you come back? Don't you love us?
But she just hung up. When I told Dad about her mysterious phone call, he looked really worried. But then he said she'd just gone to visit her sister. I didn't believe him for a second. Mom finally came back after weeks, looking really tired, and just went to her room. And we never spoke about where she'd gone. One evening at dinner, Mom got a phone call and she said she had to go. As she was getting ready, I snuck into the car secretly. I wanted to see what she was up to. Mom parked outside a house, and once she was inside, I peeked through the window, and I saw a sick-looking boy in bed. Mom checked the machines around him, fed him medicines, and made him laugh. I'd never seen Mom like this. And when she stepped outside, she almost tripped when she spotted me. "Maze, what are you doing here?" I just wanted to see what you were doing, Mom. Is that boy really sick?" "Yeah, he is, sweetie. Would you love me more if I got sick?" Mom looked stunned and then pulled me into a hug. "Don't say that, Maze. I love you very much. I'm around sick kids all the time, and sometimes I just don't have the energy for my own family. It's not fair, though, and I'm sorry."
"Where did you go for 3 weeks, Mom?"
"I caught a bad illness from a patient, and I had to stay away so you guys wouldn't get sick. And I didn't want to worry you by telling you the truth."
"Mom, you made that kid so happy. I want to do that too. I'll be a doctor one day, and I'll treat all sick people for free. And I'll give them medicines that taste like Nutella."
That sounds lovely, Maze. After that day, Mom and I got closer, and I became obsessed with becoming a doctor. Soon I joined an all-girls school, and I was always one of those kids who loved it. The only problem was my cousin, Siham, who was in my class. We'd grown up playing together, but ever since we joined school, she seemed to hate me. Maybe it was because I always had good grades and she was barely passing. To make things worse, Grandma was always telling Seham to be more like me. Why, Grandma? She's so boring. I'm pretty, and I'm gonna be a model one day. You'll all see me on TV when I join America's Top Model. You will do no such thing. But if you're like Maze, you can go to the US to be a doctor. Ew, I'm not touching sick or old people. I'm gonna go to America and be a swimsuit model. Grandma threw her shoe at her, which she dodged, and I couldn't stop laughing. But I asked my parents if I could really go to the US one day to study, and they said if I had good grades, then yes. By the time I reached high school, I was more determined than ever, but Seham always mocked me. Don't you ever want to do something fun, Maze? Like what? Shopping, dressing up, talking to a hot boy. Have you seen the cute ones next door? Right next to us was an all-boys school, and I knew the girls spent half their time spying on the boys and exchanging notes. I've got bigger things to focus on right now, like going to the US. Yeah, I have the same dreams, girl, but I'm not working so hard for it, and you'll see. I'll be way more successful than you. Like, who needs more doctors? Everyone? If I'm sick, I'm not gonna go to a model. Then don't get sick. It's not hard if you eat an apple every day. Wow, you could be a doctor already. Now, please, let me study because I'm actually serious about my dream. And who says I'm not? I'm so sick of you always acting like you're better than me. With that, Seham suddenly snatched my book and ran off, laughing and tearing out pages from it. I chased after her, but suddenly I felt a sharp pain in my leg. I fell to the ground and fainted. I woke up in the hospital with my family around me. When I asked them what had happened, my parents said the doctors were still running tests. But what we found out completely changed my life. It turned out that I had bone cancer. Luckily, the doctors said that it was curable. It was really tough undergoing the treatment, but I stayed strong and got through it with my family, who was always by my side. And within a few months, I was cancer-free. But I ended up with a permanent limp and had to use crutches for some time. On my first day back at school, I felt life was finally getting back to normal. But I started noticing how some students looked at me with pity, and I couldn't help feeling annoyed at times. One day, I'd just walked into a busy library when a group of girls got up from their table and turned to me. You don't need to walk around looking for a table, Maze. It must be hard for you. Just take ours. Girls, why do you have to act so weird around Maze? She's really strong. I mean, she just beat cancer. She can walk to a table on her own. I knew my teacher meant well, but I realized so did the girls. I appreciate the offer, but also, I'm completely fine. It's only a limp. Why don't you join me? You can also ask me anything you want about my sickness. I don't mind. My parents had spent all their savings on my treatment, but I didn't let that get me down. I was working harder than ever to apply for scholarships to US universities. One day, I went into an empty classroom during recess to study, and I walked in on Seham making out with a boy. Oh my God, what are you doing? How did you get in? I told my friends to guard the door. Your friends aren't outside, and you're crazy. You could get into so much trouble for sneaking in a boy. Just then, we heard some voices outside the classroom, and Seham grinned. No, I won't. With that, she jumped out of the window. And of course, I couldn't do that. And seconds later, a teacher walked in. We were taken to the principal, and even my parents were called. They all believed that I hadn't sneaked the boy in, but I also refused to tell him who did. And the boy didn't even know Seham's name. Maze, I will have to suspend you since you're covering up for the culprit. But I didn't give them Seham's name, and I got suspended for a week. I was so mad at that witch. But soon, I got some news that made me forget everything. I received an acceptance letter from a top-ranking medical school in the US on full scholarship. My parents and siblings were overjoyed for me, and I couldn't wait to tell Grandma. But when I went to visit her with Mom, she didn't look happy to see me. What's wrong, Grandma? I'm just deeply disappointed in you, Maze. Seham said you got suspended from school because you were caught with a boy. How could you? I felt furious. She's lying. It wasn't me. But just forget all that nonsense, Grandma. Look, I got into a university on full scholarship. Suddenly, Aunt took the letter out of my hands. I've been telling you for years, Mama. May's parents have always been too easy on her. She's sneaking boys into school, and they're still going to trust her and send her away to the U.S.? God knows what she'll do to bring shame to the family. Mom leapt forward and gave her a tight slap. Don't talk about my daughter that way. She's a source of pride for this family, and she always will be. Perhaps you need to keep a closer eye on Saham. I suspect the boy at school has something to do with her. Mom took my hand and we left. Grandma came over one day and apologized, and she gave me a handful of cash. What's this for, Grandma? Nothing. Just a small start for your new life. I'll miss you, darling, and I know you will make us so proud. It was really hard when I had to leave because I'd never been away from my family before. But I was also excited for my new adventure. But at first, landing in the US was more of a cultural shock. Everything seemed 10 times bigger, and people seemed a lot friendlier back home. I felt almost invisible as I walked across the campus to the hostel. Suddenly, I lost my balance and almost fell down when someone caught me. I looked up to see a tall girl. Need some help with that? Her name was Kylie, and it turned out that she was in the room right next to mine. She ended up helping me unpack, and we stayed up really late talking. Can I ask you why you limp? When I told her I survived cancer, she looked awestruck. Wow, Maze, it's so brave of you to chase your dream and be here all on your own. Well, now you got me. Kylie was my first friend and the closest, but I slowly started to mingle with others as well. After always being in an all-girls school, it was strange for me to be studying with boys, but over time, some of them became really good friends. When Christmas arrived, everyone was going home for the holidays, and I felt really homesick, but Kylie invited me to her place. Her family was lovely, and it was the first time I got to experience Christmas their way. I'd made a traditional Palestinian dessert for them, and they loved it. In our second year, Kylie came to me one day with some upsetting news. Her dad had been unwell lately, and she'd decided to transfer to a college in her hometown. I'm gonna miss you so much, Maze. Me too. I can't even imagine this place without you. I'll come see you soon. I put on a brave face as she left, but once I was inside my room, I couldn't stop the tears. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and when I opened it, I nearly fell back in shock. It was my sister. It turned out that she'd applied to the US for her master's, and she'd gotten into a college right next to mine. I never thought I could go so far away from home, but seeing you do it gave me the courage, Maze. This is the best surprise ever! Welcome to your new home!
Hey, you made it! Thank you so much for watching. I just want to say that it wasn't an easy journey. It was kind of tough, and I faced a lot of obstacles in the way, but with hope, passion, and patience, I managed to get through all of them. And right now, I'm in my second year in medical school, achieving my dream in becoming a doctor.
I could not believe it was finally happening. I was going to meet my mom. The hospital called at 3:30 in the morning to tell my dad that my mom had finally woken up and was asking for him. I know this sounds crazy, but my mom's been in a coma since I was born. I literally put her in a coma, and she hadn't woken up once in 14 years. Until this morning. My dad burst into my room, almost knocking my lamp over on my bedside table. I startled awake, and before I could even open my eyes all the way, he said, "She's awake!" Before I continue my story, I just want to remind you to like and subscribe to My Story Animated to hear more craziness like what you are about to witness. At first, I thought he was talking about me, and I was about to yell at him for waking me up. But then I realized what he meant. My mom was awake. My mom! I never heard her voice in real life. I never seen her eyes look into mine. I've held her hand, but she's never held mine. She's been here the whole time, but she has been so far away, too. She had had a complicated pregnancy with me. I was a stubborn fetus, I guess you could say. I decided that I wanted to come early, which caused a lot of issues for her, and she was rushed into surgery to get me out. She never regained consciousness after she was put under anesthesia, and because of her family's beliefs, my father never took her off the meds that kept her alive. I'd always had a feeling that at some point, I would have to be the one to end my mom's life. But thankfully, it didn't sound like that was going to happen after all. I bolted out of bed and ran to get my brother up. He was 2 years older than me, so he only remembers small fragments of Mom in real life. He remembers her singing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star every night, and she made the best chocolate chip pancakes in the world. The sad thing is, he doesn't remember her smile or the way she smelled. So this day was the best news for all of us. My brother never said it out loud, but I knew that he blamed me for what happened to our mom. And to be honest, I didn't expect any less. He was nice to me growing up, but I always felt like there was something between us that wouldn't allow us to get closer. He hadn't forgiven me. Did you know the longest time someone has been in a coma was 19 years? Terry Wallace was in a coma for many years before he woke up on June 11, 2003. The ride to the hospital seemed to last forever, and we all rushed in as soon as my dad got the car in park. Our happy reunion was cut short when the doctor stopped us outside of my mom's room. He had a grave look on his face. Something was wrong. "She wants to see Emma," the doctor said, and my dad pulled me forward. He said no problem and tried to get the doctor to open the door. "No, see," the doctor started. "She doesn't understand that Emma is a teenager now. She thinks that she just gave birth to her several hours ago." I think all of our faces turned white. Of course, we had thought this could happen, but we didn't know what to do when it finally came to be. The doctor told my dad that he didn't want to shock my mother until we were all here at the hospital with her, and we could introduce me. This wasn't going to be easy, and we all knew that. I held my breath as my dad and the doctor went into my mother's room. All I could hear was some muffled talking from the doctor and my dad. Then my mom started to scream uncontrollably. "Bring me my baby!" I got goosebumps up and down my arms. This was probably the most afraid that I've ever been in my life. I was so afraid that my mother was going to hate me and that she was going to think I ruined her life too. I almost ran out of the hospital, but my brother nudged me forward. The door to the hospital room stood open in front of me, and I walked through. I had never seen my mom with her eyes open. She already looked so much more full of life than she had just days ago. "Hi, Mom," I said, twirling my fingers through my hair. I did that when I was nervous. My mom was doing the same with hers, as she said, "Hi." My dad said that it was okay to step closer. I couldn't help but start to cry as I walked up to my mom. She had the same hair color as me, and her eyes were just as blue. My dad had always told me I looked like her, but I never could see it until now. In that moment, I felt like my mom had come back from the dead. I know she'd been here this whole time, but she was as good as gone. I touched her face and her eyes lit up. It's like she knew it was me. It's like she remembered my soul when she carried me in her stomach. "It is you," she said, and she wrapped me in a humongous hug. We bawled together on the bed for quite some time. Then my mom pulled away from me and wiped her tears. "It's so nice to finally meet you. The last time I saw you, you were on a black and white screen," she chuckled, talking about the sonogram. "I've grown since then," I giggled, and wrapped my hand around hers. Since Mom had been in bed for so long, most of her muscles were weakened. She'd need lots of physical therapy to get them back into shape. She wouldn't be able to leave the hospital for a couple of weeks, maybe even a month. And when she did leave, she would still be required to do lots of physical therapy and other therapies, I guess. Those other therapies would help her deal with all the time that had passed and missing out on our lives and things like that. The one thing we didn't know how to tell her was that our dad was remarried. We'd had a stepmom for the last 3 years. My brother and I had given our dad our blessing to start dating again after the 10-year anniversary of when my mom went into a coma. He'd been so lonely. He'd basically only lived for us, and having someone there to help with the kids would be amazing too. We decided we weren't going to tell my mom that first day. We thought it would be too much to add to everything else that was going on. On the ride home, my brother blurted out that he didn't think we should tell Mom at all. He thought we should make our stepmom move out, which I didn't think was such a bad idea either. Our dad wasn't going for that. He hadn't fallen out of love with my mom. He'd just become stagnant. And the fact that she was awake now seemed to be weighing heavy on his mind. He was silent almost the entire ride home. When we pulled into the driveway, I asked if he was okay. He looked at me with tears in his eyes and said he just didn't know what to do. We walked into the house and gave each other the biggest hugs. Our stepmom walked up and asked if we were okay. She knew what had happened and all of the craziness that was now going to continue. Except she thought that my dad didn't love my mom anymore and that they were actually divorced, when in fact, he'd never divorced our mom in the first place. This was going to be hell for sure. Later on that night, While my brother and I were supposed to be sleeping, we snuck down the stairway to listen to my dad and stepmom talking in the kitchen. "So what are we going to do?" my stepmom was asking. My dad was silent when she continued, saying that obviously we would need to contact my mom's family and have them help out. My dad said we were her family, and she would stay with us. My stepmom hated that idea and suggested that we get a hotel room for her until we could figure something out. That's when he dropped the bomb. "We're still married," he blurted. My stepmom nodded. "Yes, we are, and I have every right to say what happens in this house." He gave my stepmom the side eye and said, "No, I mean that I'm still married to her." "So we aren't even legally married?" My dad shook his head. I could tell he was crying again. My stepmom let out the biggest scream I'd ever heard. I think it blew out my eardrums. With ears ringing, my brother and I rushed down the stairs when my stepmom was slinging horrible words at my father, her face in a red rage. Her things were packed within a few hours, and she was off to her sister's house. I could tell my dad was hurt, but he looked almost relieved as well. By the end of the week, my mom was ready to come home. We set up the guest room for her, but we were surprised when she came in the house and went directly to the master bedroom. My dad didn't say anything, but my brother spoke up. He told her to put her things in the guest room, and she looked hurt. "It's okay, Mom. You can sleep in the master bedroom tonight," I tried to assure her. "Tonight? It's my bed, my house." She looked confused and worried. Then she asked where our stepmom was. We told her she left, and I don't know if I saw relief on her face or terror. We all helped her get settled in the bed, and she took a nap while we discussed how we were going to introduce my stepmom to my mom. However, not long after, our stepmom came to the door and knocked loudly, waking my mom up. My brother answered the door, and in a hushed tone, he told her to be quiet. Just as the door shut again, my mom was on the landing of the stairs. "Everything okay?" she asked, and came down the stairs, coming face to face with my stepmom. "Mom, this is Lisa," I said, stepping forward. Lisa crossed her arms as my mom put her hand out. Realizing that Lisa wasn't going to shake her hand, my mom put hers back at her side. She offered Lisa to come on in, and Lisa snidely replied, "I don't need to be invited into my own home." I guess it just shows the type of person my mom is, but she didn't reply with something nasty and rude. She graciously smiled and offered Lisa some tea. Then she said, "We can all call this place home." Lisa scoffed. That's when my mom almost lost her cool. Instead of flipping out and yelling at Lisa, she stirred the sugar in her tea and quietly said, "You're not the one who had their entire life ripped away from them, so I don't know what you're so upset about." "You're taking my husband away," was all Lisa could muster. My mom reminded Lisa that she had actually taken her husband away first. She also said that it was extremely upsetting that Lisa got to watch her children grow up a little while she lay unconscious in a hospital bed. That's when Lisa jumped up and spilled hot tea all over my mom. I quickly sprang into action, as did my brother. I grabbed a towel to help my mom dry off. Luckily, the tea had some milk and sugar in it, so it wasn't scalding, and my brother pulled Lisa away, shoving her out the door while simultaneously screaming for our dad. He ran down the stairs like lightning. "What is it? What's going on?" he asked. We explained what happened, and my dad took off out the door after Lisa. I helped my mom up the stairs, and we got her in the shower to get the tea off of her. Then we heard shouting outside. My stepmom and dad were back. All we could hear was Lisa screaming that my dad lied to her, and there was nothing he could do to get her to forgive him. I was hoping she would leave, but she came into the house and shoved herself into the master bedroom right past my mom. I asked Lisa if she could have some respect for my mom who was changing, but she snarled at me and started stuffing a bag full of clothes. "I'm out of here. Don't bother calling me," she said to my dad as she quickly left again. Over the next few days, my dad tried calling her, but she wouldn't answer. He tried to get a hold of her sister, parents, and everyone else that would know where she was, but no one would give him any clues. During that time, he was also taking care of my mom, driving her to some appointments and making her food when she was hungry. My brother and I were busy with school, so thankfully, he was able to keep her company. A couple weeks after the crazy incident with Lisa, my brother and I came home to see our parents sitting on the couch together, my mom's feet across my dad's thighs. I couldn't believe the sight. When we came in the door, the two looked as if we caught them doing something wrong. They blushed and tried to scramble away from each other. My brother and I burst out laughing. They were married after all. We didn't mind that they wanted to get closer. It had been almost 15 years since they'd been able to do that. That was the moment we thought that we had our mom back. She was still pretty weak and often didn't understand how to use technology, but she was smiling more and cracking jokes. Her and I talked a lot more too, and I told her about almost everything that I've done in my life to catch her up. We cried a lot, and I held her while she apologized for not being around. Then things started to get strange. She'd wake up very early in the morning and turn on all the burners on the stove. The refrigerator door would be wide open, and the house would smell like gas fumes when we woke up in the morning. The last time that this happened, she was sitting out on the porch while everything in the kitchen was running, including the sink and the microwave. The back door was left open, and I saw her curled in a ball. I walked out of the door and asked her if she was okay. She didn't answer. I sat down next to my mom and put my arm around her. When she looked at me, all I could see was pure terror in her eyes. "Who are you?" she asked and pulled away from me. I looked at her utterly confused. "I'm your daughter, Emma." "No, my daughter is a baby. I just had her a couple of months ago. Who are you and why are you in my house?" "Dad?" I called, and it took a few minutes, but he showed up on the doorstep. "Something's wrong with Mom," is all I could say before she grabbed my hair and pulled my head back. She started screaming, "Where is my daughter?" And my dad grabbed her, pulling her arms behind her back. It was then that she snapped out of whatever trance she was in. She started crying and saying, "I'm sorry, Emma." I ran upstairs and locked my door. To say I was terrified would be an understatement. Something was going on with my mom, and we needed to figure it out. My dad called the hospital, and they told him she may have had some memory lapses, but this was way more severe than a slip of the mind. She physically hurt me, and she's a very small woman. There was something else going on here. I spent the next several days trying to keep my distance from her. She apologized to me several times after the incident on the porch, but I was still afraid to get close to her. My father and brother had no problem accepting her back into the family. They would play board games and watch movies together, but every time that I would join in, I could tell that a dark mask fell over my mom's face. She would constantly stare at me out of the corner of her eye, and I swear I could see a red glint flash over her normally bright eyes whenever she didn't think I was looking. Then, one night, I woke up to her staring at me from across my bedroom. I popped up in my bed and asked her if she was okay. She didn't reply, but I could see her eyes in the darkness. They weren't right. I screamed for my dad again, and when he came in the room, he flipped on the light. She wasn't in the chair anymore. We searched for her everywhere in the house, but she wasn't anywhere we could see. That's when we heard the blood-curdling scream. Tune in next time to hear what happened with my mom in the woods.
Hi everyone, I'm Billy. Yeah, just like Billie Eilish, but not famous. Welcome to my second home, the hospital. If you want to know why I live here, please like and subscribe. Growing up in Canada, I was always in awe of how beautiful the country was, besides the freezing cold and constant snow. But Mom and Dad loved to travel. That's why before I turned 10, I had already been to 5 different countries. One time, when we were at the Met Museum in New York, I had the worst stomach pain. My stomach burned and I couldn't walk. "Mom, Dad, it hurts." They rushed me to the hospital, and throughout the day, they tried to calm me because I was so scared. "Honey, you're gonna be fine. Don't worry, we're here." "She must be in so much pain. Look at how much she's sweating. My poor baby." And then it all went blank. When I woke up, I found Mom and Dad talking to the doctor. What the doctor said left me wishing I didn't hear it. I was diagnosed with Crohn's on my 14th birthday. Crohn's is when your bowels are inflamed and can cause severe stomachache and may also require surgery at times. My parents did everything they could to cheer me up, but I was angry at everything. Even though I knew they were struggling financially and were very stressed, I couldn't help it. I was rude to the nurses and even snapped at my parents. One day, however, I had snapped to the point that I threw a bowl of custard at the door right behind the nurse. "That's so disgusting! Who eats food like that?" "Billy, that's no way to behave. They're trying to help you." "I don't want anyone's help. None of you understand how much pain I'm in or what it's like to be stuck in here." It would be an understatement to say my parents were shocked at how much my behavior had changed. I hated everything about my life. I was away from my friends, stuck at the hospital eating tasteless food, and worst of all, my condition got worse. When I turned 15, I had to get a stoma temporarily, which is kind of gross, and you don't need to know the details, except that I had several questions for my doctor. "Will it stink? Is it safe? It won't cause an infection, right?" "Honey, give the doctor a chance to answer." Because of the surgery, I had to stay in the hospital for a couple of months so I could be monitored. The pain was getting worse, and I hated being at the hospital at first. One day, I walked out of my room because I couldn't sleep. That's when I heard someone crying. I walked towards the sound and saw it was Mom, and Dad was trying to calm her down. "I don't know how to help her. She's so upset here, and the bills will keep getting higher.
What do we do? We will continue to be happy around her. She will be irritated, but if we stay happy, maybe she'll feel more hopeful.
I felt like the biggest jerk. My parents were struggling, and I had no idea because they were trying so hard to make me happy, make me feel like a normal teenager. That was when I decided to repay the favor and make them feel better about everything. But the only way I could do that right now was to be happy, or pretend to be, even if I'm not. So, to make my parents feel better, I sucked it up and decided to stay happy. I read somewhere that having a positive mindset helps heal faster, and that is exactly what I did. I decorated my room with pictures of friends and family, every trip we went on, and so much more. Billy, I love what you've done with your room. It's so pretty, honey. Thank you so much. I was cut off by some guy yelling and a nurse crossing my room wiping her tears. The nurse told me that there was a new guy down the hall and he was always angry. I knew how he felt, and I realized what a horrible person I'd been to my nurses before. I knew just how to fix his mood. I wanted to do something for him, to get him to smile, but he wouldn't leave his room. All he did was yell at everyone who spoke to him. I had had enough. So one day, when he was taken out by the nurse to run some tests, finally I had my chance. So I rushed into his room to prepare my surprise. I decorated it just like mine. I think better than that, because by the time I was done, it looked like a unicorn threw up a rainbow in there. And wow, when he saw the room, the expression on his face was priceless.
You, what have you done?
Oh shoot. I ran away from him, but to my horror, he was running after me too. He only stopped when I did, and he began yelling at me and telling me how irritated he was. But you've got to admit, this is probably the most fun you've had in the past couple of days.
You're very annoying. Stay out of my room. I hate hospitals.
Rude. Since that day, I steered clear of the guy, whose name I learned was Steele. Silly name. And he seems to get bent out of shape much easier than his name suggests. He stayed away from me too. And every time he saw me, he would glare and walk the opposite way. One day, one of the nurses came to check up on me. She told me how bad she felt for Steele. Why would you feel bad for him? He's so rude. Oh, sweetie, who wouldn't be? It was his birthday last week. He was so excited to see his friends, but none of them showed up, even after they promised him. And his parents had to work. Poor guy. Oh, shoot. Now even I felt bad for him. My parents helped me get him a cake. I didn't want to go to his room after he asked me not to, so I asked a nurse to bring it with a note. Happy birthday, jerk boy, from the sick girl down the hall. 5 minutes later, I saw someone's shadow under my door, walking up and down the hallway. And then I heard a knock.
Hey, sick girl. What do you do when you can't sleep?
Wow. Took you 6 rounds up and down the hallway to ask me that? Just stare at the stars, I guess. He just rolled his eyes at me. I brushed past him and dragged him with me to my favorite spot. We went to the courtyard and sat on the bench looking at the stars.
I'm sorry. It's just that I hate missing out on everything. Why do I have to be sick? Why can't I just have a life like every other kid my age? It's just not fair.
I was like that too at the beginning. But then I realized how much my parents continue to do for me, and what I'm trying to say is, you shouldn't just pay attention to what you don't have. I mean, look, you got to meet an amazing person like me right here. You really couldn't have asked for anything better.
How are you this positive? How do you distract yourself from all this pain and stuff?
If you wait to be happy until everything is fine, you'll waste your whole life. So, I gave myself a purpose, a mission.
What mission?
I haven't told anyone before.
Oh, well, you don't have to tell me.
No, it's okay. I need motivation to work harder on it. So here goes. I'm starting a foundation dedicated to help parents of kids who are sick, so they don't have to worry about bills.
Wow, that's actually pretty amazing. I can help if you want, and would love to join for real once it's up and running.
Yes, I need all the help I can get. Pretty soon, the both of us began hanging out often and working on plans and ideas for the foundation. I would spend all day in his room and he would at mine. We even introduced our parents to each other. It was nice to finally have someone close to my age to talk to, who understands exactly what it's like to have a condition. One evening, a couple of weeks after my stoma surgery, Steele came up to my room.
Want a change of view?
What did you have in mind? I followed Steele out, and he helped me walk by holding onto my hand and my waist. My face was turning red as a beet, and my heart was hammering in my chest. Was this what a crush felt like? He led me to the cafeteria, and my jaw dropped. He had set up a beautiful candlelight dinner. Whoa, Steele, I didn't know you were such a sap. Why?
All you do is work to help other people. You deserve something just for you.
Thank you. This is so beautiful. He led me to the table, and it was all set up. The food was still steaming. Steele even pulled out the chair for me to sit first. What a gentleman.
You know, even before I was sick, I wasn't very nice. I was rude, angry, and took everything for granted. And then I met you. I didn't know anyone could be so fun and positive while things aren't going the way they want. As much as I hate the hospital, I'm glad I'm here.
It was so sweet. But then he leaned in to kiss me. I put my hands against his chest. Steele, we can't kiss. You could get sick. The look on his face broke my heart. So I held his hand in mine instead, and he smiled. The next day, I woke up with the biggest smile. Yesterday was like a dream come true, a fairy tale. Just then, the doctor and my parents walked in to talk to me.
Honey, guess what? You get to go home, finally!
What?
You're all good now. You'll just have to come for a checkup in a few months, but other than that, you're fine. You can leave here today. Isn't that great, sweetheart?
It is. It's amazing. While Mom and Dad were taking care of all the last-minute paperwork, I walked over to Steele's room. He gave me the tightest hug as soon as he saw me. Steele, I have some news. I'm being discharged today. I leave in a couple of hours.
That's great news, Billy. Why aren't you excited about it?
Because once I leave, I won't be able to visit you. I'll be moving back to Canada.
Oh, is there...
The first few months, I thought every other person I saw on the street was Steele. Everywhere I looked, there he was. I felt like Cupid had hit me with a bucket of love with Steele's name on it, but I pushed it aside. There was nothing I could do. As the years passed, life got in the way, and eventually, we both lost touch with each other. I got extremely busy with completing high school, trying to get into a university, and with the foundation. I put all of my focus on getting it open. After organizing talent shows and competitions as fundraisers and to get some awareness on it, I got some attention and eventually got to meet the CEOs of the biggest organizations who wanted to help me out with my own foundation. But I was in for a shock when I spoke to them.
So, from all the donations and money you make, we will get 40% of the cut, and you can decide how much you want to keep and give the rest to the families.
I'm sorry, but did you just suggest that you and I take the majority of the money that is supposed to go to struggling families?
Of course.
I don't agree. That is not the goal of my foundation.
You're just a child. This is how it works. I have nothing to lose if you deny this offer. It's just you who will struggle.
I was fuming with rage when I stepped out. I ranted about it for days to my parents. I had to take matters into my own hands. I worked hard for years at university and internships. And finally, at the age of 22, I opened my very own foundation. It became known globally. I was one of the youngest CEOs in the world, and I was on many magazine covers as well. I'm not gonna lie, that was fun and it made me feel great. But it wasn't the fame I was after. It was the families I got to help out. Many people showed up to donate and help out, and one day, my assistant ran up to my office to inform me that we had gotten one of the biggest donations ever, a whopping $100,000. He's here right now, and he wants to work with us as well. Isn't this exciting? Can I show him in? 100,000? Yes, of course. I can't wait to meet this angel of a person.
I'm an angel now? I thought I was the jerk boy.
It was Steele. I couldn't believe my eyes. 6 years later, and he was finally here.
So I'm perfectly healthy now. Do you think we could pick up where we left off? Maybe I take you out somewhere that doesn't serve hospital food?
I'm so happy for you, Steele. And I know a great
My Story Animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. Hi, my name is Bree, and I was never very good at school, like ever. It was just always so hard. Even if I tried, I could hardly ever focus with all the noisy kids and the screaming teachers, and I hated the piles of homework. You see, it's not like my parents ever helped me with it. In fact, they just made it really difficult to study because they were the loudest people on earth. They'd do nothing but watch TV, play music, or have parties. It took me 2 tries to pass first grade. Mom told me back then that I was special and needed more time than other kids. She paid the 2nd grade teacher to let me pass even though I failed every test and never turned in any homework. She gave her $1,000 and promised free haircuts at her hair salon. My parents also lied to their friends about me.
Bree? Oh, she's so smart. Smartest one in her class, in fact. It's a good thing we enrolled her in that private school on the other side of town. They really focus on gifted kids there.
It's one of the best schools in the country. Almost guaranteed she gets into college. They lied and lied and lied. But one day, the truth came out. I accidentally heard my parents talking.
Why can't she be smart like our friends' kids? She's nothing but an embarrassment.
No, honey, she's not. She's special. She just needs time.
Listen to me very carefully. She's not special. She is dumb.
And for the first time in my life, I knew Dad was right. When I got to the 5th grade, I found out it was much harder than every other year before. I would sometimes cry at night into my pillow because I found everything so difficult and just felt so dumb. And it didn't help at all that my cranky old teacher, Miss Anderson, was so mean. I was 12 when I started in Miss Anderson's class and failed the first try.
I can't believe I'm going to have you in my class again. Start working harder, Bree. Being pretty won't get you anywhere in life.
Well, at least that's one nice thing everyone agreed on. I was really pretty, and thanks to Mom's beauty salon, I always looked perfect at school. I could see other girls eyeing me enviously, but they didn't know that I envied them. I would trade my looks for brains any day. I was running a little late on the first day of my 2nd time in 5th grade, and Miss Anderson wasn't in the classroom when I walked in. All the kids chanted together, "Good morning, Miss Anderson." The new dummies thought I was the teacher. Good morning, class. Today, we're going to have some fun with math. I grabbed a marker and started writing on the whiteboard. If a grumpy old woman started teaching math 25 years ago when she was 60 years old, how old is she today? 85. Oh, use your indoor voices, kids, but good job. Now, what if...
What do you think you're doing?
There was Miss Anderson in the doorway, breathing like a dragon. She did not look happy when she saw the math problem on the board. And well, she sent me to the principal's office. Days later, I became friends with Melinda. Now, she was a little genius. She could spell all sorts of gigantic words, do math sums in her head, and rattle off the entire periodic table. I became a little obsessed with her. I wanted to find out more about what made her so smart. So, of course, I decided to follow her home one day. While she was having lunch downstairs, I snuck into her room to take a peek, and I gasped. I'd never seen so many books in my life. I saw a box of chocolates on her desk and quickly popped a few into my mouth. Maybe eating these made her smarter. Just then, I turned around in horror to see Melinda and her parents behind me. They thought I was some kind of kidnapper or thief, but they seemed even more weirded out when Melinda told them I was in her class. Yeah, she's super dumb. She probably got lost and thinks this is her house. Now go away, stupid. And I ran off before I got into any trouble. Of course, Melinda never spoke to me again. I finished the 5th grade by some miracle. On my first day of the 6th grade, a boy named Dante showed up to drop off lunch for his little sister. I knew him the moment I saw him. He was one of the smart people I was stalking on Facebook. He was in 10th grade and just so cute. He started walking towards me because I was sitting next to his sister. I wanted to impress a smart guy like him. So I jumped onto the bench, sat like a chimpanzee, and started eating a banana.
Are you okay?
Never better. Do you know that chimpanzees eat 150 pounds of bananas each day?
That's a lot of bananas, actually. Are you done with your amount of bananas for the day?
Did he just call me a chimpanzee?
Which one is yours?
Mine? I have only one banana.
What? Which one is your brother or sister?
Oh, that one. That one's mine. I pointed to some random boy on the playground. That's not your brother, Bree. You don't have one. I was mortified. Now he'd caught me lying to him, and he already thought I wasn't smart. Bree's in my class, Dante.
So you're a 6th grader? Can someone be this dumb? I know you're like super pretty, but that doesn't mean you just stop using your brain, you know?
What a total jerk. His sister poked me in the ribs and grinned. He likes you. Well, I barely finished the 6th grade as well, and when I went to middle school, I finally understood what hell meant. Mean girls were making fun of me all the time for being older and dumb. It's not like they were any smarter. All they cared about was makeup and fashion. Since I was an expert in makeup and hair, eventually the girls started becoming friends with me, and I really liked being the popular girl, and I almost forgot about me not being smart enough. That is until one day I accidentally found out that my so-called girlfriends were having a study session with the smartest boys in the class before the exams. When I asked why they never told me about these sessions, one of them said, "Bree, you don't need these sessions. It's not like you'll pass the exams. They won't help you with anything. Neither do you. You just go there to make out with the boys." Yeah, it's amazing to kiss and be kissed while studying, but you will never experience that, dummy. I was so mad at her that I threw a book at her, but sadly, it missed. That day, I went home determined to study hard, harder than any other time. But my parents didn't respect my new study habits. They were as loud and obnoxious as ever. One day, before I was studying for a big test, they threw a huge party and invited all their friends. I tried to focus in my room, but the beat was pounding in my ears. Can you guys please keep it down? I'm trying to study.
What for? You're not going to graduate anyway.
Mom elbowed Dad to shut up, but he was a jerk and got even louder. Once when I was in the 9th grade, I was studying in the library and a boy at the table next to me got up and scraped his chair across the floor. It was so loud that I screeched and I instantly covered my ears. He came to me and said,
"What's wrong?"
"You didn't hear that? The chair was so loud, it hurt my brain." He looked at me for a second and said that I might have a condition similar to his.
And it's called hyperacusis.
What?
Hyperacusis is oversensitivity to sound. You hear things much louder than they really are. I'm sure it affects your concentration too, just like me.
After some tests, it turned out that he was right. I was really happy because it meant that I wasn't actually stupid. I just had trouble focusing because of my condition. So from that day on, I made sure to always cover my ears with headphones when studying. I studied really hard for a math exam and was sure I'd get a high grade, but I only got a D.
Oh, so you actually thought that headphones would help you with anything? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, even from someone as dumb as you.
Stop it. I keep telling you, she's not dumb. She's special. And that day, I just snapped. Both of you, just cut it out. Dad, I thought my intelligence was my biggest problem, but having you as a father is the worst thing that has happened to me. And Mom, I'm not special. Do you need to believe I'm special to love me? I'm your daughter. You should accept me and love me just as I am. And with that, I stormed off. The next day, I left my parents for good. I was old enough to move out, and I got a waitressing job after school. And well, I really loved it. After my shift, I'd often sit at the cafe with my headphones on and do my homework. One day while I was studying, I looked up to see a handsome guy sitting in front of me. It was Ethan. He came to the cafe regularly, and I had such a crush on him ever since he told me that he was some data analyst.
Hey, you didn't hear me with those headphones on, and you look really busy with your chemistry homework. Which grade are you in?
Oh my God, he'd seen what I was working on. This was so embarrassing. I'm almost about to graduate high school. You must think I'm really dumb now, huh? He took my hand and my heart fluttered.
No, I think it's amazing you're putting yourself through school. The only thing that matters is that you're educating yourself. And there's no time or age limit on it. Also, will you go out with me?
Our first date was on Christmas, and I wished Ethan Happy Christmas, but he said he was Jewish, so I said, Happy Jewish then. Ethan burst out laughing, thinking I was joking, and I realized what I'd said only after I got home, and I cringed so hard. So from that moment on, I kept reading a lot of stuff before meeting him, and I kept a notebook with me to write down all his comments, so I could mention them again to show him I was smart. A year later, Ethan proposed to me, and I said yes. He invited all his smart, intelligent friends to the wedding. And it was so intimidating, especially the smart female colleagues. I just started crying while dancing with Ethan in front of everyone, but they all thought it was happy tears. For the next 2 years, we kept trying to get pregnant, but it didn't happen. Ethan told me not to worry about it, but I started feeling even more insecure. Everybody could be a mom. Was I going to fail at this too? To our delight, I got pregnant a few months later,
and gave birth to a beautiful baby girl, Anna. The minute I saw her face, I knew I would be a good mom. And I was. Once, Anna didn't stop crying and I noticed her lips were slightly blue. I immediately knew something was wrong and we had to take her to the hospital. When the doctor checked her, he was impressed. He looked into my eyes and said,
"That's actually really smart that you were able to spot the problem right away."
That was the first time someone said that to me, and it was a freaking educated doctor. From that moment, I started to understand that it was okay not to be perfect or the smartest. I could still be someone who could raise a good kid and do good in the community. 3 years later, it's Anna's first day at school today, and I can't wait to learn all sorts of new things from her.
I now declare you divorced.
I know what you're thinking. Emma, 50% of marriages end in divorce. Don't be so dramatic. Wrong. This percentage is so outdated. It's 80% now. Also, I'm not upset because my parents are getting a divorce, but because... Wait. I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me start from the beginning. And make sure you like this video and subscribe to MSA. I was born in a very poor country. But luckily, my parents were entrepreneurial geniuses. They built a business empire early on, so I never had a taste of real poverty like others here, and was practically raised with a golden spoon in my mouth. Mom doted on me and was super attentive, but Dad wasn't around much, so we'd never grown close. And when I was 11, he just announced out of the blue that he wanted a divorce and was moving to the US. He left just like that, without even paying child support. The most traumatic part was that he took our wealth and my lifestyle with him, and I had to eventually give up all the expensive stuff that had made me who I was. What do you mean, let's go eat hot dogs in the park? We're not hobos. Should we be sleeping on park benches next and using newspapers for blankets? I'm just saying, we can hang out and not spend money all the time. But apparently, we couldn't, and that's the first time I noticed I had no real friends around me. I switched to a public school, which was so stinky and embarrassing. Can I have one low-cal lobster, please? Oh, yes, of course, milady. 1 second. Oops, guess we ran out of those.
Mashed potatoes and greasy chicken on Mondays. Remember it.
It was a hard reality check, but over time I learned a lot and got really street smart. Do you have seafood today?
Mashed potatoes and greasy chicken on Mondays, sweet pea. Remember it.
By the time I graduated from high school, I was a strong, savage girl who would not let anyone cross her. I had saved up for a flight to the US, and I was ready for revenge.
Daddy, here I come.
Dad was the owner of a huge restaurant chain here, so he was easy to locate. I wasn't sure exactly what I was gonna do yet, but I wanted to get close and find some dirt on him that I could use. And even though I was 99.9% sure he wouldn't recognize me, I'd still gotten a serious makeover to avoid the risk. Hi, I'm Emily. Are you looking for waitresses?
Yes, we are hiring. We'd be happy to try you out.
And so I began working there with no clear plan in sight. I just knew a salary didn't qualify for revenge or even child support. One day, as I was polishing the cutlery in the kitchen, I heard Katie crying while she was on the phone with someone who was clearly yelling at her.
Poor Katie. Her husband is a nut job.
This happens often? Why is he yelling at her?
It's probably something to do with work. He is the boss after all.
The boss? As in...
Yep, that's his wife.
Wife? He remarried? I must have fainted, because the next thing I knew, I was lying on the floor and Colin was checking my pulse.
Gee, you scared me.
What happened?
I said Katie was the boss's wife and you went pale and fainted. So you tell me what happened.
Oh, I think I just didn't drink enough water today, that's all.
Sure, okay.
Colin and I became the closest co-workers. He sort of became like a guardian angel to me.
Your lunch today has all the nutrition you need. Can't have you faint in my kitchen again. Although
what?
Well, I haven't performed CPR in ages. I might need a refreshment course.
You know that doesn't count as a kiss, right? It only makes you a creep.
Emily, you pervert! How dare you go there? I was merely suggesting you help me practice a life-saving technique.
Ha ha ha. Colin, you know, if you want, you can ask me out like a normal human being. As I was walking back home that evening, grinning from ear to ear that I finally had a boyfriend who seemed to like me for me, I remembered that he actually actually didn't know the real me. He didn't know my name was Emma or that our boss was my dad. Over the next few weeks, I kept looking for an opportunity to tell him, but there never seemed to be a right time. One day, Katie told us there was an extra shift available for a waitress at their house because they were hosting a party, and I jumped at the opportunity. Bingo! As I entered their mansion that evening, I felt a sense of nostalgia, and a realization dawned on me. Dad's life hadn't stopped or changed like mine after he'd moved on. He didn't actually lose anything. For him, Mom and I were just a pit stop.
Magnificent, isn't it?
Oh, hey, yeah, it really is. When we went inside, Katie welcomed us warmly. She was always kind, but in her home, she seemed more warm and maternal. It felt like we were guests, not employees. Kids, come show Emily around and put her bag in the locker rooms.
Hey, Emily, nice to meet you.
Hi. As they showed me around, I felt like they were living the life that was stolen from me. What a lovely house. Oh, you've won so many math and art competitions, I see. Did your mom take you to all of these?
Both Mom and Dad. They never miss a competition.
Oh, Dad too? That's nice. My dad never took me to anything.
Oh, I'm sorry, Emily. I'm sure he was just busy. Dad is busy sometimes, but he always makes it up to us.
So, he did know how to be a real dad. What did these kids have that I didn't? Why couldn't he love me like he loved them? I sat in the locker room alone, staring at the wall and just overthinking every memory I had of us when Colin came in, and suddenly I just burst into tears.
Emily, what's wrong?
Colin, I have to tell you something. And I found myself spilling my whole story and the reason I came to work for Dad. I spared no detail. Colin's mouth had dropped to the floor. He was silent for a few seconds after I finished, then looked up at me.
Honestly, good for you.
What? You're not upset that I lied to you?
No one knows this, but my real name is Samson. I hated it and hated my parents too. So I changed it and I left home at 18. I wouldn't say the real me is Samson, who was an angry teen at home. Colin is who I choose to be every day, so that's who I really am.
He was so right. The decisions I made daily were what defined me.
Know what? He deserves anything bad that comes his way. I want in.
Silent moonlight above, heartbeats, whisper of love. Nights a blanket so still. Stars are bending to will. In the shadows we find sparks that light up the park. In the shadows we find
party, I managed to slip for a couple of minutes into Dad's office. I wanted to find something I could use against him, so I scanned the room well to make myself familiar with it, then left. Since it was the holiday season, I'd have plenty of waitressing opportunities at his house to sneak in again. I'd noticed that he had a safe in his office, and every time I snuck in, I tried every possible 4-digit combination I could think of. His kids' birthdays, his wife's, his own, but nothing worked. Until one day, I randomly tried my birthday, and the lock clicked open. Wow, now that's a surprise. Did he still think about me? Maybe he did love me. For a minute, I felt guilty and didn't want to go on with my plan. But then I remembered, if he actually loved me, he would have recognized me by now. So no, he probably used my birthday because it was the last thing anyone would ever know or think of. Thanks again, Daddy. Inside, I saw piles and piles of money. I wanted to snatch it all and run back home. But I knew that only works in movies. Instead, I started stealing small portions. I did not feel any guilt. Dad was plain awful to everyone around him, including his own wife. Then one day, he surprised us with a visit at the restaurant. What are you doing here, dear?
Well, it's my restaurant, isn't it? I'm here to check if everything is running smoothly.
That's what I'm here for. Why can't you let me run the restaurant without constantly trying to control everything?
Listen here, pretty face. I know you got bored as a housewife and you want to play manager, but I have real work to do here. So why don't you go for a stroll as I check everything out?
No, this is
I wasn't asking.
Katie stormed out of the restaurant on the verge of tears as he continued to check everything up close. Everyone was terrified of him, especially me.
You over there!
Me? This was the first time he had spoken to me directly in years.
Yes, what's your name?
I felt sweaty and tongue-tied, but then I felt Colin moving and standing behind me. He put his hand on my shoulder to let me know he had my back. Emily, sir.
Emily. Are you new here?
Been here a few months now, sir. Just then, 2 shady-looking men walked into the restaurant and saved me from the investigation. Dad left me alone and followed them into a small room at the back of the restaurant. Sometime later, the head cook was called in too, and when he walked out, he looked flustered. An hour later, Dad and the shady men came out of the room, shook hands, and then all of them left. What's that all about?
I'll try to find out.
Later that night, I just couldn't fall asleep. My dad had looked me in the eye, talked to me, and he didn't recognize me at all. How do you recover from that? The next day, Colin came rushing to me, looking ready to burst.
Emma, we got it.
Really? What did you find out?
Yesterday, he made a deal to import illegal seafood. He wants to use that in dishes without disclosing it to customers. The head chef and sous chef are in on it. I overheard them talking.
Bingo! I knew he'd be up to something crooked. Now we have to think of a plan to expose him. I wanted to teach him a lesson, and also see if he would flee and leave his new family when things got rough for him. But later that day, his kids came in for lunch, and they had prepared holiday gifts for the staff. My gift had a special drawing of me. No one else had one. Oh, thank you. It's lovely.
The kids love you, Emily. They keep saying how you treat them like normal kids, not the boss's kids.
When she said this, I had a flashback to my own childhood. A lonely, spoiled kid with no real friends. No one treated me like a normal kid when he was around. Just a few days later, when I was working at his house again, Dad came barging into the kitchen furiously. He had discovered that someone had been stealing from his safe.
Count your days, whoever you are. Did you think that a house this big doesn't have security cameras? Once I get the tapes, it's over for you.
OMG, security cameras? My face turned green and I felt nauseous.
What's wrong with you? Don't you dare puke in my kitchen!
I'm kind of sick, sir.
How often do you come to my house?
I've come a few times.
Maybe you stumbled into my study, found something you liked. Answer me!
Excuse me, sir? Stop grilling this poor girl. She would never do it.
How can you be so sure?
Because I've asked her to grab me things from my room 1,000,000 times, and she never touched any jewelry or clothes. So if she wanted to steal, she would have stolen 100 different things by now. Everyone was staring at the 3 of us confused, but not as confused as I was. Nothing that Katie said was true. Why was she defending me?
Katie, these kinds of people don't deserve your kindness. We'll wait for the tapes in the meantime.
These kind of people? It echoed over and over in my head. Ugh, how I wanted to say, your daughter, flesh and blood, Dad. But I held my tongue. I suffered that humiliation. but I never showed up to the restaurant again. I texted Katie that I just couldn't work there anymore. I had stolen enough money, but I wasn't done with my revenge yet. Colin had managed to take photos of receipts in the cook's office, and it was all the proof I needed about Dad's illegal seafood purchases. I could go public and destroy him, and I would enjoy it. But at the same time, whenever I imagined his downfall, I only saw his kids being upset or hurt, and every time they popped up in my head, an image of my broken, younger self also popped up. Colin, I want him to suffer badly, but I feel if I go through with this, I'll be putting his family through what Mom and I went through, and I would feel guilty forever. I don't know what to do.
Baby, just by considering their feelings and future, you are already 100 times better than your dad. It's your decision. Do what feels most right to you.
And after much consideration, I decided to put the matter into someone else's hands. I asked Katie to meet me at a diner that night. Hello, Emma. Uh-oh, that's a bad start. I figured out your identity shortly after hiring you, and I wondered why you had chose to work for us. Now I know. You stole that money from us to get back at your dad. But don't worry, I destroyed the tapes. But then, why did you defend me? Emma, once I figured out who you were, I dug into his history and found out everything about you and your mom. Your dad is a jerk. He deserves this. Why are you with him then? For the money? You deserve so much better. The kids deserve so much better. I don't care about the money, but I don't want my children to go through what you guys went through. I want to wait until they're older before getting a divorce. He is a mean husband and partner, but I can't deny that he is a great dad to the kids. I understand, but in case you change your mind, take this. Do as you please with this information. Katie's eyes grew wide as she realized I'd handed her proof against Dad. I didn't know about this. Thanks, Emma. A few months later, I saw on the news that Dad was in prison and his restaurant license had been taken away because he was importing illegal food. And the same day, I got a text message from Katie. Thanks again, Emma. I needed it. Hi, I'm Blair from Salem, and this is my wacky Halloween story. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I had a good life growing up. Dad loved me to pieces. Even though I never stuck with a hobby for too long, he still paid for the best classes and equipment. Life was good, but there was only one problem. Dad ran a funeral home, and people at school thought I was a freak. I heard Dracula buys his beds from Blair. Is that why you're so weird? Are you, like, possessed or something? No, but you look like you're full of poop. As a result, I didn't have any friends, but when I was in the 10th grade, my life completely changed. Dad's sister, Aunt Mary, came to live with us, and she was the most fabulous-looking woman I'd ever seen. She had a daughter my age, and I was thrilled to finally have a friend. But she took one look at me and wrinkled her nose like I was dog poop. What are you wearing? You look poor. Dior instantly became the most popular girl in school. Nobody cared that she also lived in the house with the funeral home in the basement. Aunt Mary had worked at a fashion magazine, so Dior thought she was qualified to rate people's outfits every day at school. 5, 7, 2. Ugh, minus. Who made you fashion police? You should be arrested for that crime against fashion. I ignored her and went to gym class, but when I went back to the girls' showers, my clothes were gone. Dior was in the back of the school, holding my outfit over a dumpster. Trust me, I'm doing you a favor. And she set my clothes on fire. You've gone too far, you witch. I tackled her to the ground and pulled her hair. We fought like cats till the teachers pulled us apart and took us to the principal's office, where we were given 2 weeks of detention. At home, Aunt Mary blamed me for everything. It's not your fault, John. This is what happens to motherless girls. I tried to provide for her by spoiling her rotten. She's an impulsive girl and doesn't stick to one hobby. The house is full of stuff she's only used once. Must have cost a fortune, and she doesn't appreciate any of it. This is why she's starting fights with Dior, who was just trying to help her. You're right, but what do I do? I have the funeral home to take care of. But I'm here now. I'll take care of everything. Thank you, Mary. Here, buy whatever you need. I couldn't believe Dad was giving up so easily. Did he also think something was wrong with me?
Your reign is over, princess.
Mom and I are the queens here now. No, Dad loves me and he'll see right through you two. But things just got worse. I came home one day to find all my things boxed up in the living room. What the heck is going on? You don't need such a big room, and I could use the closet space. So I took it. And where am I gonna sleep?
The closet's pretty big.
Dad won't allow this. You've overstayed your welcome, Aunt Mary. I'll have him kick you out of the house. But instead, Dad accused me of being selfish and not welcoming my aunt and cousin as I should have. I was completely heartbroken, and I felt replaced. Things were already grim at home, but a week later, I was rushing to the cafeteria to get the last slice of pizza when a boy beat me to it. Hey, you must be new here. That's actually mine. The lunch lady must have forgotten to tell you. Don't see your name on it. What a jerk! I had to settle for a gross sandwich. Ugh! The pizza thief's name was Ashton, and he had recently transferred from New York. He was super rich, but I suspected he was some kind of robot because the dude never changed his expression. But the girls were going crazy over his good looks. His style is on point. He's so mysterious and dashing. I mean, yeah, he was cute, but the guy hardly ever said 2 words. A few days before Halloween, Dior announced she was throwing a party and that there would be a prize for the best costume. I was planning on staying in my dusty, spider-infested attic bedroom, but then I heard Ashton would be there, so I spent hours coming up with the perfect outfit. But when I finally came out of my closet, I got the biggest shock. The party didn't have a horror theme at all. Everyone was dressed up like models and the Kardashians. I looked totally out of place. Oh my God. Blair came dressed as the ghost that's possessing her. It's Edward Scissorhands, you idiot. I think you mean lame boy, lamer hands. Yeah, you'd know all about lame since you threw a lame party. What a snooze fest.
Do you think you can do better, freak? You wouldn't know an awesome Halloween party if it bit you on the butt. Where are the bats, the witches, the skeletons? Where's the scary stuff? We're not crazy like you,
And I throw classy parties, but I'm not scared of anything.
Oh, I think you are. If you're so brave, spend 2 hours at the McNeely Mansion with me. First one to come out crying will be the other's personal assistant for a month.
What's the McNeely Mansion?
I jumped in surprise. Ashton was so close, I could feel his eyes on me, and it made my heart flutter in my chest. It's the most haunted place in Salem. It was abandoned years ago after the place burned down in a freak fire.
Sounds cool.
I was terrified of the place, and I was sure Dior was gonna chicken out, but to my shock, she said, "You're on." Everyone got to the McNeely Mansion, and my heart sank into my belly. The place was spookier at night. Ashton was going to time the dare, and the others waited around making bets on who would win.
This is where you can live once Mom and I have you kicked out.
Ugh, she was trying to get in my head. I hated her so much. I walked to the house on jelly legs, imagining all sorts of horrors inside. I stood in the front hall, my heart hammering in my throat. The whole place was creepy, windy, and cold. Goosebumps broke out on my skin. Suddenly, Dior pushed me.
Right then, go on upstairs. You wanted an adventure.
Shut up, Dior. Let's just stand in one place for 2 hours.
I thought you wanted a spooky Halloween.
Go find a ghost boyfriend or something. You won't ever get a live boy to date anyway. What is your problem? Why are you so mean to me?
Because you're a walking eyesore. Nobody wants you at home. Uncle only gave you everything because he feels sorry that your mom left you.
Just get lost already. You are the worst, Dior. You can't treat people like this.
Don't tell me what to do. Don't push me.
Suddenly, we heard a deep voice behind us.
Nasty fights leave nasty scars.
I jumped out of my skin in fright, and Dior ran out of the house screaming like a banshee. But there was no monster. The ghost of my imagination was a homeless man with missing teeth. You scared the living daylights out of me. And you made Dior nearly pee her pants on the way out.
My apologies. You live at that funeral home, right?
Dude, you live in a haunted house. You don't get to judge.
Oh, no. I see you around town. I hear your aunt moved in with you. What's she like? Does she have a lot of money? Did she buy you this awesome costume?
Okay, you're officially freaking me out. If you don't want me to call the cops, you better buzz off. The homeless man left me alone, and 2 hours later, I walked out of the mansion in triumph. Dior's face was scrunched up as if someone had farted under her nose.
That was cool. You're very brave.
School life changed completely. Now I was the popular girl, and Dior was my personal assistant. And it was awesome! I made her cut all my sandwiches into small pieces so I could eat it with a fork. I made her do all of my homework in disappearing ink, then made her do it again. And I even had her warm a seat for me at a chess game in the park. I had her running errands around campus in a chicken costume. It was hilarious. But when I asked her to clean out my locker, she put her foot down. No, absolutely not. I'm wearing vintage Chanel. Then wear this hoodie. It's Walmart. You're taking things too far. This is just cruel. I quit. Maybe I had taken things a bit too far, but I wasn't sorry. One day on my way home, I saw the homeless man from the mansion snooping around our street. I chased him to the park, but he got away from me. But when I turned back to go home, I saw the most amazing thing. Ashton was rolling around on the grass with a cute puppy licking his face, and he was laughing. The sight set butterflies loose in my stomach. The dog playfully ripped the shirt he was wearing, and it fell right off. Oh my God. But as soon as he saw me, his expression became robotic again. What the heck? Is this your dog?
Yeah, his name is Bruce.
Cool. Oh, good dog. I fell hard on my back, but I didn't care. Bruce was such a lovable puppy. I rubbed his belly, but then Ashton said it was time to go. But before he did, he picked the grass from my hair. His face was close, and I could see just how green his eyes were. And then he just left. He was super weird, but really cute. The next day at school, he brought me a whole pizza for lunch. Hey, thanks. What are you doing today? Maybe you and Bruce can come over after school.
Sure, I think he really likes you.
Only him, or... He didn't answer. He turned around, face expressionless, and walked away. I was thinking about why he was the way he was when someone knocked my pizza to the floor. You don't need the extra carbs. What kind of witch magic have you done on Ashton? It's called human decency? You wouldn't know anything about it. No way is someone as cool as him into a loser like you. You're definitely up to something, and I'll get to the bottom of it. I ignored her. I hated going home these days, but I was looking forward to Ashton coming over with Bruce. We played with Bruce in the garden, and Ashton became a completely different person. I felt my heart beating fast when he looked at me. What's your deal? You're like RoboCop with the rest of us, and with Bruce, you finally start acting human.
I'm not good at making friends with humans. They lie and cheat. Animals are loyal, and they don't want a lot from you.
I know what you mean. I've never had friends either.
I thought you were popular in school. People hang out with you all the time.
Yeah, but they're not my friends. They still call me a freak behind my back because my dad runs a funeral home.
What's wrong with that?
I know, right? You're pretty cool, Ashton.
Call me Ash.
And he came closer when suddenly lights blinded me and we were surrounded by the police.
Hands up!
What the heck is going on? I watched in horror as the police went inside the house and pulled Dior and Aunt Mary out. They were struggling and screaming and cursing their heads off. And Dad was coming behind them, looking confused. Then a man in a suit walked over, and I recognized him. He was the homeless man.
Special Agent Curry, we've been following these criminals across 3 states. Criminals? You must be mistaken. This is my sister and my niece, also known as Sticky Fingers Mary and Dastardly Dior. They have stolen from several banks and rich men, and I have a warrant for their arrest.
You'll never find the money. Never! All of a sudden, Bruce jumped forward and dug his teeth inside Aunt Mary's fur coat. Let go, you dirty mutt! But the coat ripped and money started pouring out of its lining. I can't go to jail, Mommy! I'm too pretty to go to jail! Dad was shocked. He turned to me looking completely confused.
What have I done? I trusted...
Okay, we need to make this work. Zoe, you take the broom and I'll dust the shelves.
I just got a manicure done, so count me out.
Where did you get the money? Wait, have you been using my savings?
Yeah, but think of it as an investment in our future. See, what if tomorrow I run into some rich bachelor who asks me out, then falls madly in love with me, and we get married? And when we move to our fancy new house, I'll even set up a place for you in the garage, where you can stay with your girlfriend and cats.
What girlfriend?
Your girlfriend, silly. You don't need to stay in the closet forever. It's 2024.
I'm not gay, Zoe. I just don't have time for stupid boys. Now help me, or I'll make you sleep on the floor. The next few days were tough. I woke up extra early, worked my shift, went to school, came back, worked again, and passed out. But Zoe barely showed up at work and was more busy flirting with some guy or the other. And then, on the night of our graduation party, Zoe and I were getting ready when I spotted this huge diamond ring on her finger. Where did you get this from?
I bought it?
By selling your kidneys?
Ugh, stop yelling. Okay, fine. I found this lying by the sink in a room I was cleaning today, so I borrowed it for the party tonight. And don't worry, the guest isn't gonna be back before tomorrow morning, so I have plenty of time to put it back.
And what if they come back early, realize their $1 million rock is missing, and they trace it right to you?
Why would they assume it's me?
Because you're a maid, and the maid is always the thief. Who else would go in the room?
Oh my God, you're right. How did I not think about that? Oh, they'll catch me and throw me in jail. I'm too pretty to go to jail. Plus, no rich guy will marry an ex-convict. My life will be over before it even begins.
Just shut up for 2 minutes. Zoe told me the room number, and I double-checked at the reception, and thankfully, the guest was still out. This was the perfect chance to put the ring back. So I tiptoed my way across the hall, popped out the master key, and was about to open the door, when suddenly, my eyes fell on the most perfect guy ever. His beautiful black hair matched his perfectly fitting tuxedo, and he radiated elegance and confidence with his walk. I was sure he was an important guest, but then he stopped right next to me.
Almost scheduled to be ready on time.
You're talking to me?
Do you see anyone else around? Let's leave, shall we?
Leave for...
Our date? I'm Carter. Our dad set us up. Vanessa, I thought you had seen my picture. I went to see yours, but you're not on social media, and your dad said you hate getting photographed. But I have your room number, 709, so it's gotta be you. Unless you lurk around other people's rooms for some reason.
No! Why would I do that? Of course it's me. I am she, Vanessa. And yes, of course, I've seen your picture, but you have one of those faces that isn't very memorable. A complete lie.
Okay, we have a reservation at the pier. I don't want to lose the table. So let's go?
I smiled weakly as Carter led me to his chauffeur-driven car. Had I just panicked and ended up on someone else's blind date? At one of the fanciest French restaurants in town? I quickly texted Zoe to go to the graduation party without me as we were led to our table. I was overwhelmed by the freaking number of forks on the table, and I couldn't understand anything on the menu. I just let Carter order for me, and we made awkward small talk and then fell silent. Good Lord, I'd never imagined a date with a gorgeous guy could be this painful.
So, Vanessa's a lovely name.
Yeah, I guess. I've never met a Vanessa. Except myself. I'm actually named after Venice. Do you like Venice?
It's nice, yes, but I like Spain more. I travel a lot, actually. It's my way of taking a break.
A break from what?
You know, endless meetings, parties, interviews where I get asked a lot of dumb questions like what do I eat in a day, how much do I work out, how many girlfriends do I have, etc, etc. And I have to answer all that to keep up a certain image, of course. But this life can be very exhausting. You know what I mean?
Frankly, no. You sound like you don't appreciate how lucky you are.
What do you mean?
I mean, look at that waiter, for example. He works his butt off every day trying to make just enough for his rent. You think his life is easy? But he still smiles and serves you. Isn't that exhausting?
Maybe, but that's what he gets paid for. It's his job.
So he's not allowed to be tired because he works for a wage? But you, riding around in chauffeur-driven cars, living in fancy houses, dining in the best restaurants, you can be tired because you have to attend a few meetings and answer a few questions. Don't you think that's a bit hypocritical?
I hadn't really thought about that.
Then maybe you should. Anyway, I gotta go.
But you haven't even touched your food.
I'm not hungry anymore. and I just left without another word and hailed a cab back to the resort. When I got there, I realized that I still had the ring on me. So I decided to give my luck a second chance and tiptoed my way to Vanessa's room, carefully avoiding all the cameras. I swiped the key, gently turned the knob, and walked in, when suddenly someone jumped on me and pinned me to the ground.
Who are you? And why did you just sneak into my room? And why are you wearing my ring? Speak up!
I will, if you just get off me. Thankfully, Vanessa agreed to listen, and I spilled everything about the ring, Carter, and the blind date. I thought she'd call security immediately, but instead, she burst out laughing.
Do you have any idea how much I tried to get out of that date? Phew, you did me a huge favor.
Does that mean you won't be pressing charges?
That depends. You see, I moved to France with my grandma at 5 because my dad wanted to marry a kid-hating bimbo. But now she's left him, so he wants me to come back home. Problem is, I don't want to. I have my whole life in France, including my boyfriend Jean-Pierre, and Dad hates him. He wants me to date Carter or he'll cut me off. And since Carter thinks you're Vanessa, you'll just have to date him in my place.
Wow, you rich folks are complicated. And I can't do that because it's stupid and I'm pretty sure that guy hates me.
Really? Then why did he send me a text asking to meet him again? Listen, just make this Carter guy go away.
What if I say no?
Then your sister will rot in jail and you will lose this job.
But what about my work?
I'll pay you. Does $500,000 sound good?
Sounds great. Vanessa and I shook on it, and that night, I couldn't sleep a wink thinking about how this money could change everything for me and Zoe. But I was pretty nervous about fooling some rich, powerful guy. I wanted to share my doubts with Zoe, but I knew she was a tattletale, so I kept quiet. And the next morning, Vanessa woke me up at 6 and told me that Carter was on his way to take me to a derby match. Is there a reason why I'm dressed like Mary Poppins' cousin? I get that you want him to hate me, but this dress makes me hate me.
The idea is to make you look undateable, and this dress is perfect for that. Now remember, make this the worst day of Carter's life. He should be calling my dad and telling him that I'm a monster. Now go make me proud.
I left the hotel and greeted Carter at the gate, half expecting him to say something about my dress, but he just smiled and complimented me. Was he blind?
Sorry, I think we kinda got off on the wrong foot last night.
Can we do this in the car, please? The heat is making me dizzy.
Sure.
For the rest of the ride, Carter kept trying to talk to me, but I just pretended to be busy on my phone. Soon after, we reached the derby stands and were about to take our seats when I put my plan into motion. Carter! Can you get me something to drink? I'm parched.
But the race is about to start.
You're right. I'll just go and get it myself.
No, wait! I'll get it.
Oh, thanks. Carter pushed through the crowd and came back with a massive cup of soda. I took one look at it and screamed. It has no ice. I want ice. Carter rushed through the crowd again and came back sweating with a new cup of soda. Thanks. Oh no.
What now?
This isn't diet. I can't drink regular soda. It makes me feel bloated and gassy. Get me a new one. Pretty please. Carter shot me an irritated look before running back into the crowd, and by the time he got back, the race was over. I did feel a bit guilty, but then I thought about how he must have made his servants run around 1,000,000 times, so he probably deserved a little payback. What an exciting game. Too bad you missed it.
Yeah, too bad.
Are you mad at me? You are, aren't you? I made you miss the game. You must really hate me now. It's cool if you don't want to see me again.
Nonsense. I love to see you again.
Why? I mean, wow. I must have really left an impression. Carter inched closer, and I literally stopped breathing. I thought he was gonna kiss me, but then he just opened the car door and asked the driver to drop me at the resort.
I'll pick you up tomorrow, princess. Don't miss me too much.
You bet. What the heck was that? Over the next few days, I did everything to make Carter go away, but nothing worked. I threw tantrums over the smallest things, and he patiently calmed me down. I made him wait for hours while I got dressed and didn't even apologize when I showed up. And he just smiled and complimented me. On Vanessa's instructions, I even took him to an amusement park and then faked a hurt ankle so he'd have to carry me around. When he sat me down to rest, I screamed in his ear to get me something to eat. He was at the stall when I pulled out my phone and texted Vanessa. The plan's not working. I've tried everything. The fake ankle, making him carry me. I even pulled his hair a little when I was on his back. He's not budging. Just as I hit send, I looked down and froze. I'd accidentally texted Carter instead of Vanessa. My heart raced as I scanned the crowd and spotted him walking towards me. He handed me the food and took out his phone, but I grabbed it before he saw anything. You're not allowed to see your phone till you feed me.
It'll only be a minute. I think it's for my dad.
You're always on your phone. You never pay any attention to me. I'm hurt, and all you care about is reading a stupid text from your dad. And with that, I threw his phone into a nearby fountain.
Vanessa? Are you insane? What if he has something important to say?
Guess I'll have to wait. Now wipe that frown and feed me.
Eat it yourself. You're impossible, and I'm out of here.
And he just turned around and left. I thought I'd managed to finally get rid of him when I reached the resort and saw him waiting outside with a bunch of roses. I didn't want any attention from the staff, so I dragged him to the side. What are you doing?
I am so sorry, Vanessa. I was way out of line today for yelling at you like that. Please forgive me.
Haven't you had enough? I mean, I'll think about it. Can you leave now?
I'm not leaving till you forgive me.
Fine, I forgive you.
You mean it?
You want me to get it tattooed?
Thank you. I'll see you tomorrow.
Great. And I ran inside before anyone spotted me. I had to do something before this guy drove me insane. So I asked Vanessa for help, and we sat down and stalked Carter online everywhere. One of his Instagram posts said that he hated water. So the next day when I met him, I pitched the idea of scuba diving.
Scuba diving? Why would you want to do that?
Because it's fun. Imagine the two of us, hand in hand, exploring the depths of the ocean. So romantic.
How about we explore the depths of my swimming pool instead? We can still hold hands, and it's a lot more convenient.
It's funny how you're talking, but all I can hear are chicken sounds. Carter's a chicken.
I'm not a chicken.
Then prove it. Carter reluctantly agreed, but the next day when we were out on the water, he said he just couldn't do it. As we stood there with me trying to persuade him, the boat suddenly lurched forward and we both fell into the water. See? It's not so deep and scary, is it? Just then, I noticed that Carter wasn't swimming. He seemed to be struggling to stay afloat. And then he started sinking. I quickly swam to him and helped him back onto the boat, but he'd passed out. I shook him, gave him CPR, and was about to give him mouth to mouth when he opened his eyes and coughed up water. Oh my God, you're okay.
Wait, were you about to kiss me? I can lie back down.
This isn't funny.
Tell me about it. I'm the one who nearly drowned.
You didn't tell me you don't know how to swim.
I know how to swim. I just panicked because we're in the middle of the ocean. I told you I couldn't do it.
I'm so sorry, Carter.
You should be. Now, where were we? Yeah, I had my eyes closed and you're about to kiss me?
Shut up. Once we were back on the main shore, we went to a cute diner and ordered burgers. Carter spotted a jukebox and played some of his favorite songs, but when I played mine, he fell silent. You don't like this song?
No, I love it. It reminds me of my mom. She used to hum this to me whenever I was feeling low. I know I never say this, but I really miss her.
I miss my mom too. Guess we're not that different, huh?
You're way better than I'll ever be.
Carter pulled me close, and as we swayed to the music, I realized he'd never looked so perfect. Under that spoiled exterior was a boy who missed his mom, and all he needed was someone to talk to. I wanted to be that person for him, but I also knew it wasn't gonna last forever. So I just melted into his arms and decided not to think about it. That was until I reached my room and reality slapped me in the face.
Care to explain why you have such an expensive dress in your closet?
It's not mine. I borrowed it from someone at work.
Uh-huh. Then why'd you hide it in your secret spot in the closet?
You went through my secret spot? That's abominable.
Who uses words like that? Also, I don't know what it means. And you've been acting really weird these days. Just last week I saw you sneaking into the room late at night.
Where were you? I went out for a walk, Mom. Now, if you're done interrogating me, I've had a very long day. Obviously, that didn't stop Zoe from snooping around, and with time, she only got more suspicious. I had to put an end to everything soon, so I thought I'd go and talk to Vanessa. But her boyfriend was visiting, and she was always busy with him. And I decided to wait. But then one day during a date, Carter told me he wanted me to meet his dad. Why? I mean, don't you think we're moving too fast? We barely know each other.
I don't know about you, but I think I know you pretty well.
Really? Like what?
Like I know you're pretty, you have the most gorgeous smile in the world, and that you play with your hair when you're nervous. And when you're thinking too hard, you make a weird face. Something like this.
Stop it.
Listen, please just come. It'll mean the world to me. Oh, and I have something for you. This necklace belonged to my mom, and it'll look beautiful on you.
I don't think I can take this.
I insist.
Carter gently put the necklace around my neck, and I felt a million butterflies in my stomach. The entire ride home, I couldn't stop thinking about how I was deceiving him. I gulped down my tears as I kissed him goodnight, and then I barged into Vanessa's room. Carter wants me to meet his dad.
And?
What do you mean? His dad will spot my lie in a second.
No, he won't. I've never met him. And even if I did, rich people have the memory of a goldfish. There's no chance he'd remember me.
That's not the point. If Carter wants me to meet his dad, that means he's serious about me. It'll crush his heart when he finds out I lied.
And why do you care about his heart? Listen, Carter clearly doesn't want to break up with you, but if his dad doesn't like you, he might convince him to dump you. All you have to do is make a horrible impression on the dad. I'm sure you can handle it.
Handle it? I could barely walk in the ridiculous dress Vanessa picked out. I tripped getting out of the car on my way to Carter's mansion. Finally, I saw him waving at the front door, and I felt a bit relieved. But then his dad joined us, and he stared at me with an icy stare.
Dad, this is...
Vanessa, I know. You don't look anything like your pictures.
Yeah, I'm not very photogenic. By the way, it's so good to meet you, sir. And what a wonderful house you have. These paintings and sculptures are really one of a kind. What an exquisite collection. And then I leaned onto one of the statues, and it started wobbling. The next thing I knew, it toppled over and shattered to pieces. As I backed off in horror, I accidentally bumped into a waiter carrying a tray of shrimp and landed right on my butt. Every eye in the room turned to me, and I quickly got up and bolted to the washroom. As I was cleaning up, a pretty girl walked in. It was Sophie, Carter's ex. I recognized her from my online stalking sessions.
That was one heck of an entrance. I'm Sophie, by the way. Carter must have mentioned me.
Actually, no, he didn't. Can I help you with something?
Just wanted to see Carter's new catch. And also, there's something you should know.
As Sophie talked, my heart sank, knowing that I'd probably made the biggest mistake of my life. I could barely process what she'd told me, and I ran off from the party without telling Carter. By the time I got home, I was so exhausted from all the overthinking, I immediately passed out. When I woke up the next morning, my phone was buzzing and Zoe wasn't around. I found out why immediately. The police were calling to tell me Zoe had been arrested for stealing. I took a cab to the police station, and on the way, I called Vanessa to tell her what had happened, but her phone went straight to voicemail. I even tried the phone in her hotel room, but she didn't answer that either. I rushed into the police station, only to find Carter talking to the police, with Zoe standing next to him.
Oh, thank God. I was beginning to think you'd never show up. Now, before these people lied to you, let me just tell you that whatever I did it for Mom.
Who's Mom?
Our mom, you moron. Mom called me yesterday and told me that she wants to come visit us, but she has no money for the tickets. I thought I'd pawn your stupid necklace off to help her out a bit. But that pawn shop guy informed this rich guy's family that someone was trying to sell an heirloom with their family crest, and they dragged me here for no fault of mine.
No fault? That necklace belongs to my mom, and I gave it to Vanessa.
Who the heck is Vanessa?
She is Vanessa, my girlfriend.
No, she's Sage, my sister.
What is she talking about, Vanessa?
It's Sage. S-A-G-E. Dude, you're cute, but you really have your wires messed up.
Shut up, Zoe! Carter, I lied to you. My name is Sage, and I am Zoe's sister. Carter looked shocked as I told him everything about the ring and how Vanessa had asked me to take her place.
So you lied to me all this while?
I wanted to tell you the truth, but I just couldn't.
Why not? If you needed money, you could just ask me.
Yeah, right. Like you'd even look twice at me if you knew I was poor. And you really have money to hand out? Because I found out you've only been dating Vanessa for her fortune. No wonder you kept putting up with me no matter how much I tested you.
Were you?
Don't bother, Carter. Sophie told me everything.
Carter's only after your money. He screwed up a big business deal, and now his dad's forcing him to marry an heiress to save their business. They need your dad to invest and bail them out.
How do you know that?
My dad told me. He's business partners with Carter's father. Trust me, I have no interest in Carter. I'm just helping a girl out here.
And you're just going to believe her, without giving me a chance to explain myself?
Well, is she lying?
No, but...
Then there's nothing left to say. Look, Carter, we both lied and we're both wrong. The only difference is that I lied for my family and you lied out of greed. And I agree that there were moments where I got carried away, but now I'm back to reality. I'm pretty sure you don't care about me much, but if you do, even a little, please drop the charges against my sister. She's the only family I've got. I must have struck a chord with Carter because he took back his complaint and Zoe was released soon after. But the news of her arrest reached the resort manager and we were both fired on the spot, which was fine. I was done with that place anyway. Zoe and I moved to a small apartment and decided to start our life from scratch. We found jobs at cafes and this time, Zoe stuck to her promise to work hard. She seemed to be actually sorry for all the trouble she'd caused me. And while it was difficult to not think about Carter, I had to push him out of my mind and move on with my life. Then a week later, I was leaving for work when I found Vanessa standing at my door. What are you doing here?
The night you were at Carter's place, my dad showed up and told me he didn't want me to see Carter anymore. He didn't give me a reason, except that he didn't trust Carter's dad and that he was okay with my relationship with Jean-Pierre and just wanted me to come home.
That's a relief. Congratulations. Anything else?
Here's your $500,000. I'm a woman of my word.
I didn't exactly do the job, and I don't want money for tricking someone.
It didn't bother you before. I guess you must have fallen in love with Carter.
No, that's not it.
Well, that's too bad, 'cause Carter's in love with you. He called me to yell at me for making him fall in love with the wrong person and how he can't get over you.
He doesn't love me. He was just after your fortune. That's why he put up with me for so long.
Something tells me you haven't seen the news recently. Carter officially resigned from his dad's company. I think his dad forced him to be with me just for money, and he was under a lot of pressure, so he agreed, but it looks like he doesn't care that much about money now. Oh, he also announced he's taking care of the student loans of waiters working in 20 restaurants in this town. I don't know what that's about.
I don't believe it. Vanessa showed me the news article, and I was shocked. Oh God, Carter really loves me? I have to tell him how I feel too.
But he's moving to his mom's place in London in like 3 hours.
Then we have to be quick. You have a car?
Duh. You think I walked here? Of course I have a car. But it's a little slow.
Seriously? I can crawl faster than this car.
Told you he's slow. I don't care, 'cause I'm mostly on my phone, and you know how rich people are, always fashionably late. Just sit back and relax. Enjoy the drive.
Enjoy my butt! I asked the driver to stop and step aside while I took the wheels and hit the accelerator. I zoomed past the cars, got tailed by the police, but somehow made it to the airport just in time. I jumped out of the car and dashed towards the gates, still hearing the police sirens behind me.
Go! I'll take care of this.
I rushed through the airport, screaming Carter's name. All I could think of was not being able to talk to him and tell him how much I liked him. And my heart sank when I checked the departure charts and saw that the London flight had already departed. Hi. I met Vanessa. I can't believe you gave up everything and you're poor now.
Well, I'm still not poor. Let's just say I have to share my helicopter with other people.
And where are we going?
Wherever you say.
Have you ever woken up from a dream so wild and vivid that it made you question reality? Well, I had one of those. Except mine wasn't a dream. It actually happened. Believe it or not. Hi, I'm Avery, a young billionaire pilot, and this is my story of how I ended up in the creepiest and most mysterious place in the world. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. Let's take it from the top. It all started when my best friend Mila and I were getting ready for some party on one of my private islands, and while I was picking which jet to fly, she was busy ranting about how I just rejected my 8th millionaire suitor on that same day.
I swear you reject men like it's your natural reflex. A-listers, heirs, young CEOs, that prince from somewhere I can't pronounce. Girl, what exactly are you looking for?
I slid my hand along the wing of jet number 3, like it was a Greek god. I don't know. Maybe I'm just looking for something more. Someone who can make my heart feel like it's about to jump off a cliff, maybe?
That sounds like an arrhythmia.
Exactly. The world's too big to settle just because someone has a yacht named after me.
Maybe you just haven't met the right one yet. Who knows? He could be hiding in the most unexpected place.
Ew, I like the sound of that. Just then, my head bodyguard stormed in with the other walking muscle towers.
Miss Avery, your father strictly said, no flights without a pilot or protection team.
I've been flying since I was 4. Not to brag or anything, but I've probably spent more hours in the sky than in math class.
With supervision, Miss Avery.
Oh, please. Just this once?
Ma'am, this is serious. You can't
We're gonna be late for the party. Sorry, boys. Mila scrambled in after me, gripping her matcha tea like it was holy water.
Are we actually doing this?
Yep. I'm cutting trackers and signals, so don't scream.
Why do I hang out with you again?
Because you love me, and I got you that gold-plated PS5. Mila was only interested in 3 things: parties, video games, and me.
Fair enough.
We were up in the clouds in under a minute. You ever wonder what the edge of the world looks like?
No. Normal people wonder about movie endings, skincare routines, and what their cats are thinking. Well, you wonder about edges and wormholes and flying into unmapped airspace. Be careful what you wish for, Aviator Barbie.
But that's the thing. I liked the unknown. I liked chasing the things that most people were too scared to look at. Maybe it was the curious cat in me. The sun was already setting as we neared the island. I practically felt the music blasting from the party below. And honestly, I'd rather keep flying than partying with a bunch of basic guys. How about we go somewhere else?
Where? The edge of the freaking world?
Exactly.
You're joking, right? Tell me you're joking.
Just a few more loops, okay?
Girl, I swear on my last will, you're gonna regret this one day.
Oh, come on. My parents won't be back for 3 days. I have to make the most of it. Do you know how long I've been waiting for this chance?
Ugh, fine. But we better not miss the party, or else.
Don't worry, girl. I got you. I whipped a U-turn midair and just let loose. I was flying, not just with wings, but with freedom. No rules, no schedules, no rich parents breathing down my neck. It was just me, the sky, and my best girl screaming her lungs out beside me. Just then, I spotted a massive flock of birds charging straight at us, like feathered missiles. And they did not look friendly at all. Uh-oh.
Avery?
Hold on. I tried steering away, but it was too late. When I opened my eyes, I wasn't in my jet anymore. I was lying on the grass, in the middle of nowhere. I sat up and looked around with my heart pounding in my ears. No Mila, no jet, Just weird-looking trees, starlit ruins, and some moon statues everywhere. Where am I? If something happened to Mila, I swear to God, I couldn't forgive myself. I reached for my phone, and my stomach instantly dropped when I realized that it wasn't in my pocket. It was probably still inside the jet. If it still existed. I scrambled up and immediately heard the saddest squish under my designer boots. Please don't be poop. Please don't be poop. Yep, probably poop. Great. Love that for me. But no time to emotionally process that right now. I needed to find Mila, or my jet, or a working cell tower, or anyone I could beg for help. I mean, I didn't survive boarding school and etiquette class just to die lost in an unfamiliar place. I took a shaky step forward and glanced up, then froze at the sight of the massive moon. It was hanging so low I felt like I could high-five it. Its bluish-purple light drenched the place, making everything feel strangely off. I tensed up the moment I heard rustling nearby. I spun around and gasped when I saw a deer. And it wasn't just any deer. It was tall, glowing, and elegant. And it was staring right at my soul. It then turned and pranced away into the mist. And of course, being the curious little disaster that I was, I followed it. As I walked, I noticed even more moon statues around, and giant deer sculptures peeking out from behind glowing bushes like they were quietly watching me. What even is this place? For a moment, I actually hoped that I was at the edge of the world. I was terrified and weirdly curious at the same time. Eventually, the deer stopped at some ruins on a low cliff where old stone shrines and ancient relics that my dad would probably be interested in were scattered around. My heart jumped in relief when I spotted someone, a woman, but something was off with her. She was kneeling in front of one of the shrines, arms lifted toward the glowing moon, like she was in the middle of some ritual or something. I was about to call out to her when she suddenly rose, her long, ethereal purple hair spilling over her shoulders and shimmering under the moonlight. Wait, were those elf ears? And what was up with the antlers on her head? It was probably just a fancy headband, right? Or some kind of fashion here? Before I could even say hi, the deer walked up to her. And she smiled and leaned her forehead against its nose, like they'd been besties since birth. Weird, but sweet, like nature therapy. And I almost didn't want to interrupt. As the deer backed away and trotted down the slope, the woman suddenly spoke.
The forest whispers when someone new arrives.
She then turned to face me and started glowing. And did she seriously just turn into another deer right in front of me? So shapeshifters were indeed real? Okay, either I was dreaming or I hit my head really, really hard. The creature, just started galloping down the slope and across the terrain like it was totally normal behavior. Hey, wait! I tried to follow it, but I suddenly froze when I heard a lullaby echoing through the trees. I followed the sound, and just a few feet from where I left the cliff, I stumbled into a flower field, and in the middle of it was another woman, and she was twirling under the moon like she was filming a perfume commercial or something. God, I hope this one's normal this time. I hid behind a tree to take a closer look at her, and wow, she looked hauntingly beautiful. No antlers this time, just a lacy eye mask and a stunning dress that was giving Dior or Valentino vibes. Not gonna lie, she was mesmerizing, and I just couldn't look away. Just then, she tilted her head toward me and smiled, like she knew I was there all along, even with her eyes closed all this time. Hi, sorry, I didn't mean to crush your, midnight flower ritual thing. Super pretty, by the way. But yeah, so I just literally fell out of the sky and I'm lost and possibly hallucinating. I was just wondering if you have a phone, or you could at least tell me where I am, because I would really love to.
You heard it, didn't you?
Heard what exactly?
The moon's lullaby.
Wait, that wasn't you singing?
I used to be the only one who could hear it.
She paused, and in a split second, she was already right in front of me.
Until you showed up.
My soul instantly left my body. Like, how did she even... There was no walking involved. The moment I blinked again, she was gone. Before I could even process what the heck just happened, creepy, shadowy, reddish figure suddenly stepped out from the dark and lunged at me. Screaming, I started running for dear life. At this point, I was sure I had to be dreaming, because if I wasn't, then what in the world were those things? When I finally lost them, I crashed into a mossy statue and ducked behind it. Through the fog, I saw moon statues, more relics, and gravestones. Blood drained from my face when I realized that I was in a freaking graveyard. Just when I thought this place couldn't get any creepier. Moments later, I saw something bluish-purple flicker ahead. As it got closer, I realized that it was a guy walking through the dark mist with a lantern. He had a long black overcoat, gloves, and boots, and his lantern pulsed with a cold, steady glow that somehow made the darkness lean back. "Excuse me, sir? Fog guy? I'm super lost, and I really need some help." But he didn't respond. He just kept walking like he'd stepped out of the underworld. Hello? When he got close, my heart felt like it was about to jump off a cliff. He had pale skin, a jawline sharper than my sanity, and eyes that looked like he hadn't slept for centuries. And yet somehow, he still managed to look hot. Dangerously hot. Am I dead and you're the Grim Reaper assigned to escort me to the afterlife? I then held my breath when he suddenly leaned in closer, pushing the lantern near my face.
I wish.
Then, a vampire? I hugged my jacket tighter and shielded my neck, just in case.
Unfortunately, no. But your neck does look tempting.
My soul screamed at his deep voice. When he finally backed off, I gasped like I'd just survived a staring contest with Lucifer himself. So, you're a normal person? Sorry. I was, gosh. Wait, I think I have something stuck in my throat. His attractive face has got me malfunctioning so bad. Probably either a shark's bone or a lobster's claw. So, okay, here's my story. I was flying my jet, crash-landed here, then found myself running away from some creepy moon cult with chanting and possibly floating people. I need to get out of here, and I assume that you can help me with that? But he just stared at me, but not with annoyance, not even with concern, more like calculation, like he was trying to decide if I was a threat, a liability, or maybe his next victim. So, you're a local here? Still nothing. No answer, no emotion, just aura farming. He turned around and started walking without any words, and I just found myself following him like a dumb little duckling. I spotted a tall silhouette, barely visible through the fog, a towering lighthouse on a hill, and it looked like he was heading straight for it. So, are you heading towards that lighthouse? Can I come with you? I guess not. So, what's this place called? Because it's seriously giving Haunted Island vibes. I kept tossing questions his way, but it basically felt like I was interviewing the air. So, we're somewhere in the US? Do you guys have an airport here? A helipad? I'm just wondering if I could, buy an aircraft so I could fly my way out of here. Can I borrow your phone for like 5.5 seconds? I'm 97% sure my bodyguards and assistants are freaking out right now. I need them to help me locate my friend and pick me up ASAP. Any chance there's a boba tea place nearby? And a spa? Gosh, my feet are killing me. He totally screamed danger, but I was desperate at this point. You own this place, don't you? Finally, he acknowledged my presence again.
I guard the borders of this dying land from outsiders like you.
Outsiders like me? Do I look like a serial killer to you? He scanned me from head to toe and scoffed like I was the worst thing he'd seen all day. Excuse me?
More like a lost soul stumbling through things she cannot comprehend.
Ouch. That sounded poetic and insulting.
That was the intention.
Could you at least tell me your name?
Names are a luxury.
Oh my god. That's exactly what someone named Vladimir would say.
Call me whatever helps you sleep at night.
Okay, sir, whatever helps you sleep at night. Bit long for a name, though. Maybe I'll just call you... He shot me a death glare, and I should have been scared, but I blushed instead. What in the world is happening to me?
Keep talking and I'll make you sleep. Permanently.
Did he just casually threaten my life? Okay, chill. Zipping it. Mouth sealed. Muted. He glanced back at me again, and this time, he was looking past me, over my shoulder, like something horrifying was creeping up behind me. What's going on? I slowly turned and gasped at the sight of those shadow creeps slipping out of the mist. They were the same entities who had chased me earlier. But before they could get close, Graveyard Hottie suddenly stepped in front of me and raised his lantern like it was a sword.
You're looking for the wrong person. Now, be gone.
His lantern suddenly lit up, and a cold light cut through the fog, making the creeps scream and disappear like smoke. Did he just save my life? I was still in shock when he leaned in closer again and whispered something to me.
If you want to stay alive, then stay out of the dark. Got it?
Got it. Before I could even ask him about the context, he suddenly stepped into the fog and disappeared. Wait! Hey! Where are you going? I ran and searched for him everywhere, but now he was gone. Ugh, I didn't even get his name. Will I ever see that Graveyard Hottie again? After a brief mental breakdown, I decided to keep going and wandered until I reached the edge of the woods, where there was a quiet stretch of water and a tiny old rowboat tied to a post. Oh my god! Is this finally my getaway ride? I climbed in and instantly regretted it, because when I tried rowing, it went sideways, then backwards, then I nearly flipped over. My muscles were not built for this. Why didn't I take boating lessons again? Eventually, the boat bumped against another shore, and I almost kissed the ground out of relief. Before I could even explore the place and find some help, a group of terrifying creatures suddenly appeared out of nowhere and started cornering me. Okay, at this point, I was 200% sure I was dreaming. I closed my eyes, held my breath, and braced myself. Maybe after this, I'd finally wake up from this nightmare. I woke up to the smell of bleach and metal. The lights above flickered, and something dripped nearby. I tried moving, only to realize that I was strapped to a surgical bed in a hospital gown. Okay, so apparently those creatures actually hospital napped me. Just as I was hoping for the Graveyard Hottie to come and save me, the door suddenly hissed open, and a creepy surgeon walked in. He had slicked back blue hair and a creepy mask that covered half of his face. Oh, and he was holding a freaking drill. Totally normal.
Awake at last.
Who the heck are you? And why am I dressed like I'm about to get dissected?
Curiosity demands sacrifice, and you should feel honored.
Whatever you say, freak show. Touch me, and I swear my lawyers will erase your entire bloodline. From society. Legally, of course.
You're still young, but already quite stubborn.
He reached for a metal tray filled with shiny tools and syringes.
Since you asked, I'll be frank. You have nothing to worry about. Under my care, you'll receive the most advanced and effective treatment. I will personally supervise your recovery.
What does that even mean? I'm not sick or broken or whatever.
Ah, but that's where you're wrong. You're in my sanctuary now. A facility for correcting flaws, for perfecting minds, for studying consciousness.
He picked up a syringe, and the second that needle glinted under the light, my soul left the building.
I assure you, you'll be my next successful experiment.
Let me go, you psycho!
Let's play around with your brain. Just a little. You'll be amazed at what's hiding inside.
Just as he reached for me, the double doors suddenly slammed open, and a young boy wearing a traditional-looking hat and outfit wheeled in a huge oxygen tank.
Apologies, Doctor. I heard you needed more air.
You!
Without any warning, the tank suddenly exploded, filling the room with smoke and gas. Through the haze, the boy unstrapped him fast.
They're closing in. If you want to live, take the window. Jump.
Oh, wait, what? Who are you, and why are you helping me?
Someone who used to be his experiment and survived.
Okay. But what about you?
Just go. I've got some unfinished business to take care of here.
You think running away will save her? She belongs to us now.
The door suddenly burst open, and those same creatures who kidnapped me poured in and charged straight at me with terrifying speed. Without thinking, I sprinted to the window, launched myself out, and crash-landed onto a moving garbage truck. As it rumbled through the darkness, I looked up, expecting sunlight, freedom, something. But to my surprise, the moon was still there, just smaller and duller now. Eventually, the truck stopped and ejected me like trash. I rolled into a scrapyard, surrounded by metal heaps and broken machines behind a shady lab facility. I started looking for something that could help me get out of here. And while digging through the scrapyard, I finally spotted something. A busted-up electric scooter. Just as I was about to hop on, someone blocked my path. A young girl who looked like an evil porcelain doll.
Where do you think you're going?
Home? Is there any problem with that?
I do have a problem with that.
Great. Another freak.
I see it in your eyes. You're scared and thrilled at the same time.
How did she know that?
You're running on unstable emotions, easily corruptible. But don't worry, I'm here to optimize you.
Baby girl, what exactly are you gonna do to me? You look like you're just waiting for your mommy to come pick you up.
That's cute. But you see, I don't handle trash myself.
She pressed something on her tablet, and behind her, a massive silhouette rose from the shadows, with glowing eyes and whirring joints. Is that a freaking robot?
My little friend here removes errors, and you, unfortunately, qualify.
Just as the robot lunged at me, I yeeted the scooter straight at it, but it only bounced off like a sad little paper plate. Right as it raised its claw to squash me like a poor little bug, a long and massive beam bar suddenly crushed its arm with a sickening crunch. I looked up and instantly forgot how to breathe. A blonde guy with a face card so powerful it could make women across the globe bark, and a jawline sharp enough to bankrupt the diamond industry. Oh, my modern knight in shining armor. Who is this guy?
You all right? Hang in there. Let me just finish this real quick.
I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. My brain was buffering harder than hotel Wi-Fi. By the time I blinked, the creepy porcelain doll girl and her deathbot had vanished.
Well, gotta give them credit. Fast feet.
Just when I thought the coast was clear, those terrifying creatures suddenly emerged from the alleys. Ugh, can't these weirdos just leave me alone?
I don't think they're here to have a friendly little chat. Let's move.
Before I could even react, he scooped me up like a duffel bag and bolted into the fog. I was screaming my lungs out as they reached for us. But this guy had insane speed and reflexes. And somehow, while he was carrying me like I weighed nothing, he still managed to beat up some of them with his precious bean bar. When we finally outran them, I was this close to puking all over his boots.
All right, we're clear. You okay?
That was actually such an insane experience. Thanks for saving my life.
Not a problem. I came here for you.
You came for me?
Well, my duty is to save and protect everyone in need.
Of course. Sorry for all the screaming earlier. The blood was pooling in my brain and I saw my life flash in 4K.
Fair enough. Let's get you home.
That's when I noticed we were at a port, in front of a ship. Wait, is this your ship? Am I finally going home?
That's right. Come on.
We boarded, but I couldn't shake the paranoia crawling in my chest. This guy was just too perfect, like he was sent here just to save me. But why? What's in it for him? Listen, I've had a rough week with different entities. So, just to be sure, are you here to actually save me, or, I don't know, harvest my organs or something?
I already did the first part, didn't I?
Right. As we finally boarded his ship, I realized that I needed a full spa day. I asked him if he had a bathroom and spare clothes because if I didn't get out of this gross hospital gown, take a bath, and brush my teeth ASAP, I swore I was gonna lose my mind. Thankfully, he had some spare clothes, but it was a giant black shirt that swallowed me whole. When I stepped out onto the deck, I walked in on him, bulking up, and oh my holy juicy protein powder. Look at those muscles and veins.
Wow, my shirt's way too big on you. But hey, better than nothing, right?
Yeah. But I like it. It's cozy. So, are you from here?
Nope. I came here to reclaim something that was taken from me. From us. And protect what's left.
Ooh, interesting. He then told me his name, Victor, a high-ranking military commander, apparently leading some kind of expedition through this weird, fog-infested region, hopping from island to island, chasing ruins, lost history, and something personal he wouldn't talk about.
I met a local in town. Her name is Nell, and she told me that this is a lawless region and off the grid, so it can be pretty chaotic. But that's all she shared.
That actually made some sense. But my curiosity was already screaming 100 more questions. Victor and I continued to bond. He was actually warm and laid back, and the way he kept checking on me, making sure I was okay, was doing something to me. But of course, just when things were finally looking up, the ship suddenly had engine issues, so we had to dock again in the nearest land.
We'll rest here for a while and ask around. Nell told me that the locals here are pretty sneaky and love ripping off passing tourists, so we just need to be a little careful.
We met up with Nell in a diner, who surprisingly looked like a supermodel with a tattoo on her right eye.
I heard you've had quite a trip. Eat up. You look like you haven't eaten in days.
Oh, you bet. Back home, my dinner usually comes plated like edible museum exhibits. But this will do, I guess.
So, where exactly is back home?
I told her about my background and how I ended up here, and she looked extra intrigued.
So you're not exactly the average tourist profile. People usually come here on ferries, not personal aircrafts.
Oh, speaking of aircrafts, do you know anywhere I can borrow one? Preferably a jet or a helicopter.
We can try the craft shop. Might have something experimental.
Craft shop? Like gadgets, machines and stuff?
Everything, babe. Just name it.
We finally arrived at the craft shop, and it was full of bizarre inventions and food weapons. And apparently, it was being run by equally bizarre young girls.
Build a jet in a day? Please, I could do it in my sleep with one hand.
Honestly, it sounded ridiculous. But at this point, the only thing that felt impossible was me getting back home. As the girls geeked out over engines and blueprint jargon, I glanced out the window and saw Victor and Nell talking, and they looked sus. Planning to eavesdrop on their little conversation, I stepped outside, only to crash into someone achingly familiar. Tall, brooding, and unfairly attractive. Mr. Graveyard Hottie. God, I missed him.
You're not safe here. They know who you are now. All of them. We need to leave.
What? What do you mean? And who's they? Suddenly, Victor stepped in.
She stays with me. That's not your call. Oh, I think it is. Because I'm responsible for her now.
2 of the hottest men alive fighting over me in the middle of a creepy fog-covered mystery land? Now it felt like a Wattpad fever dream. And Mila would be frothing at the mouth when she hears about this.
You need to come with me. You need muscle. Not some emo lantern guy, Avery. I've led troops through war zones, while he's guarding trees and graveyards. You do the math.
Honestly, it was impossible to choose. So I suggested playing rock, paper, scissors. And to my shock, they actually went for it. But it turned into an endless, awkward loop of ties. I considered flipping a coin, until we realized none of us even had one. I'd gladly come with both of you anyway, so did I just say that out loud? Before they could react, a red flash in the alley snagged my attention. A glamorous woman with sleek glasses, a stylish hat, and a banner stood there like a fashion model turned CEO. She pressed a finger to her lips and raised the banner. If you want real answers, follow me. She winked at me, then vanished into the shadows. Okay, definitely not suspicious at all. But my feet had a mind of their own. So I ditched the boys and followed her straight into a cafe and... Holy stepmother of boba tea! I wasn't expecting this to exist here. I immediately barged in, only to find that it was completely empty, except for that woman. She was sitting there, like a seductive riddle, with endless legs, casually sipping her drink like this was a date.
It's self-service.
Oh, love that. Real classy. Now, about those answers.
Why don't you throw a question first? Just a little suggestion.
Okay, fair. So, where the heck am I?
Spill the boba tea?
I mean, where? Like, exact location, GPS? How do I escape? She sipped her tea louder and even more dramatically.
They surely have the best boba tea around here. It tastes so divine. And sweet. And creamy. It's probably laced with... something drippy. Like a special honey made from paradise and...
Look, I'm here because you promised me answers, not some boba tea review. As if testing my last nerve, she started taking selfies with her tea. Serious question, are you trying to help me or mess with me?
Apologies. Can't a woman have a little fun? Anyway, before we get serious...
She took her drink and strolled toward me like she had all the time in the universe. I then held my breath as she leaned in, way too close. Seriously, what was up with this whole town or whatever? Why was it full of insanely attractive men and women, aside from those freaks and psychos, of course?
Try this one first.
I took a sip and realized that she wasn't lying about her boba tea review.
I knew you'd like it. Anyway, have you considered being a pop idol? With that face card and body tea, I can make you global.
Are you recruiting me or giving me answers?
Both? Anyway, I've heard your family owns quite a few islands. Think I could have, say, 3? Strictly for my child's private playground.
Wait, she has a kid? And how does she know that? Miss whoever you are, I'm this close to losing it. I just want my jet, my best friend, and a 14-hour spa day, and to go back to a life where my biggest problem was choosing which designer sunglasses to wear. I got up, ready to leave, when the doors and windows suddenly slammed shut, trapping us in.
It's them.
Which one? There's a lot of lunatics in this place.
You're probably confused. Being in a place that promises new secrets and answers long buried in time. and where people from different places come chasing power, riches, and control. Everyone wants a piece of you, some to protect you and use you at the same time, some to own you, some to experiment on you, and others to erase you.
What? Even the ones who saved me? The ones I kinda trusted?
Tragic, isn't it?
Then how do I know you're not one of them? She just sipped her tea again and shrugged.
That's your call, sweetheart.
What is this all about anyway? And what exactly do they want from me?
Your arrival just made things even messier. You're carrying something none of them planned for.
You just made me even more confused. What even are you? Spy, cult leader, crazy vlogger, rogue journalist, boba witch?
Oh, darling. I just like knowing how the story ends.
Then I want a jet so I can go home safely with my best friend. That's how my story ends.
Well then, your answers await, as promised. It's right beneath us.
She then tapped her heel on the floorboards. Wait, was she serious?
Quickly now, they're coming. And they're not here for the boba tea.
Just then, the whole cafe started to shake. And that was my cue. I flung the hatch open, climbed down, and found myself in some kind of underground cave. I was completely lost until I spotted a jet up ahead. Finally! Sweet, glorious escape. I took off running, only to stop dead in my tracks when I realized that it was just a toy. A stupid little model jet on a stand. And then I heard the echoes of that woman's laughter from above. I knew she was sus. She freaking tricked me, crazy witch. Suddenly, a beam of moonlight burst through a crack in the cave ceiling and hit me square on. I suddenly felt weird. What's happening? Just then, everyone started showing up from every direction, completely messing with my head.
The prophecy lied. It wasn't supposed to be you.
I was chosen to be the new moon, and not you. I am the true vessel, and that light belongs to me.
You are the perfect subject. I must know what you truly are.
Utterly visible.
You carry the moonlight, and with it, you can save what's left of us. Come with me, Avery. This region's balance depends on you. Let me protect you before they twist what you are.
Just shut up, all of you! And don't come any closer! Just then, I heard another woman whispering in my head. You don't owe them anything. Just keep shining, Avery. And just like that, I snapped back. I spotted a tunnel tucked into a corner and sprinted like my life depended on it. Because it did. When I finally burst out the other side, an actual jet was there. And Mila was inside.
Girl, let's go! Hurry up! We're running out of time!
Miracles do freaking happen, folks! I jumped in, slammed the hatch, and fired up the engine. That's when they showed up. Faces I'd never forget, charging toward me. But they were too late. I had already launched into the night sky. No one owns me. I'm done being told what to do. I'm my own person, not your freaking vessel or whatever. So guess what? Bye, freaks. Freedom, at last. I jolted awake to the sound of beeping machines and blinding hospital lights. Sweetheart? Oh my god, honey? She's finally awake.
There you are. You better have a good excuse for scaring us like that, young lady.
While I was still processing the emotional mess of seeing my parents again, someone else walked in. Mila. Her arm was in a cast, her eyes were glassy, but she was smiling, and I felt super relieved.
Welcome back, Aviator Barbie.
That's when it hit me. It was all indeed a dream, and I finally woke up. So apparently, I survived the crash, but fell into a coma for 3 months. And after the crash, Mila got us help, even with a busted arm, and screamed until rescue found us. Later, when it was just the two of us, I finally spoke. I'm sorry, Mila.
What for?
You were right. I was too curious, too reckless, and it got us here.
But we're alive, aren't we?
Yeah, and I had the weirdest dream ever.
Oh? Spill it.
And I did. Every juicy, terrifying, ridiculous, romantic detail.
Wait a minute. Your dream sounds familiar.
You say that like you've had the same one.
No, dummy. Remember the game I've been playing lately?
You play a lot of video games.
Genshin Impact? We literally watched the trailer of the new update the night before the accident. The place in your dream, it sounds like Nod Cry, the newest region in their world.
She opened her phone and played the trailer again, and my jaw dropped. The dark mist, the lighthouse, the glowing moon, the town, everything. My whole dream was literally there. But more than that, so were they. Just in their video game versions and aesthetics. Dive into the immersive world of Genshin Impact, the open-world action RPG where you explore, battle, and uncover the secrets of Devat across PC, mobile, and console, all seamlessly connected. On September 10th, version Luna 1 arrives with a massive update, the mysterious new region Nod Cry, and the most important story chapter yet, revealing long-awaited truths about the heavenly principles, Fatui, and Aether and Lumen. To celebrate Genshin's 5th anniversary, enjoy a free 5-star character, exciting challenges and minigames, tons of free pulls, and more. The Wish banners feature Lauma and Nahida, followed by Flynn's, Yalan, and newcomer Aino. Ready to explore, battle, and uncover the truth? Click the download link now and use your exclusive gift code to get a head start into that. I stared at the screen, amazed and traumatized at the same time. Was it really just a dream? Or something more? Either way. Okay, that's it. Give me the freaking game. I need to try it. I need to meet them again.
Welcome to the fandom, girl.
And just like that, I was ready to dive back into all those wild adventures. And even get closer to my favorite characters. You know who they are. Hey, I'm Miley from Venice. Before you listen to my story, please click like and subscribe. Ever since I was born, my parents were just busy in their own world, and they sometimes forgot I existed. When I was 3, my parents were getting ready to go out for their anniversary dinner, but minutes later, they walked out the door and left me home all by myself. I ran to the window and started yelling out loud, and that's when they came back running. Oh God, what are you still doing here? You're making us late.
But you forgot me, Mommy.
Come on, no time to talk. Hurry up.
This kind of stuff happened all the time. Then once when I was in 4th grade, I invited them for my annual day function. I was playing the role of a princess and was super excited for Mom and Dad to see me. But like always, they didn't show up. Ugh, I was so pissed. The other kids were taking pictures with their family while I was standing there all alone. And I finally lost it. I decided to walk back home by myself. As I was passing a sandwich stall, I saw a girl a little younger than me trying to steal a sandwich.
Hey, no, you can't do that. Stealing things is bad. But I'm very hungry, and I haven't eaten for days.
I saw tears in her eyes, and she did look like she was having a rough time, so I offered to pay for both our sandwiches. Her name was Lucy, and when I asked her about her family, she told me the most shocking thing.
I don't have a family. I lived in an orphanage, but the caretaker was so evil. She made us work a lot and didn't even give us any food. So I ran away.
It broke my heart to see her so sad, and I asked her to come with me. I have parents, not the best, but at least I can promise you a home. Besides, I've always wanted to have a sister. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she hugged me. Later, when we reached home, I asked Mom and Dad to adopt Lucy, but they refused straight to my face.
But Mom, I really want a sister. You guys barely have time for me, so...
So you picked a thief from the streets? Not happening.
They took Lucy back to the orphanage, and I cried my heart out. I wouldn't even eat or sleep, and I'd run off to the orphanage and wait for Lucy outside every day. Seeing me this way, my parents finally gave in and agreed to officially adopt Lucy. And I was the happiest. And in no time, we were like real sisters. Soon after, Lucy was starting school with me. And even though she was nervous, I promised I'd be there for her all the time. But the moment we entered, we fell in the eyes of Diana, the meanest girl in the school.
Hey, Miley, is that your new adopted sister? Ew, what garbage dump did you pick her up from? She stinks like a skunk's butt. Shut up, Diana, or I'm gonna kick your butt right now. Ugh, cut it out, Miley, and send her back. I don't think orphans like her belong with us rich people. My mom told me they're just the filth of society.
That was it. I pushed her away and she fell to the ground. But when I turned to Lucy, she was already gone. Later when I went home, I hugged her. It doesn't matter what anyone says, okay? You're my sister and I'll always love you. After that, I took a necklace from my pocket and put it around her neck.
What's this?
Open it.
OMG, it's our pictures. You're the best, Miley. I love you.
And I really loved her too. Days passed and I was always there to watch over Lucy. No one was gonna mess around with her as long as I was around. Then one day in 8th grade, we were given a math test when I suddenly looked up to see Lucy passing some sheets to Diana through the window. What the crackling crabs? I didn't want her to be caught by the teacher, so I kept quiet. But later when I went to the cafeteria, I saw Lucy at a table surrounded by Diana and her minions. What was this witch up to now? What's going on here? Leave my sister alone, you witch.
No, Miley. She's my friend, and we're just having lunch together.
Friend? Are you crazy? She's a bully. Stay away from her. Ooh, it looks like someone's really possessive. And it's not like I threatened her to hang out with me. She wants to be friends with the cool kids. What is she talking about, Lucy? You come with me right now. You're not staying with these girls another second. I tried pulling Lucy away, but she brushed off my hand roughly.
No, I'm not going anywhere. And please, don't embarrass me in front of my friends. I'm not a baby.
I couldn't believe my ears. My sister was fighting me for some bully? Later when Lucy came home, I tried to talk to her, but she wouldn't listen.
She's not bad, okay? She saved me from other mean girls in the washroom once and asked me to join her gang. Now I'm cool like them, don't you see?
She's turning you into a bad person like her. I saw you helping her cheat today, Lucy, and that's not cool. But my words had no effect on her. And after that, she started hanging around with Diana all the time. She'd be carrying around Diana's books, bringing her food, wiping the table clean for her. It was so annoying. She even missed my birthday and went shopping with Diana. And when I saw her pictures on Diana's account, Lucy was carrying loads of bags after her like a maid. Why was she such a doormat? A few days later during recess, I walked into the girls' bathroom and to my shock, I found Lucy ripping a little girl's notebook and throwing them in the toilet while Diana and her minions were watching. What are you doing, Lucy? Have you lost your mind? Drop that book right now. Ooh, here comes the bossy older sister. She just wants to tame you and put you on a leash like a dog. Do you want that, Lucy? Or do you want to be your own master? Listening to Diana's words, Lucy looked at me and ripped the book in half.
She's right. You're not my mother, Miley. You're not even my real sister, so don't tell me what to do. Got it?
How dare you? I always thought of you as my sister, but I think I made a mistake. I should have left you in that orphanage and never brought you home. You're a monster. I tried to pull the little girl out of there, but Lucy jumped on me and we broke into a wild cat fight. Just then, one of the other girls shouted that a teacher was coming, so they all ran away, leaving me on the floor. I was so done with Lucy now. That stupid bully was no longer my sister. Lucy would sneak out of the house at night all the time, and I couldn't care less. But then one morning, she didn't come back home. And when I went downstairs, Mom was furious. That devil child. She's at school and was caught trying to steal something. What? No way. We immediately drove to the school and saw Lucy sitting in tears in the office. Diana was there too, looking bored. The security guards had caught Lucy stealing final exam question papers from the principal's office. But I didn't want to do it. Diana made me do it. Seriously? I don't even know your name. And how could I make you do anything? You're just some loser. And I wouldn't even keep you around to wipe my shoes. Ugh, this witch. But there was no proof against Diana. So she walked free and Lucy was expelled. As she ran out of the office crying, I tried to stop her, but she pushed me aside. You just want to say I told you so, right? Well, don't. Just leave me alone. I didn't follow her. She'd brought this on herself. And maybe when she was less upset, she'd realize it. But when I went back home, I was shocked to find that all of Lucy's things were gone. She'd just left without a word. I tried looking for her for weeks and months, but didn't find her anywhere. Soon after, I left for college where I met John. We fell madly in love and got married soon after. My married life was perfect. But a few years later, I discovered that I could never have children. Both me and John were devastated by the news. And as years passed, things started to get worse. On our 5th anniversary, I cooked John's favorite dinner and waited for him to come home, but he didn't show up at all. And the next morning, the doorbell rang, and I found 2 kids about 3 years old holding a letter addressed to me. Miley, please forgive me, but I can't take care of these kids anymore. I've lost all my money and I'm in debt and I have to leave. Please don't look for me. I stared at John's handwriting in complete shock, and now he was running away and leaving them with me? Oh my God, that jerk! I immediately took the kids to the police, and it turned out they were my husband's kids, and their mom passed away some time ago. The cops decided to send these kids to the orphanage, and that instantly reminded me of Lucy. My heart sank thinking how awful her orphanage was. And without thinking, I suddenly yelled, "No, I'll adopt them." And in no time, the kids moved in to live with me. Their names were Dan and Dean, and they were adorable. The first night, I fell asleep next to them. A few hours later, I woke up to crazy sounds. I rushed downstairs and saw them banging on pots and laughing. Quiet! Are you both babies or devils? They both dropped everything and ran towards me.
Sorry, we play.
I instantly melted. Later, I took them out shopping for toys and clothes. When we came home, they were both full of smiles and even kissed me. It just warmed my heart like nothing before. My life felt perfect. A few years passed, and the kids forgot they had another mother before me. Then once when Dean was in the 3rd grade, I found him crying in his room. Oh, honey, what happened? He told me there was some guy in his class who was bullying him. He even had bruises on his face. Oh, baby. I'll talk to the principal and his mom, and you'll be fine. Mom's got you. The next day at the parent-teacher meeting, I waited for the kids to point the bully's mom out to me. When they did, I went ahead and tapped her on the shoulder. "Excuse me, is that your kid?" I turned around, and my jaw dropped. Miley? Lucy? Oh my God. We just stared at each other in shock, and then I spoke. "Was it your kid who bullied my son?" "What? Not possible. My son is an angel." "Oh, really? Then why does he steal my kids' lunch and hit them? Is that what you're teaching him?" "How I raise my son is none of your business, bossy pants. If my kid gets hurt, it is my business. Keep your kid away from them." I walked off quickly before she made a scene. But on our way back home, I couldn't stop thinking about Lucy. She looked so different and pretty, but I didn't have anything to do with her now. A few days later, the kids insisted on me taking them to the school carnival. When we got there, they ran off to have fun with their friends, and I got busy with the other mothers. But moments later, we heard a loud noise, and my heart jumped when we saw a huge fire had broken out in one of the tents. I started looking for the kids and found Dean immediately, but Dan was missing. I was shouting his name and looking everywhere, but what I saw next shocked me. Lucy was there, and she was walking out of flames with Dan in her arms. Oh my God, what happened? Is he okay? I hugged Dan tight and then saw Lucy's hand. It was all burned by the flames. I stayed by her side as the medical team bandaged her hand, and then I spoke. "Lucy, I can't ever thank you enough for what you did. But why'd you risk your life for my kid?" "'Cause he's your son and you love him. And I owe you a lot for what you've done for me." And then my eyes went straight to the locket she was wearing. It was the same necklace I'd given to Lucy ages ago. You kept it all these years? Why? She remained silent, but tears fell from her eyes. And I just hugged her. Oh, Lucy, why did you run away? I looked for you everywhere, but you were nowhere to be found. I was just so ashamed of myself, all the things I did, and I was horrible to you. I thought I'd ruined our relationship forever, and I couldn't face you anymore. But I've missed you so much. You picked up an orphan like me from the streets and loved me like family. But I threw it all away. I'm so sorry, Miley. Please forgive me. Already done. You're my sister, and I'll always love you. Come here.
When Jeff came to the rescue again. In case you guys have forgotten, I'm also here. Can I have some peace? After a few more minutes of pestering me, Danielle finally fell asleep. I carefully untangled myself from her and rolled to the edge of the bed. I whispered down to Jeff, "Are you still up?" He whispered back, "How can I sleep when I can't stop thinking about you?" Oh, my heart. Go to sleep already. We need to have enough energy to deal with these crazy girls tomorrow. Sure, but I need a goodnight kiss. I rolled my eyes as I grinned in the dark. Fine, carino. I reached down to him, intending to give him a kiss on the cheek, but to my surprise, he aimed for my lips instead. My heart almost jumped out of my chest when Danielle started snoring. Jeff and I were laughing soundlessly till our stomachs hurt. It was 5 a.m. when Jeff convinced me to sneak out and leave the two crazy girls behind. He paid for the rooms and we waited for help at the side of the road. Luckily, we were able to find someone to give us a ride back to the city. Jeff wanted to take me out on our first official date, so I wore the cutest pink dress and let my hair down this time. As he watched me walking towards him, he put a hand on his heart. Did it hurt? Huh? What did? When you fell down from heaven? His cheesy line had my heart doing hula hoops. Finally, I was able to giggle as much as I wanted. He took my hand and kissed it. "You're even more beautiful than I thought." He took his dad's car and we continued our love story that weekend in his dad's resort. Just the two of us this time. Everything was perfect until Monday. Word of Courtney and I kissing had spread like wildfire, thanks to Danielle, who was really mad at me for leaving her behind. And now everyone thought I was trying to steal Jeff's ex-girlfriend. There was an awards event in the school's gym the next day, and Courtney was declared the best cheerleader. After delivering her speech, she suddenly called my name out and said, "I can't stop this feeling anymore, Lucas. Will you be my boyfriend?" Danielle shouted from the audience, "Girl, your desperation is hurting my toenails. Dream on." Courtney fought back. "At least I wasn't dumped by Lucas." Danielle replied, "Yet." It was so awkward that I found myself running out of the gym as everyone laughed at Courtney. I skipped school for the next 2 days to avoid those girls and chose to hang out with Jeff as my real self. I was so happy when he agreed to watch a cheesy romantic movie with me. The movie ended, and as soon as the lights were back on, we were shocked to see who was sitting in front of us. Danielle's friends! They were about to turn around, but Jeff and I were quick. I immediately buried my face in my bucket of popcorn while he pretended to sleep. Thank God they immediately left. That was close. Jeff and I continued our little dates, but my love-filled haze of happiness didn't last long. I was heading to school one day when Lucas showed up, the real Lucas. He was troubled and unhappy back in my school. He said he had no idea what I'd meant when I said I was unpopular. People were picking on him left, right, and center. "I love our parents, sis, but I'm done with your life. I'm sorry." I would have agreed to switch back happily a few days ago, but now I wasn't sure. I didn't want to leave Jeff. On the other hand, I missed being a girl freely. I missed my parents too. What was I going to do? I told Lucas to give me some time and I went to school. Little did I know that this was the calm before the storm. That night, I got invited for a Zoom conference by Courtney. Out of curiosity, I clicked on it and was surprised to see the faces of everyone at school. Did I miss something? All right, now that everyone's here, are you all ready for our interesting lesson tonight? Oh no, I didn't like where this was going. She started playing a slideshow presentation for everyone to see, and it was pictures of me and Jeff, hundreds of them. Apparently, Courtney hadn't dealt well with my public rejection. She was suspicious of me and Jeff, and without our knowledge, she had stalked us during our last few dates. My world stopped when the pictures of me taking my wig off and kissing Jeff showed up. Everyone knew our secret now. My act was finally over, whether I liked it or not. So according to my research, Lucas's twin sister has been pretending to be him for the past few weeks, and she has had the nerves to kiss me and steal my boyfriend. I don't know which one is more disgusting. Ew. That was officially the end of it. I had to go back now. I was about to call Lucas to tell him what had happened, but he called me first and told me to come home urgently. I got really worried. Jeff drove me to my real house, and I saw my parents hugging Lucas with tears in their eyes. And Lucas wasn't dressed as a girl. What was happening? Mama? Papa? They immediately hugged me as soon as they heard my voice. Dad said, "Our bambina is back. Why didn't you tell us about this switching business?" I turned to Lucas, and while scratching his head, he told me, "Sorry, sis, Mama caught me in my underwear in the bathroom." Mom then started explaining, "We were forced to give up Lucas for adoption because we didn't have enough money to take care of you both. We never thought we'd see Lucas again, and we're so happy that we got to meet him." Lucas told us that he wanted to be close to his family, so he'd made a plan. There was more than enough room in his mansion for all of us. He talked to his foster dad already, who was totally fine with it. My parents were so over the moon. I was so excited to have a sibling and leave my horrible school. And of course, now I could stay close to Jeff. Jeff said, "Oh, by the way, dude, Danielle's no longer your girlfriend." Lucas laughed. "Great, I was wondering how I was going to break up with her. Seriously, those girls are the worst." The boys did a fist bump in front of me. Jeff then turned to me with a wink. "That's how it's done, babe." I just answered him with the girliest giggle ever. Amore mio.
I never knew my father, but Mom and I were really close. We didn't need anyone else. We both loved to talk over a cup of hot chocolate in the morning and tell each other the most interesting things we read on the internet. Fact-checked, of course. See? This male model is walking on the ramp with heels. Guess what? Apparently high heels were originally for men. After that, we biked to school most mornings on Mom's way to work. One day, when we were in a little bit of a rush, Mom and I raced through a light just as it turned. I didn't pay attention to a car making left turn, crossing the intersection and nicking Mom's back tire, sending her flying off her bike while it sped away. Rage rushed through me and I threw rocks at the car before it sped away without looking back. Oh no! Mom! I'll call 911. We need to get you to the hospital.
Did you see who did this?
No.
Well, let's not wait for the ambulance. I can take you to the hospital right now.
Here I am, getting into the story without even introducing myself. Hi, I'm Aurora. I used to live in Pennsylvania, and now in Australia. Before I tell you the rest of the story, please like and subscribe. The man introduced himself to us as Carrie, and he was so kind that he checked on us every day for the week Mom was in the hospital. Once Mom came home on crutches, she tried to go back to work at the chocolate factory. But instead, they let her go. No job meant we were about to lose our tiny one-bedroom apartment too. We were struggling when, like a guardian angel, Carrie showed up at the door. He came to meet us as it was his last day in Pennsylvania, and when he heard about everything, he had an idea.
I have plenty of room, and I'd really like to help you and Aurora.
The next thing I knew, we packed and left everything I liked and moved with Carrie to Australia. He had an enormous mansion. I had my own bedroom and my very own study with an art corner. Carrie even hired Mom to be his office assistant, and we never had to cook or clean anything. The upstairs housekeeper made our beds, and the driver took me to school along with Carrie's twin nieces, Julie and Jackie. You'll have to sit in the boot, like the dog we never had. There's plenty of room in the back seat. It's a big SUV. We're not sitting next to you. Just because our uncle took you in does not mean we have to change our lives to make room for you either. So yeah, I sat in the back. Didn't try to make friends with their friends, and I kept to my passion, which is art. When I wasn't finding art to look at, I was drawing. That one guy, Lee, who looked like a rock star, had his locker right next to mine. And one day, I accidentally hit him with my locker door, giving him a start.
Watch it, loser. You almost tore my jacket.
Your wardrobe looks like you can take it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. The door just swung open kind of fast.
Don't let it happen again, or you'll see how fast I can fight back.
He walked away, and I felt really weird. Like, was that a threat? Was he actually dangerous? Or just liked acting tough? He surprised me the next time we were both there at the same time, when he picked up a drawing that fell out of my notebook.
This looks like a cross between an old famous Degas and a cool Banksy. Way to mix decades together.
Wow, I'm surprised you know who these artists are.
Maybe you shouldn't judge a book by its cover.
He did dress like a rebel, and I'd seen him drive a flashy scooter. Lee was one of the most popular boys in school and super handsome. But that didn't mean he wasn't smart. Well, when the book speaks in cliches, you don't expect much.
Touché, mademoiselle. I'll try to be more original. Maybe you should crack this book open to see more of the story.
Are you asking me out in a very roundabout way?
It sounds like you want me to, new girl. I could oblige, but I don't want to be late for class.
He walked backwards, keeping his eyes on me for a moment, and then turned and went ahead. That afternoon, our English literature teacher separated the class into two halves. My half of the room wrote our names on tiny slips of paper and dropped them in a hat. The other half of the room each picked one of our names. Julie and Jackie got each other, which seemed fitting.
I got Aurora. What do you know?
You can put it back and pick again. I don't mind. The class laughed, but the teacher said there were no swaps, and we found out that we had to act out a scene from a Shakespeare play.
Oh, this should be fun. I bet you want to do Romeo and Juliet.
No, why would I pick that when I could play someone who hates you?
I thought you didn't like cliches.
Obviously we should do. And then we both said it at the exact same time. Much ado about nothing.
A play where the world could be blowing up.
And people are more concerned with the petty, stupid stuff.
Shakespeare really is timeless.
Yeah, stupidity hasn't ended in hundreds of years. Isn't it always the handsome ones who are the worst? All the way home, I had to bear Julie and Jackie taunting me about Lee while I sat behind them in the car. Is that play where you get killed by the boy you're paired with? That's definitely the one you should do with Lee. You two are thinking of fairy tales. Maybe you should do Cinderella and see how that goes. I ignored the rest of their jabs. The next day, I was studying in the library when Lee came over, plopped his smelly shoes on my table, and gave me a weird look. I snapped. I picked up the heaviest book I could find and threw it right at his feet. Oh, sorry.
Ouch! Ouch!
I laughed as I walked away. He still followed me, then blocked my path with his arm.
Come to my place after school?
What? Are you nuts?
Don't we need to practice the play? My house is perfect for it.
And what? You've got blisters on your feet? Can't make it to my place instead?
Ugh, does your place have a library and a stash of theater props?
Not sure. But okay, I'll come over. But first, apologize for the locker incident, now.
And then it would be a yes. Promise.
Yes.
I'm sorry, beautiful.
Did you hear that? Or is it just me? Okay, apology accepted.
Anyway, I'm good at lying, but you promised me. So, see ya.
Ugh. He stormed off and I went to his house after school that day. Only his parents' house was an even bigger mansion than Carrie's, and the art on the walls was better than a museum collection. Originals of every artist I'd ever heard of. Wow. Wow. Wow! Lee sprayed his mouth with some breath freshener before we started reading some lines together. That's weird.
It's not weird. It's chivalrous.
I think you should also do the same for your feet. What other fun facts should I know before I have to stand close to you?
Okay, Miss U.S. of A. Let's just focus on the homework, shall we?
When Carrie's driver came to pick me up, he asked Lee why he hadn't been around, as he knew him well, but that must be because Julie and Jackie had invited him to some party at home. As I reached home, I was surprised to see Mom and Carrie sitting close, watching a movie together. Well, I didn't mind. But later that week, Mom seemed upset after a nice dinner out with Carrie. When I asked her what was wrong, I was shocked at her answer. Carrie and I have gotten closer, so I guess he felt comfortable telling me the truth. He was driving the car that hit me. What? He deceived us and I thought of him as an angel all the time. He should be in jail. I'm going to call the police and tell them everything. Mom tried to stop me, but I stormed off and took a bus to the police station. The kind officer told me that they had no jurisdiction for something that happened in a different country. I was so angry. So I started to think of ways to hurt Carrie like he hurt Mom. I could let the air out of his tires, but that really only hurts his driver. I could mix salt into his coffee, but it might not bubble over like a soda would. I ended up taking scissors and cutting a slit in every pair of pants he had. But in one day, they were all replaced and Mom made me apologize. Aurora, you have to forgive him. I have. He's giving us a better life than I ever could. But he hurt you, and he lied? He didn't mean to, and he cares deeply. Maybe he has you fooled, but I am not. Because of everything, I was so distracted, even while doing my homework at Lee's house. I guess he noticed how quiet I was because he did something I least expected. Salsa! He kept on dancing, making these silly faces, and then he started tumbling over the furniture like a circus clown, which made me laugh till I cried. Eventually, he sat down next to me and took me by surprise when he hugged me. Why'd...
You look upset about something, and I've learned over the years that a hug is like magic. I wish I had them once, but since I didn't, I'd rather give them to people whom I like. A lot.
I didn't push him away. I knew that I needed that hug. But in that moment, I knew he needed it maybe more than me. I was happy, and we started spending more time together. He even offered to carry my books, started sitting with me at lunch, and when I told him about the chocolate factory where I used to live, he had hot chocolate waiting in a thermos for our next rehearsal.
We should rehearse the scene all the way through since we have to do it in class tomorrow.
He asked me to be his girlfriend, and I said yes. When I went home that night, I completely understood the expression, walking on clouds. Maybe our life in Australia was better than it ever might have been. I wanted the good vibe to last, so I couldn't face riding with the nieces to school the next day. I took the bus. On my way to class, I noticed Lee talking to Julie and Jackie, so I ducked around the corner so I could listen without them seeing me. Then I was shocked when he leaned closer to Jackie.
Well, I am that good of an actor.
Okay, but you can quit now. I don't like this anymore. You were just supposed to spend time with her to see how Jackie and I are so much better. I'm missing my boyfriend. Aren't you missing me too?
Of course, I'm doing this for you, right? You two came up with this plan.
Plan? Getting close to me was all some sort of game for them? He didn't want me any more than Carrie wanted us. I was fuming. I raced to the bathroom to pull myself together and set my own plan in motion. When it was time to perform our scene in class, I put on the low-cut costume our maid delivered for me with an extra prop I asked her to bring. Lee whispered in my ear before we began.
Aurora, you look amazing.
Wait for the next surprise. When he tried to squeeze my hand, I conveniently pulled away to grab my little paper bag with the prop inside. In our scene, we worked out that Lee would casually take a bite from an apple. We ad-libbed and made up some added dialogue when I handed him a caramel apple instead.
What a treat to have caramel. You'd think it was my birthday.
I tried to keep from laughing, but his face was priceless as he took a bite and found it was a caramel onion. The whole class laughed at him, but he kept going, like he wanted to prove he'd do anything for me. After class, Lee grabbed my arm.
What was that?
Maybe Jackie, your real girlfriend, has some of your mouth freshener for you.
Wait, how'd you find out?
I didn't want to hear any of his lies, so I ran out and left school early to go home to find Mom. I begged to move back to Pennsylvania, but Mom showed me a giant new ring right before Carrie walked in. Aurora, I know it's fast, but Carrie and I feel it was fate that brought us together.
I didn't know that my trip to America will help me find the two people I care about more than anything in the world. I'm very sorry that it had to be through an accident. It was an honest mistake, and I don't want to lose both of you.
I was beginning to soften toward Carrie. He was really showing he cared. I guess that look in his eyes was the dad moment I'd been missing. I'd been overthinking it, but he'd done so much for us. Clearly, my anger took the best of me.
And if you still don't agree, I'm not going to press your mom to stay. And, you know, I've had enough punishment as I had those piles you wished for me. At least take it back.
I'm sorry. But I never want to go back to that school, though. They're hateful. As I told them what happened, I didn't see that Lee had been let into the room.
You only think that because you don't have all of the information. Didn't you say you liked to fact check?
In that moment, I knew it was time I took charge of my own narrative. Lee looked like he'd been crying, but even his explanation didn't change my mind.
I never meant to hurt you. I was trying to find the right time to tell Jackie that she and I were through and how much I really do like you. That getting to know you was absolutely the best thing ever.
Wow, that's sweet. And I know what I'm doing. Lee, you're exactly the kind of guy I want to be dating. And Carrie, you've done so much for Mom and me. Only, I just realized that I don't want to be an extra in anyone's story or a prize in some twisted game. I don't need any grand gestures to know my worth or dictate my happiness either. Lee's eyes held a mixture of admiration and surprise. Carrie and Mom both looked like they respected what I was saying. I'm going back to Pennsylvania, not because I'm running away from what happened here, but because I've got dreams to chase. I want to go to art school and build my life on my own terms. Lee remained silent, but I could tell he liked what I was saying.
But what about us?
You will always be a part of my story, but it's time for me to write the next chapter in my own way. Carrie, you and Mom have a chance at happiness. I won't stand in the way of that. Lee, if what we have is real, it'll survive the distance and the test of time. The room was filled with a sense of understanding as Carrie told a maid to pack my things. When I hugged my mom goodbye, I whispered, "I'm doing this for us, Mom, so we can both be strong independently." I left the mansion with my head held high, not as a girl swept up in a whirlwind of events, But as a young woman taking her first steps into a future, she was crafting for herself. On the plane back to Pennsylvania, I sketched a collage of lessons learned over the past few months, friendships formed, and a path leading to a bold, unapologetic future of my own design. Of course, I included a kiss with Lee in that future. Stay tuned for the story of when he visits me.
Lily, sweetie, are you still mad at Mommy?
I turned away and continued to draw on the paper in front of me.
That's beautiful work, sweetie. You're your mama's kid.
I kept working. Mom, just leave me alone.
I'm sorry, darling. I can't explain. I'll do whatever it takes to protect you.
Grown-ups were so lame. They were always crying and saying the weirdest things. As Mom left the room, she turned to Mandy, my oldest sister.
Take care of Lily for me while I'm gone, okay?
As soon as I heard Mom leave, I said to Mandy, I'm going to go watch TV.
Go wherever you want to. I hope you don't come back.
Wherever? Great. Mom said she couldn't take me to Susie's party because I was too small to go out. But I was 6 years old. I was almost a grown-up. I could go out by myself. When I got outside, I asked an old woman standing by the side of the road, do you know Susie's house? It's got a pink gate. She said she did and she could take me there. But the house she took me to had a purple gate. Don't be silly. This is purple. I told you, Susie has a pink gate. I was starting to get angry now. Grown-ups could be so dumb sometimes. I turned to leave when suddenly the woman picked me up and rushed inside. I started to scream, but there was no one around. She put me in a dark room and said if I keep quiet, she'd give me ice cream. I don't want it. I want my mommy.
Should have thought about that before. Now I'm your mama. She'll never find you.
I started to cry. Just then, the door of the house flew open and someone yelled,
Keep your filthy hands away from my girl.
I started to jump up and down with joy. It was Mom. As the woman was taken away, my mom hugged me. How did you find me, Mommy? I was so scared. She said you'd never find me. She hugged me again and said,
I'll always be able to find my little girl. I put a special little chip in her brain that tells me everything about her, so I never lose her.
Hi, my name is Lily, and if you think you have an overprotective mom, wait till you meet mine. She can literally read my mind and can always track me down. She said that I'm too beautiful and can't go around by myself. When I was younger, I didn't know what that even meant. But before I continue, click like and subscribe. By the time I was 10, I had good grades in school and was the smartest kid in class. I could read books far above my age group, and I was better at math than Mandy. But my real passion was like my mom's, art. One day, my art teacher invited me to her house, saying she had some old canvases and paints I could use. I had just started working when the door burst open and Mom barged in, looking like a loony. Just what do you think you're trying to do with my child? You think I won't find her? Your little Lily is a prodigy. She's another Picasso, a Michelangelo. Keep your trap shut. I know you were trying to kidnap my kid. As Mom dragged me home, I couldn't help wondering how she even knew where I was. But then I remembered how Mom had once said she'd put a chip in my brain so she could always find me. That's how. The next day, we had a new teacher. And on top of that, Mom forced Mandy to join my class. Mandy was furious. I can't believe I have to go down a class just to babysit this brat, Mom. It's not fair. But Mom couldn't care less. You know your sister is special. You absolutely have to look after her. Mandy glared at me. I wish you'd just disappear. Yeah, well, I wish you'd disappear too. Years passed, and every day Mandy had a new reason to be mad at me. She kept picking fights for the smallest things. If I made a good piece of art, Mandy yelled at me and called me a loser. In fact, sometimes she yelled at me if she could hear me breathe. It's not my fault what Mom decides. One day soon after I turned 14, Mandy threw a particularly horrible tantrum when Mom said she had to go somewhere, and Mandy had to stay back to watch me. You honestly can't expect me to cancel my date to watch her again. When Mom came back that evening, Mandy was still in a really bad mood. So she said she'd take us out for pizza and ice cream. We'll spend some time as a family. This is bad. No. Just then the pizza was served, but Mom slid under the table and said, "We have to go, right now." But Mom, the pizza. Not a word, you two. Outside, now. As soon as she parked the car at home, she ordered us to go to our rooms and pack up. We're moving.
But why, Mom? She never replied. Before the night was over, we were on the road, driving to God knows where. I didn't even get time to pack my art supplies. When I was younger, I thought my mom was cool, but now that I was 14, she was starting to get on my nerves. In our new city, Mom moved us to a house in an almost empty neighborhood. There was just one other family and they lived across the road from us. When the truck was unloading our stuff, a boy came out of the house. He stood there, staring at me, and then he yelled, "I'm sure you're not from this town because you're the most beautiful girl I've ever met." I felt blood rushing to my face, but Mom immediately pulled me inside and said, "Maybe we should have tinted windows." Mom, it's bad enough I have to share a room with Mandy in this weird place. I can't live in a black-windowed house. I have rights. Where's Mandy? Curious to know what she was up to, I snuck to our room. The door was slightly open. I peeked inside and gasped. She was looking at a picture and crying. "I miss you so much, my love. I have no one here." Watching her cry like that broke my heart. I threw the door open and rushed to her. "Don't say that, Mandy. You have me." Truth be told, I expected Mandy to throw me out of the room for spying on her, but instead she hugged me and said, "I know, and you'll always have me, Lil." And then, just like that, my sister and I were best friends. When school started, I was excited. At least now I had an excuse to get out of the house. Mandy spent hours getting dressed because she was determined to be one of the cool kids. "I'm going to stun them all, baby sis." The minute we walked in, someone whistled. I grinned at Mandy. Clearly, her effort was not wasted, but she looked angry. I was confused until I heard someone say, "The blonde girl is gorgeous." I was? Since when? But throughout the week, it became clearer that everyone thought I was beautiful. Add to the fact that everyone who saw my art wanted me to do a piece for them, and before I knew it, I was hanging out with the popular kids. By the end of the week, I'd been invited to 4 parties, even to the one the captain of the football team was throwing. You don't just make art, you are art. I need this masterpiece in my house. I was thrilled. I couldn't wait to go. All the guys were already telling me I had to dance with them. There was just one problem, asking Mom. That night over dinner, I waited for the right moment to bring it up when suddenly Mom said, "These parties are useless. You can't go." My jaw dropped. Every time I started to think my chip theory was crazy, she just convinced me it wasn't. How else could she know my thoughts? "She didn't say anything about a party, Mom," Mandy said. "Oh, she doesn't need to say anything. I know." I looked over at Mandy in shock, and she looked just as taken aback as me. That night as we lay in bed, Mandy said, "It's unfair how she's so strict with you. I don't know why she hates you." "I wish she didn't," I said sadly. "Hey, you know what? If you want, we can sneak out." "What, really?" "Yeah, it'll be a ball. All the jocks will be there. And it's so great that the captain of the football team wants to dance with you." I was thrilled. I promised her I'd never tell Mom she helped me. The next day, the 2 of us got to the party when it was in full swing. Mandy immediately disappeared into the crowd. Everybody started to hover around, waiting to dance with me. It was as if the whole school had been waiting for me to show up before the party actually started. After a while, I was so tired, I absolutely had to sit down. That's when I saw him. He was tall and he was wearing a green shirt. Even from across the room, I felt his intense gaze. And when our eyes met, he smiled. I never knew a smile could make my heart race the way his did. I smiled back and he started to make his way to me. I waited with my breath caught in my throat. I just knew I was about to fall in love. "Hi, But before he could complete his sentence, the door flew open. "Lily, Lily, I know you're here. You are grounded for as long as you live." I gasped. "Oh no, Mom!" I was so mortified that I tried to duck under a table, but she knew exactly where to look for me. When I got home, I was shocked to see Mandy already there. She looked at me apologetically and whispered, "I'm sorry." As soon as I saw Mom there, I just ran. I don't know how she knew. Mom started to yell at us. Me for sneaking out, and Mandy for not watching over me. If I've told you once, I've told you a billion times. I wanted Mom to admit that she was a psycho who'd put a chip in my brain. "How did you know?" "What? How did you know where I was?" "Don't ask questions, Lily. Just go to your room. You're grounded." I had to put a stop to this. I couldn't let Mom control me forever. There was only one person I could turn to, Mandy. That night, I told her my suspicions, and all she said was, "I don't know, kiddo. Mom really does seem to have it out for you."
I'd be careful if I were you. You have to help me, Mandy. I have to go see a neurologist and get this thing out of my head. Mandy promised that we'd go next time Mom was out of town or we had a chance to sneak out. The next day in school, I was a girl on a mission. I had to find the guy in the green shirt. I checked every nook and cranny. I went around asking everybody, "Did you see the guy in green yesterday?" It turned out that a lot of people were wearing green. Why did Mom have to come before I caught his name? By the end of the day, I was so disappointed that I gave up and was wandering aimlessly around the school when I saw the art room. Immediately, I made my way to it. As I set up a canvas, I once again began to drift into my universe of colors. "Hey there, I thought I might find you here." I broke out of my reverie and gasped. It was him. My heart immediately began to thump like 100 drummers were banging away on it. You were looking for me?" He smiled and said, "Well, a little birdie told me that the most beautiful girl in school was looking for someone in a green shirt. I thought I might be the lucky winner, am I?" I looked at the ground and nodded. In a flash, he was next to me. "Why?" I wanted to ask you out." He stepped closer to me, and I gasped. He came closer and closer, till his face was just an inch from mine. "I'd love to go on a date with you." With that, he turned to leave, and I breathed a sigh of relief. I hadn't even known I was holding my breath. As he reached the door, he turned and said, "Oh, and in case you were wondering, Lily, my name is Eric." When I got home that day, I was still flustered, and my heartbeat would not slow down. I kept thinking only one thing: Eric, Eric, Eric. Suddenly, Mom barged into my room and she yelled, "Snap out of it." "What?" This boy. "Eric, just stay away from him. Boys only bring trouble." I gasped, and then suddenly I felt furious. "You aren't the boss of me, and you can't control my life forever. I'm going to date whoever I want to. Don't make me do something I don't want to." The next few days went by in a magical haze of Eric, who was spending every minute of school time with me. I'd never felt happier in my life. And then one day, Mom announced that she was going to an art auction to sell some of her work. She would be gone for the whole day. This meant I could spend the whole day with Eric. We decided to visit a nearby town that was famous for its art museums. The minute Mom left, so did we. For once, I was sure I was safe from Mom, but I was so wrong. As we wandered around seeing museum after museum, Eric suddenly stopped and told me he had a small gift for me. Of course, I wondered what it could be and gasped when I saw it. It was a gorgeous hairpin. One look was enough to know it would have cost a fortune. I'm not much good at art myself, but my grandma was. This was hers. She'd have loved you and would have wanted you to have this. "Oh, Eric, it's lovely." And then I couldn't stop myself. I leaned in to kiss him, and what a kiss it was. I felt like the brightest colors had sprung up all around us. Just then, I felt someone pull me away. "What are you doing? Are you trying to take my daughter away? Did they send you?" "Who? What? No one sent me." But Mom wasn't listening. Her eyes were glazed over and full of panic as she tried to drag me away. "Let go, Mom. I don't want to go anywhere with you." As soon as we got home, Mom yelled for Mandy. "Pack up, Mandy. We're moving." "What? No, I'm not going anywhere with you. You're crazy. I know you've put a chip in my brain, but I'm done letting you ruin my life." "Don't be stupid, Lily. There's no chip." I turned to see Mandy standing at the bottom of the stairs, and Mom looked horrified. "Mandy? No, you can't. Watch me, Mom. I'm just as sick and tired of you as she is. You promised me we wouldn't move as long as I told you." "Told her what? What are you talking about?" "She's been using me to spy on you all your life. There was never any chip. The last time we moved, she said if I was nice to you and told her everything, we could stay." I was stunned. "Why would you do this, Mom?" Mom stood speechless, and Mandy said she'd wondered that too. I got so tired of Mom acting crazy that I snooped around in her papers and found everything. "Will you tell her, Mom? Or should I?" Mom looked at me, tears pouring down her cheeks. "After Mandy's dad left, I was completely broke. A really rich couple who couldn't have a baby offered me a great deal of money to carry their child. But as soon as I set eyes on you, my Lily, I couldn't bear to give you up. So I ran away with you both, and I've been on the run ever since, terrified they'd find you and I'd lose you." "Me? You ran away with me?" I looked at them in shock as the reality set in. My mother was not my mother. My real parents were out there somewhere. My whole experience had suddenly turned upside down. I refused to even acknowledge Mom's existence. She had stolen me from someone and used Mandy against me all this time. Eric convinced me that everything she had done was out of love and I needed to forgive her. Eventually I did, but only on the condition that she'd tell me who my real parents were. I needed to go see them, and they deserved to know what happened to me. My real parents were overwhelmed with joy to see me. I stayed with them for a few days, and they seemed like lovely people. They could give me the life every girl dreamed of, but something kept bothering me. I'm sorry you went through all this, but I have only one mother, and she's waiting for me. Smile, please. Click. You should be on the cover of a family magazine. So perfect. I fake a smile and walk past the photographer. To the outside world, we have it all. A big house, cars, money, and my parents' perfect marriage. But what goes on inside the house is another story. Hi, I'm Fatima from Afghanistan, and this is how I made my jerk dad regret having me as a daughter. But before I continue, click like and subscribe. Mom and Dad were high school sweethearts, but their parents were dead set against the match from the start. Dad took a stand and got married to her anyway, cutting off all ties with his family. Mom was so blindly in love with him after this because she thought he was her real-life Romeo. But sadly, it didn't last. Dad was pretty mean with me and my elder sister Sasha when we were growing up. Once, I ran up to him excitedly to show him my report card full of A's. He tossed it aside without even looking at it.
So what? Anyone can study and get good grades. It doesn't make you special.
He never let me participate in any math international competition, saying,
"You can't leave the country. Girls should be raised to be good wives. Period."
Once, the principal called my parents and told them I should be transferred to another school for gifted students. Dad lost his mind and started yelling at the principal.
"You all feminist women, trying to poison our daughters."
As soon as we hit our teens, Dad made our lives a living hell. Suddenly, we weren't allowed to do anything or go anywhere on our own. Soon, he started criticizing the clothes we wore and said they were too revealing. Once, we were getting ready to go to a wedding. When our dad came to our room to see if we were dressed properly, he took one look at us and lost it.
"Go, wash your face. You look so ugly."
We were angry, but we did as he said. When we reached the wedding, though, once again, he became the doting father. What a hypocrite! Men and women are separated in these weddings, so I told Sasha that we could put our makeup on again and enjoy our night. And so we did. My brother didn't have these problems. He was Dad's little pet. God, he even got a cell phone at 8. Dad kept telling him he was the man of the house, and he had to keep us women in check. It seemed like Dad was getting more paranoid by the day. He shifted our computer in the lounge so he could see what we were doing. He threatened to kick us out of the house if we even mentioned having social media accounts. One day, when Dad wasn't home, I decided to set up a Facebook account. I wanted to join all the math groups on Facebook, but as soon as Dad entered, my stupid brother ratted me out. Dad went from normal to the Hulk in less than 5 seconds.
"How dare you? I told you to never make a Facebook account. Are you that desperate to find a boyfriend? No one will want you anyway because you're ugly."
Dad, I'm old enough to have a Facebook account. Dad got mad and disconnected the Wi-Fi. I tried talking to Mom about it, but it was pointless. She never saw any fault with anything he did. He's your father. He knows what's best for you. The next thing we knew, he pulled us out of school and enrolled us in an all-girls institution. I couldn't believe it. This is so unfair. All my friends are here. You can't do this.
I can. And I have. If you want to live under my roof, you will do as I say.
I couldn't let him get away with it. If he wanted to play hardball, then I'd learn from the best. He invited his friends over for dinner a week later, and it was the perfect opportunity to get a little revenge. When Sasha and I came down to greet the guests, Dad almost choked on his tea.
"What are you wearing?"
"You said we should dress to impress your rich friends." Dad shot Mom an angry stare, and she hurriedly dragged us out of the room. Strike one, and Dad was livid. For our stunt, he cut off our allowance and refused to give either of us any money. It was worth it. And it was okay because I was one of the best students in the class and kids were always asking me to tutor them. I lied to Dad and said my math teacher was forcing me to take extra classes because I was really dumb, and he easily bought it. So I started tutoring a bunch of kids after hours in school, and I was making good money. A month went by, and one afternoon at school, right in the middle of a lesson, the door suddenly burst open. I turned in horror to see it was Dad, looking mad as a raging bull.
You take me for a fool, girl? Pack your things this minute. I felt humiliated in front of my classmates, and I didn't want to make things worse, so I left with him. When we got home, he screamed at me some more and insisted I give him all the money I'd made tutoring, but I refused. Fine, but make sure it lasts, because there's no way you'll be making any more. Dad kept a strict eye on me after that to make sure I got home right after school. At first, I thought there was no way I could teach anymore, but then I came up with a brilliant idea. Dad was always away hanging out with his friends in the evenings, so I decided to sneak students into my basement. I told Sasha all about my plan, and it was her job to make sure Mom and my brother wouldn't find out, and I was back in business. A few weeks later, while I was teaching, the door suddenly opened, and my brother was standing there. Sasha was right behind him, crying and saying that she was really sorry. My brother took one look around the room and said,
"Just wait till Dad gets home. You'll be in so much trouble."
I ran after him and grabbed him by the shoulders. "Listen here, you little idiot. What will it take to keep your mouth shut?" He thought about it for a few moments and then told me I had to give him half of whatever I was making. As if I was going to tell him how much that actually was. I agreed to it, and he kept his mouth shut. But I was always a little afraid he'd rat me out. A few days later, when the kids were entering the basement, I saw a boy staring at me. He was a few years older than me. He stepped closer and was about to say something when my brother jumped out from behind him and said,
"Are you lost, kid? Need any help?"
He was so annoying. The boy looked embarrassed and left. That night, I knew a new family moved in next door, and I was excited to have new neighbors. That evening, they came over to introduce themselves. With them was the boy I'd seen earlier. He was their son. Mom and Dad were so warm and welcoming with the neighbors. I smiled at how nice it felt to have a normal moment, but it didn't last. The moment the neighbors were out the door, Dad was at my throat again. "I saw the way you were looking at him. We know nothing about them. He could be a criminal." The next thing I knew, Dad was boarding up the windows in my room. He really was a lunatic. After that, things just kept getting worse. I'd saved up enough money to buy myself a phone, and I was so excited the day I got it. I snuck into my closet and took it out of the box and started browsing and downloading apps. I was finally able to access my Facebook account too. My excitement was short-lived though, because I came across a page that made my heart stop. Dad was on Facebook, and his profile was just pictures of him with strange women. The things on his page and his friends list made me cringe. I had no idea he was such a cheater. What would Mom say? I quickly ran to Sasha's room to show her what I'd found. She scrolled through the pages and sank down on the bed in disbelief. He wasn't trying to keep us safe from the cruel world. He was only trying to save himself from being exposed and make sure we never found out the truth about him. It's disgusting. Come on, we have to tell Mom. We ran to Mom's room where she was busy fixing her hair in front of the mirror. "Mom, I need you to look at something." "I don't have time. Your dad will be here to pick me up soon." "But Mom, it's about Dad." She looked at the phone and then back at us. I was expecting her to be angry with him, but instead, she started yelling at us. "How dare you talk about your dad like this, after everything he's done for you?" And with that, she stormed out of the room. We were in shock. Was she really that stupid? Or just in denial? The next morning, when Sasha and I reached school, her friend came up to her and said, "Sash, isn't this your dad?" I wanted the ground to swallow me up. Dad was trying to befriend girls from my school? The man was disgusting. It must be a fake account. Sasha walked quickly away to her class. Mom was still in denial. It was so annoying to see her make his favorite dishes every day and do his laundry. I just need to get her to open her eyes somehow. When Dad left on another overnight trip, we tried to talk to Mom again. We showed her Dad's Facebook page along with his friend requests to the girls at my school. But her reply shocked us. "You girls are ungrateful. Making a fake account just to get me to agree with you? You should be ashamed." "Mom, you've got to be kidding. You can't still think he's innocent." We were trying to convince her when we saw a shadow block the doorway. The blood drained from my face. Dad was standing right behind us. You're back early, honey." Dad looked like he was gonna erupt. He walked up to me and wrenched my phone out of my hand. "You wretched creatures, openly going against me, feeding lies to my wife? And where did you get this phone?" I stared at him silently, and my brother popped up behind him.
She teaches kids in your basement, Dad.
Dad let out an angry snarl and smashed my phone against the wall. After that, Sasha and I were grounded and weren't allowed to leave our rooms. Then a few days later, my mom came in holding a fancy dress. Get dressed, Sasha, and come downstairs. We looked at each other without moving. Now. There were a lot of people in our living room.
Ah, there's my sunshine. Come, sit with me.
I felt like throwing up. My heart was pounding, and all eyes followed Sasha as she walked across the room. I recognized the guy next to Dad as his business partner, but I had no idea who everyone else was.
Ron has always been interested in marrying you to his son.
What? She was only 18. Sasha tried to get up, but Dad grabbed her hand and kept her from doing so. I was boiling inside. I wanted to tell them to get lost, but I knew that wouldn't end well. Mom and Dad were on their best behavior, and you'd think there couldn't be more loving parents in the world. It was an Oscar-worthy performance. After they left, Sasha stormed into my parents' room. How could you even think about marrying me off? And to that nincompoop? His family is really rich. He's a high school dropout. I plan on going to college, and I want a career. You can't do this to me.
Watch me.
I stood rooted in the corner. I couldn't let this happen. I had to do something to save my sister from this monster, our dad. That night, when I went to throw out the trash, the boy next door was in his yard. He smiled when he saw me. I walked straight to the trash cans, too afraid that Dad would see me. When I was walking back, I saw something on the fence that wasn't there before. I picked it up and ran up to my room. Over the next few days, he started leaving little swans for me to find. It was the sweetest thing. No matter how horrible my day had been, the swans would make me smile. Maybe one day I'd be able to talk to him. As the day of the wedding got closer, tensions rose higher. Dad got crazier, Sasha got angrier, and Mom just went about being a robot as usual. The day of the wedding arrived, and Dad was running around frantically, making sure everything was perfect. I walked into Sasha's room and gave her a tight hug. Listen to me carefully. I have a plan. The guests had arrived, and the groom and his family took their places. I knew everything was going according to plan when Mom came running in.
Why are you acting like a fool?
Sasha.
What happened to Sasha?
She's gone. She's run away.
What?
The groom and his family were livid. Ron grabbed my dad by the collar.
We've never been this humiliated in our life. You will pay for this. Please, Ron, we can work this out.
As I ran up to my room, I saw not one, but 8 swans, and my heart swelled. I didn't know how I'd ever thank the boy next door for helping me with my plan. I could hear Dad trashing the house downstairs. I needed to make Sasha run away on the wedding day, so Dad would be too ashamed to look for her and get her back. Just then, the door to my room opened.
Pack your things now. We're leaving.
What do you mean, leaving?
You two have destroyed his reputation. Dad's lost his business partner, and you're asking why we're leaving?
With that, he slammed the door and left. Dad followed every move of mine like a hawk. I wasn't allowed to go to school on my own either. One day when I came back from school, Mom was sitting in the lounge, but she looked different. Dad walked in and sat on the couch.
Make me a cup of tea.
Mom didn't move.
Didn't you hear me? Make me a cup of tea.
I didn't know what was happening, but I was loving it. Get out of my house, you cheater. Dad was shocked. That's when I saw his phone in her hand. All this time, I thought the girls were lying. But this? Get out. Get out. Now. I thought Mom was going to pop a vein. I secretly hoped she'd kick my brother out too, but you can't get everything you want in life. Dad tried to fight back and feed her lies as usual, but she wasn't listening this time. When he realized there was no way out, he yelled,
"If I didn't need your money, I'd have left you a long time ago. You were always useless. And don't think you're going to get much from these ungrateful kids."
With that, he left, and that was the last I saw of him. Things started to get back on track. I had a life, friends, and a Facebook page. I started up my tutoring gig again, too. I was also able to track down Sasha eventually. I sent her a message on Facebook. I told her how Mom finally woke up and kicked Dad out, and how our brother was finding it difficult to adjust to life where he had to do his own chores. Even though Mom had finally done something brave,
I could tell that she was depressed and heartbroken. I asked Sasha to come and see us. She had worked multiple jobs to put herself through college and was about to graduate. I was so happy for her. A few weeks later, the doorbell rang and I ran to the door. I let out a cry of joy when I saw it was Sasha. Mom heard the noise and came running to us too, crying happy tears as she took Sasha in her arms. As she wiped her tears, Sasha turned to me with a smile. "There's someone waiting for you outside." I stepped out onto the porch to see. It was the boy from next door. He was holding a paper swan. I smiled at him and held out my hand where he gently set it. "Let's go for a walk. I'd love to finally get to know you."
When I was 5 years old, I was playing alone near the road when suddenly, a bus full of kids stopped next to me. A tall man with a bushy beard came down. He knelt down next to me.
"Where are you off to, little missy? Would you like an ice cream?"
Do you have blueberry popsicle and orange icy creams?
Oh, yes, I have those. I have everything.
But I don't have money. I'll get it from Mama.
It's for free. Just come with me, princess.
Free? Why? Are you trying to kidnap me?
Suddenly, he tried to grab my hand and pull me towards his truck. I was terrified.
Let go! I don't want to go with you!
Get away from my girl, you monster! Mama rushed forward and grabbed me while the man turned and ran away.
Mama, how did you know I was here?
I saw the monster's face through my baby's eyes.
My eyes? How?
See, mi amor? Mama sees everything you see. She's got the doctor to put a special camera behind your eye so she can always come help her baby. My eyes widened in shock as she carried me home. Mama was the coolest, or so I thought. Hi, my name is Isabella, and I'm a Tico. That means I'm from Costa Rica. I was born in one of its smallest villages. When I was 7, I found a book outside the village doctor's house one day. It was full of lovely pictures. I took it to Mama and asked her to help me read it. Mama snatched the book from me and threw it into the fire. Then she said if she ever saw me reading, she'd make me do all the house chores, alone. Fine, I'd just do it where she couldn't see me. The next day, I snuck out to the village doctor and said,
"If you teach me how to read, I'll make sure no one bullies your kids for being snobby brats."
But before he could even say a word, Mama showed up. I told you, I know everything. Whenever you try to disobey me, I will make you regret it. It was obvious she could see whatever I did, all the time. But what if I did it in the dark so she couldn't see? So every night after everyone went to bed, I would light the tiniest candle in the house and teach myself to read some words. By the time I was 15, I was sure I wanted to go to school in the city. But Mama obviously decided it was time for me to get married. You're lucky he agreed to marry you because, darling, you're ugly. But the day before the wedding, the volcano close to our village erupted. Within hours, we had to leave everything behind and run to San Jose to our Uncle Pablo. On our way, someone told us that my groom had run away with another girl, with all the dowry my parents had given him. When we reached his house, Uncle Pablo immediately pulled Papi to his study, while his daughters, Daphne and Carla, rushed out to see me. Just as I was about to say hello, Carla slapped Daphne and came to me. I jumped back, scared she was going to hurt me. "Oh, don't worry, we had a bet. If you're pretty, she would slap me, and if you're ugly, I would slap her." And yeah, I slapped her hard. "You are ugly." Then Daphne came and gave me a quick kiss on my nose. What was happening? "Aren't you a little cutie? But you look innocent. How can I get you a boyfriend then?" "A what? What's a boyfriend?" "It's a guy whose life you'll ruin." "I don't want to ruin anyone's life. I don't want a boyfriend." Well, too late. I've already made my decision. They both burst into laughter at the exact same time. Suddenly they stopped laughing and glared angrily at each other. Ooh, sisterly drama. It turned out that Carla had stolen Daphne's boyfriend last year, and they'd not spoken to each other properly since. Then their mama said one of them had to share her room with me. Immediately, Daphne grabbed my arm and pulled me to her room. "I'll take good care of her, Mama." Then she said loudly so her sister could hear, "I need someone to take my revenge from this witch so-called sister." Once inside, I put my pillow on the floor and was about to sleep. But Daphne insisted I sleep on the bed. "But I can't sleep on your bed. Mom will get mad. She put a little camera behind my eyes and she can see everything." "Are you crazy or something? What camera? Just sleep on the stupid bed, you stupid village girl." Wait, Mom was lying about the camera thing all this time? And I believed her! I felt so dumb. In the middle of the night, I woke up to a strange sound. I sneaked a peek and almost passed out. There was a guy in the room, and he was kissing Daphne. Just then the door flew open and Carla charged at them. You little backstabbing, good-for-nothing witch! You're making out with my boyfriend! What kind of a sister does that? I'm just giving you a taste of your medicine. Remember when you stole my boyfriend? Besides, I thought he should date the prettier twin. Prettier? You're literally a copy of me.
There's two of you? What's going on? Which one of you is my girlfriend?
I am. No, me! Suddenly they were both pulling the poor boy and trying to kiss him. One of them threw a shoe which came flying at me. Ow! Keep me out of your drama, you psycho Humpty Dumpty! All three of them turned to me. The boy's eyes met mine, and my heart started beating like crazy. He pushed them both off him and stepped towards me. The twins looked from him to me and were immediately one team again. Get out of here! They pushed the boy out of the window and high-fived each other for getting their fight. But the next second, Daphne spat on Carla's face. I hate you. Don't think we're friends just because we both hate this cow. The next morning, I ran downstairs and found Mama crying. She said that since we were poor, we would have to work as their servants. Carla pinched me. You hear that? From now on, you're our maid, Cinderbella. Just then, Poppy spoke up and said that Uncle Pablo had generously decided I would start school with Humpty Dumpty. What? As soon as we got to school, the twins turned on me. Listen here, loser. Don't you dare tell anyone you're related to us. Yeah, and don't forget, you're still our maid. Then each one went with a boy, like a different boy from yesterday. As soon as I sat in class, I noticed everyone was staring at me, especially the boys. One of them instantly asked for my number. When the teacher came, she spotted me as the new kid immediately and asked about my previous school. I gulped, suddenly nervous. I learned to read and to write. She's lying. She's never been to school. She's our maid. No, that's not true. I mean, it's true I am their maid, and I've never been to school, but... Never been to school? I can't believe they put you in 9th grade. You should be in 1st grade. And within the hour, I was sitting amongst itty-bitty 1st graders. As soon as the teacher would turn to the board, someone would pinch me or pull my hair or throw spitballs. If you were in the village, I'd have you all running to your mamas and puppies. A small mousy girl, Mindy, threw a paper ball straight at my face. Yeah, but you're not in the village now, are you, you Dumbo? Oh, how I wished I could fight these rich brats. A few days later, the principal came to our class and found me sleeping. You made a huge mistake by putting me in the 1st grade. Just let me take some tests and you'll see. Finally, she agreed. Then the principal took me to the 9th grade. This girl here is a true genius. She's smarter than all of you without ever going to school. The guy who asked my number winked at me. Beauty with brains? Me likey. Maybe you can help me study privately. I grinned as I caught the look on the twins' faces. They looked like they'd smelt dirty diapers. At lunch, a group of kids gathered around me. One of them said he'd pay me $100 if I tutored him. Another yelled, My family is 10 times richer. I'll pay you $500. Before the end of the week, I was the official school tutor. Obviously, this meant I was one of the most popular kids at school. And best of all, money was rolling in. My parents also got extra jobs at a fancy restaurant, too. One day after school, a woman stopped me and said she'd give me $100 an hour if I helped her kid with math. A little later, I was at her home, waiting to meet her little angel. It turned out to be Mindy, the 1st grade bully. The minute she saw me, she ran out screaming, I'm not studying with this ugly village cow! No amount of money was worth teaching this brat. Just as I was leaving, someone called me. It was the boy from the twins' room. He looked just as shocked to see me. Well, say something. What? Oh, hi. I'm Juan, and you're beautiful. You are the evil twins' shared boyfriend. Ugh, don't even remind me of those psychos. They both still show up here and peek in through my curtains sometimes at night. I'm Bella, their cousin. Bella, I know this might sound a bit much, but ever since I've seen you, I can't stop thinking about you. Would you like to go on a date with me? I would, but I can't deal with the twins' drama right now. I just want to study and save up for college. They'll never know. No one will. Till you want them to. I really wanted to date him, so I said yes. In a minute, he was with me and kissed me intensely. Suddenly, someone started banging on the door. I see him. He's kissing someone. I can't see her face. Open up, Juan. We just want to talk to that witch. Juan helped me escape his house through the backyard while he held them off. I ran home to find the twins were there before me, and they looked pissed. Why are you grinning like you've got a hanger stuck on your mouth, moron? Why do you look like you're about to die? She threw a shoe at me while I ran upstairs. The next few months were amazing. Juan and I snuck around whenever we could. All the while, the crazy twins were hot on our tail. Once he came to the house, and just as he leaned in to kiss me, the twins appeared. I ended up pushing him into one of the bushes. Another time, I decided to wear a wig and huge glasses to one of our dates, and the next day, wanted posters were up all over the school. But it all came crashing down soon enough. One day, Juan surprised me by taking me to a very fancy restaurant. To my horror, it was the same place Mom and Dad had started working at. But thankfully, they acted like they didn't know me. But then out of nowhere, the twins showed up. Juan, babe, you want to meet your in-laws? Shut up, Daphne. What my parents do is none of your business. Yeah, but it's Juan's business, you gold digger. Babe, that's her parents. And she's our maid. Well, guess what? I knew all that. I don't care. I love her exactly as she is. She's so much better than you bimbos. Mom and Dad heard the commotion and came to us. And Carla started making fun of them and their clothes. That's when I really lost it. I'm so tired of you two. Ever since we've come here, all you've done is act like you're much better than us, just because you're born in the city. But that doesn't make anyone better. It's kindness and generosity that makes people better and worthy of love. And all of you've been till now is mean and cruel. If that's what city people do, I'm so glad I was born in the village. Suddenly, everyone around me started clapping. Some kid from the table next to us threw a poached egg at the sisters, who screamed and ran away. That evening, I went to Mom and Dad's room and said I had saved enough money to move out. With your income and my tuition, we can totally leave this hell. The day after we moved, I was shocked to find out someone had put up a video of my little rant, and it was going viral. Everyone said I was brave and smart, while the twins were just awful bullies. They even got suspended from the school for a month, and they were banned from the prom. But I quit that place anyway and joined Juan's school. Life eventually turned normal. Best of all, not only did Mom and Dad join my classes to study, they became my best students. Hi, my name is Julie, and my story animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now! I have no idea where I was born or who my parents really were. All I ever knew was my orphanage and the kids there. But once when I was 5, I saw a magazine in a trash bin and I fished it out. As I flipped the pages, I came across a picture of a beautiful couple. They looked perfect! I was certain my parents looked like that. I cut out the picture and tucked it under my pillow. The next day, a couple came to the orphanage and the head mother took me to meet them. I looked at their faces and then at the picture in my hand. Nah, I'm not going with them. And with that, I ran off to hide. Basically, after that, I refused to get adopted till I met the couple of my dreams. By the time I was in 1st grade, most of my friends had left. One night, as I was looking out the window at the stars, I spotted some paint cans and brushes by a wall. I climbed down and started painting on the side of the building. I thought it looked really good, but the next morning, I woke up to the head mother's screams. I want everyone downstairs, now! As I joined the rest outside, she pointed at my painting. Which one of you brats made this nonsense? Speak up! Just then, a car drove up to the orphanage, and I was shook! It was a beautiful couple, exactly like the one in my picture. Okay, not exactly, but close enough. Suddenly the woman said, Oh, wow! Who painted this wall mural? Me! It was me! The head mother turned purple while the couple told me I was so talented. And then they adopted me. When we reached their house, my jaw dropped. It looked more like a palace. They took me to my beautiful room, and a maid walked in with paints and brushes. You can paint the walls however you like, sweetheart. Go crazy. For the next 2 years, I lived my best life. Grand birthdays, party on yachts, exotic vacations. My parents kept me by their side and were always boasting to their friends about how talented I was. I felt truly loved. Then one day, in 3rd grade, I went downstairs to find them crying. Mom? Dad? What's wrong? Oh, darling, these are happy tears. I'm pregnant. After trying for 10 years, I can't believe this is happening. I ran forward and hugged them. It would be awesome to have a sibling. I fell in love with baby Polly at first sight. While she and Mom were resting in the hospital room, I went to the vending machine to get candy. But when I returned, the room was empty. I ran to the reception, and the lady there said that my family had just checked out. Wait, what? I felt panic rise in my chest. Just then, a kind-looking doctor approached me. Sweetheart, is everything okay? I got lost. home, please? The lady dropped me home and I stormed off inside. I found my parents in my room and all my stuff was outside. Some men were slapping on pink paint all over my wall art. Mom, Dad, I'm here!
Good to know. Why are you announcing it?
Hello? You guys forgot me at the hospital? No, I didn't. Did you hit your head somewhere? And can you please pick up your stuff? Turns out my parents had decided to convert my room to Polly's nursery, and I was shifted to the room in the other wing of the house. As Polly grew older, she had my parents wrapped around her little finger. She could do no wrong. Once when she was 2, we were having dinner when she jumped onto the table and pushed my bowl of hot soup onto my lap. Gosh, Polly, what's wrong with you? Don't talk to her like that. She's just a baby. She doesn't know what she's doing. As I stormed off to change, I didn't feel too sure about that. By the time Polly was 4, my parents felt worried because she still only spoke in her baby language. One time when I was watching TV, she suddenly climbed onto the couch and brought her face close to my ear.
Julie, I hate you. You're disgusting.
What? What did you just say?
You heard me.
And with that, she smiled and started watching TV. Just then, Mom and Dad walked in and I shouted, "You won't believe this! Polly can talk! Like proper words!" What? Oh, my baby, I missed it! What did she say? She said she hates me, and I'm disgusting.
Wow, Julie. Really? She just started talking and she's saying words like disgusting? What rubbish!
I swear! Oh, be quiet. Polly, if you can talk, say, "I love you, Mommy."
Baba Mumuka.
You've got us excited over nothing, Julie. I don't know why you're turning into such a brat. Oh my God! I was convinced my baby sister was a psychopath. One night, I looked at the symptoms of psychopaths online, and they were usually highly intelligent and used big words from a young age. Polly seemed to fit the description perfectly. She started talking properly in front of everyone soon, but that just made things worse. When I was in 11th grade, and Polly was 8, my parents decided to host a grand New Year's party. As I was getting dressed, I looked up in the mirror to see Polly standing behind me, holding a pair of scissors. "Hey, that's dangerous. Give it to me." She gave me a look that sent shivers down my spine.
You didn't say please.
And then she grabbed her long blonde curls and snipped them off. Oh my God, why'd you do that?
Oh, you'll see.
And suddenly, her bottom lip started to quiver and tears welled up in her eyes.
Mom! Dad! Look what Julie did! My beautiful curls! This is such a tragedy!
Mom and Dad came running, and they were beyond furious. They wouldn't even listen to me.
We know you're jealous of Polly, but we never thought you'd go this far.
Sometimes I wonder if we made a mistake adopting you. Sometimes I think I made a mistake too, thinking you were the perfect parents. With that, I ran off to the park across the street. I was sitting on the swings when someone joined me.
Hey, is everything okay? Why are you here by yourself at night?
I live right across the street, and I'm fine. Why are you here?
Oh, I just moved here with my aunt, in the house next to that huge mansion.
I felt myself warming up to his kind face, but just then, my tummy let out a loud growl. God, how embarrassing! But he didn't laugh. He just leapt off the swing and said,
"I gotta head home for dinner. Would you like to join me and my aunt?"
When I got to his house, I was in for a surprise. His aunt was that doctor who dropped me from the hospital years ago, and she actually recognized me. As Lucas walked me back home, a clock somewhere struck midnight, and fireworks exploded all over the sky. Happy New Year! He suddenly took my hand, and my heart raced a little.
Everyone should have someone to kiss on New Year's Eve. Happy New Year, Julie.
He pulled me closer, and I leaned in for a kiss. My parents decided to give me the silent treatment for the next few weeks, but I didn't care. I'd spend all my time after school painting in my room or hanging out at Lucas's place. We'd started dating, and I was loving every second of it. One night, I let Lucas in through my window, and we were making out when suddenly we heard the lock on the door click, and someone flung it open. It was Polly! Oh my God! How did you open the door?
I have keys to all the rooms. Duh! I come here all the time. So, why are you keeping your boyfriend a secret from me?
You're seriously asking why? Maybe because you're a complete psycho and you'll find a way to ruin anything good in my life?
Jeez, you're so melodramatic. So, Lucas, how soon can you marry Julie and take her away?
What? I can't marry her right now, but...
Wrong answer!
And with that, she fled the room. 2 minutes later, my parents burst in to find me sleeping peacefully.
Where's the boy?
What? What boy? Polly said you had a boy in your room. Well, I was sleeping, so I don't know what crazy Polly saw. Go ahead and look. My parents searched my room and the servants searched the grounds and found nothing. After they finally left, I lifted the loose floorboard in my room and Lucas crept out from under it. That Polly thought she knew everything, but I'd been here longer than her. But to my horror, the door flung open again, and my parents and Polly were standing there.
See? I told you he was still here.
How did she even know? All hell broke loose as my parents called over Lucas's aunt and threatened to hand him to the police for breaking in. Please, sir, it won't happen again.
You bet it won't. Do you even know who I am? Stay away from my house, or you'll regret it.
As Lucas's aunt dragged him off, Dad turned to me.
You're grounded for eternity. God knows what kind of people your parents were, because you seem like a really bad egg.
Well, by that logic, your parents must have been big jerks.
How dare you talk like that? After everything we've done for you, you're just an orphan no one wanted, and we saved you from that miserable place.
No, you took me because you just wanted a talented child to show off. But since Polly came, you've reminded me every day that I'm not your kid. As I paced around my room furiously, my eyes fell on a stuffed teddy bear on the shelf. It was the only present Polly had given me once. And suddenly, I had a realization why. I pulled out the teddy bear's eyes, and I saw what I'd suspected. There was a tiny camera behind one of them. Polly had been using it to spy on me. I looked straight into the camera. Polly, you're a creep, but this is the last time you'll mess with me. And with that, I ripped it out and smashed it with my foot. That night, I packed my paintings and climbed out the window, leaving that house behind forever. And it felt good. But I didn't go to Lucas. I went back to the orphanage.
Well, I just knew you'd be back one day. You can stay, but you'll have to earn your keep.
I started teaching kids in the orphanage, and I felt happier than I had in ages. One day as I was going to class, a car drove up, and I was shocked to see Lucas and his aunt. Lucas ran to me and gave me a bear hug. His aunt took my hand next and said, Julie, Lucas and I were wondering, would it be okay if I officially adopted you? Thank you for that, but I don't need a parent. I can take care of myself. I'm just happy to have you as my friend. I kept dating Lucas while I worked my way through college. Soon after my graduation, he went down on one knee with a ring. And of course I said yes. We got married in a small ceremony, but I made sure to invite all the kids from the orphanage. We had the sweetest wedding day ever. A year later, I gave birth to a beautiful baby boy, and my heart soared with joy. I'll work hard to give you the best life possible, and I'll make you always know that you're truly, truly loved.
I couldn't stop yawning. We were having an orientation program at our school auditorium, but everything was so boring. I put on my earphones and listened to an upbeat song to wake myself up. Soon, I just found myself singing along with it.
My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard, and they're like, it's better than yours. Yeah, right? It's better than yours.
Suddenly, I stopped when I realized that everyone was looking at me like I mercilessly kicked a puppy. Whoa, what did I do now? Just then, my sister Nova pointed to my earphones, and that's when I realized that my voice was louder than intended, and unfortunately, it was the prayer time. Oopsie. Hi, my name is Heather, and I'm your awkward main character who always ends up doing the most embarrassing things ever. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. I was walking down the hallway when I noticed a guy smiling at me. He was holding a banner which said that he was asking me to the prom. Holy crispy biscuits! Someone actually liked me? I dramatically ran towards him and said, "Oh, my Romeo, yes, yes, yes! I'm going to the prom with you!" But to my surprise, he pushed me away. Ew, not you, weirdo. He was actually asking the girl behind me. Well, that was a little awkward. The girl was Shannon, the principal's daughter who acted like she was the queen of the world. She snatched the banner away from him and tore it in half.
How dare you ask me out with that ugly face of yours?
The poor guy dashed away with tears. Shannon had been plastering her stupid face all over the school the whole day, trying to get everyone's votes for the prom queen. I even heard her bad-mouthing my sister Nova, her ultimate rival. They had been competing in terms of fame and beauty, while here I was,
just trying my best to act as normal as I could. Nova was a year younger than me, but we were in the same grade because, aside from being a goddess, she was also a genius and everyone was just obsessed with her. When I went to the school gym to see her, I was surprised to see all the boys lining up in front of her.
Please, Nova, I will do anything. Just go to the prom with me and I'll kiss the ground you walk on. I'll pay you $1 million and give you my private island.
But Nova was too busy to care. On the other hand, no one had asked me out yet. Maybe I needed to step up my game this time. Later that night, I decided to practice my social interactions. So I chose my bookshelf to pretend as my boyfriend. While I was kissing it, I caught someone watching me through the bedroom window across mine. Wait a minute, was that Enzo? He used to be my grumpy neighbor when we were kids, but they moved out 10 years ago, and no one had lived in their house since then. I was about to say hi to him, but he raised a banner to give me a message before closing off his window. Rude. During dinner, Mom told us that Enzo's dad decided to continue their business here, so they were staying here permanently. She also added that Enzo was joining our school too, and it made me excited for some reason. Later that night, while I was putting out the garbage bag outside, I saw him doing the same. I almost passed out when he turned to face me. He looked more handsome up close. Wow, look at you, growing up so fine. Miracles do happen indeed.
And you're still a waste of oxygen.
Look, I'm sorry for pushing you on an anthill and stepping on your flowers in your yard. I was just a kid back then. Can we forget the beef and start all over again? As friends, you know, and nothing else. I mean, you're cute, but sorry, you're not my type. But he just gave me a look like I was a lost turd in the street and walked back inside. What a jerk! I just focused on my current goal, getting myself a prom date. But first, I had to get a boy's attention. Most boys loved soccer, so I studied about it all night, and the next day, I walked up to the field where the hottest jocks were practicing and tried to join them. Soccer is the best. I love to kick balls real hard. Nice kick, homie! But everyone was acting like I was invisible. Maybe I should try harder. I grabbed a megaphone and walked up to the middle of the field. Did you know that soccer's modern origins began in England in 1863, but not sure about the exact month and day though. I'll dig into that later. And oh, my favorite player is Lionel Messiah. Finally, someone turned to me, and it was Jacob of all people, the most popular guy in school. Jackpot. As he walked up to me, I gave him my sweetest smile.
Excuse me, but can you move? We're practicing.
Oh, let me join you then. I snatched the ball from him and kicked it, but I ended up kicking him instead. Uh-oh. I dashed away from the field before he could kill me. Just then, I tripped and fell face first into some dog poop. When I looked up, I saw a familiar face walking up to me. It was Enzo. I thought he was going to help me, but to my surprise, he skipped over me and went to pick up a random sunflower on the grass. What a terrible human being! I went to the toilet to clean up and hyped myself up in the mirror to calm down. You're not a potato, you're the ripest strawberry, a queen, a rock star. You don't need to change yourself for someone's validation. Don't chase them. They should be the ones chasing you. But then, you're not running. You're literally standing right now, so how could they chase you? Maybe you should start running. Ah, you're so smart, you little strawberry. As I was blowing myself a kiss and posing like a constipated duck, I noticed someone's reflection behind me. It was Jacob. How long have you been standing there?
Long enough to fall in love with you?
Wow, did someone blackmail you or something? What are you doing here?
I'm here to punish you for kicking me.
But it was a harmless little kick. Or was it an assault? Oh no, I'm going to jail. Do you think they have Wi-Fi there?
You're amusing. Want to be my girlfriend?
Pinch me, punch me, shake me, throw me away to Mars. I might be dreaming. But no, Jacob, the cutest guy in school, just asked me out, so of course, I said yes. We finally started dating, and everyone couldn't believe it, especially Shannon. I'm sure Jacob's just using you for some little entertainment because you're literally a joke and an embarrassment. Remember? He's mine. He's yours, but he's dating me. Weird. Go lick some soap, please. How dare you talk to me like that? Don't you know who I am? You're Shannon, right? Before she could eat me alive, Nova suddenly came and snatched me away from her. What are you doing? What? I didn't do anything. I just told her to go lick some soap. Please, Heather, just stay out of trouble. You'll never win against her. She's the principal's daughter. If we continue to piss her off, we'll be doomed. I still need to be the prom queen and graduate as the top student. Just relax, okay? I got you. I knew Nova wasn't convinced, so I promised myself to behave. I ignored Shannon's death glares at school and focused on the perks of dating Jacob. But for some reason, I wasn't feeling the sparks. One night, he insisted on having dinner with us at home, and Mom couldn't believe it when I introduced him as my boyfriend. Are you sure you're not blind or something? Mom! Jacob just laughed while Nova went ahead to her room. As soon as Jacob left, she suddenly barged into mine. Of all the boys, why him? Don't you find it suspicious that he noticed you all of a sudden after all of these years? Why? You find it impossible for a guy like him to actually like a nutcase like me? It's not like that. I just don't really trust that jock. I started to realize Nova's warning over the next few days. Whenever Jacob and I were together, he would always ask me to do some weird things like talking to a dog and eating without using my hands. He and his friends would then laugh at me like crazy, and it was very insulting. One time after lunch, I had a little food crumb near my nose, and he didn't tell me about it. Everyone thought it was a booger, and he'd been laughing with them all day. I finally had enough. I needed to break up with him, so I followed him to an empty classroom, only to witness something that shook my world. He was trying to kiss a girl, and it wasn't just any other girl. It was my sister. I hid behind a wall to listen to their conversation. Get off me, you jerk.
Come on, Nova. Don't you get it? I only dated your sister just to get close to you.
I don't care. Just leave me and my sister alone. She slapped him before storming off, leaving me totally stunned. His revelation didn't break my heart, but what he did to us was so low of him. I had to teach him a lesson. That weekend after their successful soccer game, I snatched the announcer's mic and dropped a bomb on them. Hi, hello, excuse me. Jacob, first of all, congratulations on the win. Yay! And second, we're done, okay? This is a breakup, and it's not you, it's me. Just kidding, it really is you because you're boring, your breath is stinkier than poop, and your abs are not hard enough for me. So, bye! Everyone erupted into laughter as I walked away like a boss. Nova couldn't stop squealing about it when we got home. Of all the embarrassing things that you did, that was my favorite. We then decided to go to prom together, and to be honest, that sounded better. As Nova left, I caught myself glancing at my window straight to Enzo's. He was walking back and forth in front of his window while reading a book, and it was making me dizzy. Well, if he wasn't so grumpy and arrogant, that would have been attractive. It had only been a few weeks since he joined our school, but he had already formed his own fan club, and I wasn't surprised. Suddenly, he stopped and looked straight at me. I slowly and pointedly pulled out my chair, sat, leaned on my study table, and opened the book in front of me while making eye contact. Then I wrote something on a piece of paper and showed it to him. He looked amused for a second, but then he rolled his eyes at me before pulling his blinds closed. Wait a minute, why was I smiling? The next day at school, I found out that Shannon got mad because Nova accidentally ruined one of her posters, and now they were having the cat fight of the century. I threw myself between them and pushed Shannon away. Oh, please, Shannon, no matter how hard you try, my sister's gonna win that crown. You're just a plain pancake with 1,000 layers of makeup. My sister is way prettier than you. She's a natural. Natural? Let's make it artificial then. She grabbed a bucket of dirty water from the janitor's cart and splashed it on Nova's face. To get back at her, I grabbed the dirty mop and slapped it on her stupid face, taking everyone by surprise. Hurt my sister again, and I'll slap you with a cactus next time, you filthy creature. You're gonna pay for this. You'll see. That's right. Run home to mommy, because that's all you can do. As expected, the principal suspended both Nova and me for 2 weeks, and that also meant that we couldn't attend prom. Nova tried to negotiate with the principal, but of course, she'd side with her awful daughter. If my sister couldn't be the prom queen, then Shannon shouldn't be either, and I had to do something about it. After carefully planning my revenge, I put on a mask, gloves, and a hoodie, and some props before heading to Shannon's mansion at midnight. I hid behind some bushes as I waited for their front porch light to be turned off. Suddenly, someone popped in beside me.
Fancy seeing you here.
Holy puppies, what are you doing here? Did you follow me?
Judging by your outfit, I knew you were about to do something stupid again, so I just came to warn you that trespassing is illegal, and we should just go home.
Why do you care anyway? You're just my grumpy neighbor.
Just then, 2 scary black dogs started barking behind us. Oh no, I know I'm not exactly pageant material, but do I look like a bone? Please, don't answer that. Just then, the dogs started chasing us. Enzo grabbed my hand and led me to the back of the house. We then entered an open window and ended up in the kitchen. We can't stay here. We're gonna get caught. Don't you think I know that? Remove your shoes. We can't leave marks. They can trace us through shoe marks. I've watched that one episode of CSI where the serial killer was caught because of his Adidas. Can you believe it? Suddenly, someone walked in. Enzo was quick to cover my mouth and pushed me against the wall to hide. As he was on high alert, I couldn't help but think how close we were right now. I could even feel his heartbeat racing. Or was it mine?
She's gone. Now tell me, what exactly do you plan to do for revenge?
Watch me. As we finally reached Shannon's bedroom, I took out my fake crocodile balloon, and while I was blowing it up, I noticed Enzo staring at me. What?
Nothing. You're cute.
Wow, I didn't expect that from you.
Sorry about being grumpy. Those were just the times that I had my period.
I continued blowing up the balloon to hide my blush, and when it was huge enough, I threw it beside the sleeping Shannon, waking her up. I started taking Polaroid pictures of her as she screamed her heart out, making sure I got her worst angles. Enzo and I were chuckling as we fled the scene. We then headed to the school to put up all Shannon's ugly, no makeup pictures all over the school. I got home still on a high about what we just did. Enzo was an amazing accomplice. Speaking of him, I turned to look at his window and my jaw dropped. He looked like he had just had a bath, and then I realized he was shirtless and I could see his abs. His very defined abs. Holy yummy macaroni! Just then he turned to me and caught me drooling all over him. I immediately pretended to be doing exercise by the window. Exercise is important, you know, especially at midnight. Not that you need that information. Like, look at your body, you obviously work out. You look healthy.
You look healthy too.
He then gave me a smile and shut his window. Ugh, that was awkward. The next day at school, the whole building was filled with Shannon's screams. Enzo and I couldn't help but laugh as we watched her tear off her pictures like an idiot. We became closer since then, and soon I just found myself falling for him. One day when I came down, I saw him in our living room. What was he doing here?
Hey, Heather, I want to ask you something.
Oh my gosh, was he finally going to ask me out on a date?
Is Nova home? I came to return her notes.
Oh, so they were close too. Nova? Yeah, she's here, definitely. This is her house too. Let me get her. I went upstairs and told Nova that Enzo was waiting for her. She went down and they kept talking. I even heard them laughing, and for some reason, it sounded annoying. Enzo and Nova continued hanging out with each other. Of course, if he likes someone, that would be her. I shouldn't be surprised at this point. I decided to distance myself from him. I would act busy whenever he approached me at school. I didn't want another Jacob situation. I had to get over my crush before it was too late. But it wasn't easy, especially since every time I spoke to Nova the past week, she would be like, Enzo this and Enzo that. Did you know that Enzo is excellent at math? Oh, Enzo prefers salty food too. So that weekend, when Nova asked me to hang out with her and Enzo as a favor, I told her I was busy planning on stalking them. They went to the park to feed some ducks, and I was extremely jealous. Suddenly, it looked like he was about to kiss Nova. I jumped out of the bushes and screamed, "Stop! Don't kiss!"
What?
There's an insect. There, it's gone now. Well, hey, you two. Such a coincidence to see you both here.
Are you spying on us?
I'm no spy, you dork.
I thought you were busy.
I was. Anyway, I just realized that I need to go home. I left something in the kitchen when we went out, and I needed to make sure it didn't burn or something. That's why I've been acting anxious. That's right, I need to go home. But I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the day. Bye! Ugh, that was a disaster. But when Nova got home, she kept insisting that I was jealous. Fine, I was jealous, okay? But it was just a crush. You don't have to worry about it. I'll get over it soon enough. Just, can you please try to not bring him up every time?
Heather, there's nothing going on between us. Every time we hang out, we talk about you.
I asked you to come with us today because he said that you've been avoiding him. What? The guy is in love with you, you fool. Her revelation almost made me pee my pants. Thank God I was able to reach the bathroom just in time. I was expecting Enzo to talk to me about it, but to my disappointment, all he did was shut his window and avoid me at school. Weird.
The day of the prom finally came, and Nova and I decided to crash the event, and everyone was so hyped up when we came with our iconic outfits. Shannon was about to throw some fit, but then the announcer came up on stage to finally announce the winners. As expected, Jacob won the prom king, and Nova as the queen. Deserved. This is unacceptable. She was disqualified because of her suspension. Shannon tried to snatch the crown from Nova, but some people picked her up and threw her out. Serves her right. I was about to look for Enzo among the crowd when I suddenly crashed into the table of drinks. Everyone turned to me as I bathed in orange juice. Just then, someone approached me and started wiping the juice off my face. Enzo!
You silly girl.
What are you doing?
Taking care of you?
Why?
Because I like you. I like how weird and awkward you are, and how loud your personality can be. I'm drawn to how real you are. I'm in love with you, Heather. Everything about you.
Well, I guess I like your abs. He chuckled and finally asked me the ultimate question.
Will you be my prom queen?
I thought you'd never ask. Everyone then cheered for us as we finally kissed. Hi friends, I'm Abigail and this is my story. Please like and subscribe. I was born to one of the biggest rock stars in the country. My dad was super famous and was known as Richard, the king of rock. After my mom left him, Dad was always in the news for his dating life. He literally had a new girlfriend every month. Growing up, Dad gave me everything, except his attention. He was too busy touring the world and breaking hearts while I was looked after by the household staff. Once in first grade, our school took us on a day trip to the beach, and I was having a great time making sandcastles when suddenly I started feeling really dizzy. I don't feel so good. You don't look so good either. Ew, just don't puke on me. I tried walking to the teacher, but before I could, I landed straight into a sandcastle and everything went black. I woke up to find myself in the hospital with Dad by my side, and I was diagnosed with diabetes. The next few days, I was just really happy to have Dad at home, fussing all over me. He was busy looking for a live-in nurse who'd make sure I took my meds properly while he was away.
Too old, too grumpy. She looks lazy. Man, she's got a big nose. Oh, look, Abigail, she's cute. Let's call her.
Her name was Bridget, and Dad hired her the minute she walked in. Although I could tell that she was no good. After Dad left, she just spent the whole day watching TV or talking to her friends. Hey, lady, isn't it time for my medicine?
Oh, sweetie, I don't know how to read the time. I'm dyslexic.
Are you even a real nurse? Yeah, I did go to nursing school for like 2 months, but I dropped out. Sick people are gross. I just took care of my medicines myself because I couldn't trust her one bit, and I was gonna get her fired soon. My 10th birthday was around the corner, and I decided not to have a party for my classmates because I wasn't really close to anyone. I knew they were just friends with me because I was rich. Dad promised me he'd come home and we'd celebrate, just the two of us, but he never came. Call him. He promised he'd be here.
What am I, your maid? And he's not gonna come now, so just eat something before you start feeling sick.
Nuh-uh, you can't make me. I was beginning to feel dizzy, but I still refused to eat. Just then, a girl my age entered the room with a cupcake in her hand. Listen, you. This is my daughter, Percy. She just came from the village today. She'll celebrate your birthday with you, okay? I honestly didn't want to, but then the girl suddenly shoved the cupcake in my mouth. Yummy, isn't it? There are more downstairs. Whoever reaches there first gets to lick the frosting. After that day, Percy and I became best friends, even though her mom sucked. I loved Percy and didn't want her to leave, so I never got Bridget fired. But when we were close to graduating high school, Percy dropped a bomb on me. She was going to Oxford University. That's frickin' expensive. And without you, I'll fade into Bolivia. You mean oblivion? And I saved money from all my summer jobs. Plus, I got a student loan. Can you imagine? I'll be the first in my family to go to Oxford. It's like a dream come true. Oh, what if I come to Oxford too? Come on, you can't tell the difference between Bolivia and oblivion. It's not like you can clear the SATs. They're super hard. But I did clear them. Actually, I barely cleared them after working my butt off for a month. The day my Oxford acceptance letter arrived, I felt like my heart stopped for a second. Yes! When I looked at Percy, I could see she looked really surprised. How? Is this a fake letter or a real one? Did your dad make a donation or something? How is this even possible? Percy, it wasn't that hard. Come on, let's go shopping! I was so pumped for London, but there was only one thing: my fear of flying. I'd never been on an airplane before, but I so wanted to do this. When we boarded the plane, Percy and I had seats in different aisles. That wasn't good. I knew I was gonna panic. I got a seat in the middle of an old man and some young guy. When the plane started moving, I felt like I was having a heart attack. Oh God, save me please. I think I'm drowning. Yep, my heart's sinking. I just want to get off this plane. Just then, the young guy next to me took my hand and he gave me a dimpled smile. Hey, calm down. You'll be okay. Just look at me and take deep breaths. And we're not drowning, we're flying. By the way, I'm Ryan. I'm Abigail. Okay, so the moment of truth? We've taken off. I used to be frightened of flying too when I was a kid, but my aunt would distract me until the plane took off. Always worked like a charm. Your aunt sounds amazing. She sure is. Now, if you don't mind, you can loosen your grip on my hand. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't even realize. It's okay. As long as it worked for you. Gorgeous. Throughout the flight, Ryan and I talked. He told me about how his aunt had raised him after his parents had passed away, and it was her dream to see him succeed in life. When we landed at the airport, I told Percy everything, and she asked me why I didn't get his number. Oh, bummer. When I entered the class on my first day at college and took a seat, the girl next to me gasped, OMG, I know who you are. Hi, I'm Sophia. And oh God, can you get me access to your dad's wedding? What is it, his third or fourth? My Insta followers will go wild if I post pictures from the wedding. Sixth, and I'll see what I can do. Just then, Percy came and sat next to me, and Sophia made a constipated face. The class is about to start. Just mop quickly and go. Excuse me? Mop? I'm in this class just like you. Really? And out of all the clothes in the world, you decided to wear these gray overalls? The same as the janitor's uniform? Epic! Okay, this girl was a jerk. I grabbed Percy's hand and we both sat far away from her. Percy was fuming and I told her she looked wonderful. Just then, I saw a familiar face enter the class. It was Ryan. Hello, class. I'm Ryan, and I'll be teaching you archaeology. Let's start off with the attendance. OMG? Ryan? My professor? Apparently, he was some kind of child genius and had graduated at a very young age. But when I tried to talk to him after class, he just walked away. Later, I told Percy who he was, but she didn't believe me. Oh, really? Then why didn't he say hi? I don't know. Maybe he had anemia or something. Amnesia, not anemia. It happened in every class. He always acted like I didn't exist. And after a while, I gave up trying to talk to him. But one time, I was in the cafeteria, and just as I opened a can of soda, it exploded on the person in front of me. On Ryan. Oh no, I'm so sorry. It was a mistake. Oh, I guess it just runs in the family. You guys just make mistakes and never mean any harm, right? Just leave it. Huh? What was that about? He walked away before I could ask, and I decided not to bother with it. I was here to study, and for the first time in my life, I was really enjoying it. Learning about prehistory captivated me, and I really wanted to become an archaeologist. A few weeks later, Percy got some bad news. Her mom was sick and she had to go back for a few weeks. Give my love to Auntie and don't worry, she'll be all right, promise. With Percy gone, I felt rather alone. But luckily, I made a few friends, and a week later attended a Halloween party with them, dressed as a vampire. I was having a great time, till I went to the bathroom and took off my mask. And Sophia turned up out of nowhere and started taking selfies with me. Wonderful. My followers are gonna go crazy. So, how are you, girl? Worse than I was a minute ago, because you're here now. Whoa, snappy. Is it because I showed your friend the mirror? Come on, she did look like a janitor that day. How do you even know her? She's my nanny's daughter, and we've been best friends since we were kids, and no one deserves to be here more than her. So please, don't talk trash about her if you don't want me to punch your face. When I got back to the main hall, an upbeat song came on, and a guy who was dressed as the Phantom of the Opera offered me his hand to dance. I was having a great time. And then the music turned to a slow number and the guy pulled me close. He had his hand on my back. Just then I realized my zip was coming down and he fixed it. Oh, thank you.
Wait, is that you, Abigail?
Ryan?
Yeah, sorry. I didn't know it was you. I gotta go.
He was about to walk away when I stopped him. Hey, what's the matter with you? Why do you keep acting like you have some problem with me? And what did you mean that day when you said it runs in the family?
Why don't you ask your dad?
My dad? What does he have to do with anything?
He has a lot to do with me and my aunt. Ask him how he betrayed the woman who made him what he is today. He made my aunt fall for him, stole her music tunes, and then just dumped her one day like she meant nothing. Seeing her crumble after your dad's betrayal was the hardest time of my life.
I'm sorry, Ryan. I know my dad isn't a saint, but what do I have to do with his past? It's not fair to judge me for something he did, and I never knew about it. Trust me, he wasn't really around for me much either. And I don't deserve your hate. Saying that, I just left the dance floor as quickly as I could. The next day in class, I was ecstatic to see Percy was back, but she looked really worried because Ryan had given her an F for low attendance. Abigail, you gotta help me. You say you know him, right? Ask him to give me an A or maybe a B, please. What? Percy, this isn't some lame high school. I can't just go to a teacher and ask him to change my friend's grades. Wow, you sure have changed, Abigail. I saw your selfies with that witch Sophia, and now you're refusing to help me out? Don't act like you got into Oxford on your own. I'm 100% sure your dad had something to do with getting you in. What the heck? Before I could even reply, Percy just stormed off and stopped talking to me. A week later, we had to submit an assignment for extra credits, and when the results came in, I had aced it. I was so happy. But now, I had to be Ryan's assistant for a month. One afternoon, I was sitting in the library filing papers for Ryan when I realized someone was next to me. It was him. I was startled and ended up spilling the coffee mug next to me.
Ouch! This is the second time you spilled something on me.
Sorry, you kind of sneaked up on me. As Ryan wiped the coffee off his clothes, I just looked at his face, thinking about the first time we'd met.
What are you smiling for?
I was just thinking about how you would make the perfect boyfriend. The older your girlfriend gets, the more interested you'd be in her, 'cause you're a historian. Finally, I saw the slightest smile and that gorgeous dimple.
Abigail, about the other night, I'm sorry. I know it wasn't your fault.
Without finishing his sentence, Ryan took my hand and just looked into my eyes. He was leaning in like he was about to kiss me. But right then, there was a sound near the window and Ryan jolted up to check it, and the moment was gone. But the next day when I entered my class, all eyes were on me. Whoa, if it isn't the teacher's pet. No wonder you're soaring so high these days. What do you mean? You don't follow me? Oh geez, you should. I now have a blue tick on my account thanks to you. Look what I received anonymously. It was a video of Ryan and me sitting really close in the library. I was furious. Don't be so happy about that blue tick. I snatched the witch's phone and smashed it on the floor and walked off. But Percy caught up with me. Oh, so this is how you get extra credits? Some of us actually worked really hard to be here, but people like you will do just about anything to get ahead, like flirting with the teacher. And when I ask you to put in a good word for me, you refused. Are you crazy? I really am studying hard, Percy. I know you liked him, but this is disgusting. I had my suspicions, but seeing you two in the library that day, I understood everything. Wait, so you made this video? Couldn't you have at least asked me what the truth was? I'm your best friend. Yeah? Is that why you've been going around telling people like Sophia that I'm your maid's daughter? Some friend you are. That's not what I said. I didn't mean it that way. And yes, I do like Ryan, but I would never use him to get ahead. I can't believe that's what you think of me. I'm done. With you, with Ryan, this Oxford dream, all of it. I ran off, and right outside, Ryan was waiting to talk to me, but I needed to be alone. So I ran out of the college toward the forest park. Ryan caught up with me, and just as I tried to push him away, we both fell with a thud, and then everything went dark. When I woke up, I found myself in Ryan's arms.
Oh, thank God you're all right.
Am I? I don't feel all right. Where are we?
We fell into a pit and there's no signals here. It's been hours and I've been screaming for so long, but no one's come. I felt my head spinning and knew my blood sugar was low. Ryan hugged me to keep warm. What were you saying that day at the library? Tell me. I was gonna say how much What? I like you. I like you too. A lot. Saying that, I turned to kiss him and it was so perfect. Abigail, we have to get out of here. I know you can do it. You need your meds and we can't wait. Finally, with Ryan's support, I was able to climb out of the pit. As we were trying to make our way out of the forest, I saw all these people with flashlights in their hands and crashed into one of them. It was Percy. And then I blacked out again. When I woke up again, I was in the hospital and Ryan was sitting next to me. Hey, gorgeous. You had me worried. I know we have all the time in the world to talk, but there's someone who's been waiting eagerly for you to wake up. Ryan kissed me and left the room. And just then, Percy entered with tears in her eyes and begged for forgiveness. Percy, you've been my friend for as long as I can remember. I want to forgive you, but I'll need some time. Take as much time as you need. I am so sorry. My own insecurities got the better of me. You've been nothing but a great friend, and now I've ruined everything. Maybe you haven't.
Hi, I'm Mona. I'm one of the smartest girls you'll ever meet. Please like and subscribe. I was 5 years old when I was playing hide and seek with the neighbors' kids, and I got stung by some bees. My skin immediately started to swell, and moments later, I fainted. When I woke up, I found myself in the hospital. Your daughter has anaphylaxis, which is an extreme allergic reaction to bee stings, but that may not be all she's allergic to. You'll have to monitor her closely. After that, Mom was terrified and she wouldn't let me play outside. She also decided to homeschool me. During our lessons together, she always told me I was a genius. I still felt sad about not going to a real school, till she told me the big secret. School's gonna take away your genius and make you dumb like the other kids, because that's what the government wants. I wasn't sure why the government wanted that, but I didn't want it happening to me. While Mom was away working, I started making videos on YouTube to stay busy, and soon had some subscribers.
Hello guys, it's your stay-at-home genius. Today, let's talk about the amazing periodic table. Who knew there were so many elements?
Sometimes the comments on my video were quite mean. Literally every 11-year-old knows about the periodic table. Do us a favor and go to school. When I told Mom about the comments, she always said those kids were just jealous. Once when I was 14, I saw a really pretty bird on my window frame and I tried to touch it, but I ended up falling out the window into a bush. Oh my God, I was outside! Just as I was about to run back in, my arms and face started to itch like crazy. I called out to Mom, who rushed me to the hospital. After the medicine, I was half asleep when I heard the doctor and Mom talking. Your daughter's reaction happened because she's been indoors so much. Her immune system didn't develop properly. You have to let her join a school. But what about her condition? I've told you before, that's not how this works. What? The doctor told you to put me in school before, Mom? Honey, I did it to protect you. All these doctors, what do they really know? I was so upset. All these years, I'd been living like Rapunzel when I didn't need to. On the drive home, she continued to rant about the government. Mom, just stop it with your lies already. And guess what? I'm going to school. For days, Mom tried to apologize, but I completely ignored her. Then she gave up and put me in school. On my first day, I struggled to hide my excitement. Just as I was about to jump out of the car, Mom stopped me. You have every right to be angry, but you still have to be careful. Please, you need to wear this. It was a box of masks. Ugh, I didn't want to be some masked weirdo on my first day, but I also didn't want to get some bad reaction again. So I put one on. When I walked into my class, the teacher hadn't arrived yet, and I had the perfect opportunity to introduce myself. I climbed onto one of the tables. Greetings, my fellow classmates. I'm Mona, but some of you may know me as the stay-at-home genius. They all stopped talking. Great, I had their attention. As I start this new journey with you, I hope that you do not feel intimidated by my intelligence, and I look forward to helping you all. Shut up, weirdo. The entire class burst into laughter. Everyone was still snickering when the teacher walked in. They were all jerks, but I was going to show them. Who can tell me how many planets we have in the solar system?
Me, sir. 9.
8, actually. Pluto isn't a planet anymore.
What? Since when? Since forever, Miss Genius. And I soon discovered the strangest thing. I seemed like I was behind in every subject. I was dumb. At the end of the day, one of the teachers called me aside. We've observed that sometimes homeschooled students struggle to keep up. You may need to be placed in another class more suitable for your abilities. But this is the class I should be in. Yes, but you have to take a performance test at the end of the semester so we can be confident you can cope. She handed me some study materials and I headed home. I couldn't get over the fact that my whole life had been a lie. I'm not really a genius, am I?
Oh, baby, you'll always be my little genius.
You've ruined my life, Mom! I stormed off to my room and cried myself to sleep. The next day at school, I was heading towards the library when I felt something hit me with force, and I fell down. I saw a boy named Ken from my class on a skateboard. Are you crazy? Who uses a skateboard in the hallway?
Oh, look, it's the genius. If you hadn't stayed home your whole life, you'd know that all the cool people skate in the hallways.
I just ignored him, but from that day on, Ken started joining me at lunch without an invitation. He was a mess who spent half his time in detention, but he was kind of funny, and I didn't mind not eating alone. The next few days, I spent every spare moment in the library preparing for the test, but I just felt lost. One day, I got so frustrated over some math equations that I started to cry. I was going to be sent to a class with kids half my age. Suddenly, I felt a hand on my shoulder and I jumped.
Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. Is everything okay?
Seeing this handsome stranger being nice to me made me cry all over again. I can't seem to figure any of these out. I'm so stupid.
Hey, don't worry. I'll help you.
His name was Brad and he was a senior. He became my guardian angel as he helped me study every day. And I just couldn't help having a crush on him. But Brad had some strange rules. We could only talk or meet after school, and at other times, he'd act like I didn't even exist. One day, we ended up studying till quite late, and the school was empty as we were leaving. Suddenly, he took my hand, and my heart skipped a beat. But then, I pulled away. Why do you act like you don't know me in school, Brad? Are you ashamed of being seen with me?
It's not like that, Mona. My friends, they're not the nicest people. They don't even know you right now, but if I introduced you to them, I'm afraid they'd be rather mean to you. They usually are to anyone who's a bit different.
You mean odd? Weird?
Different. And I like that about you.
Suddenly, he pulled me close and said he wanted to see the face behind the mask.
Wow, you're even prettier than I imagined.
He kissed me softly on the lips, and it was wonderful. One afternoon, I was sitting alone and watching Brad with his friends when Ken joined me.
If you stare hard enough, you'll probably dig a hole in his back.
I don't know what you're talking about.
If you insist. You want to hang out later?
Nah, I'll pass. Maybe some other time. I had decided just then that I was tired of only watching Brad. I had to show him that I was cool enough to hang out at his table. The next morning, I woke up super early to do my makeup. And when Mom dropped me off at school, I took off my mask. Mom had lied about a lot of things, so who said I really needed the mask? And I could feel all eyes on me as I walked in. Even Brad kept staring at me during recess, and he was so lost that he accidentally spilled juice on himself. Could this day get any better?
Well, well, who do we have here?
Mona, 2.0.
Interesting. She's pretty.
That day, Ken and I didn't eat alone. Other people joined our table and everyone seemed keen to talk to me. And the best part was, my allergies weren't acting up. Just then, a girl offered me some chips. And a moment later, my worst nightmare came true. I could feel my throat closing up. I felt the entire school watching me as I fell to the ground. I could hear panicked voices all around me. But just then, someone jabbed me with my EpiPen. Ken had taken it from my bag and saved me. He helped me up and I immediately felt better. Till I noticed Brad. He hadn't even moved from his spot. What the heck? I felt really disappointed, so I returned to school with my mask the next day. I couldn't make Brad care about me, and hiding behind the mask just felt more comfortable now. But later that day, Brad bailed on me for our lesson at the library, and I felt really mad.
I stormed into the gym where he was playing basketball, and I didn't care that people were watching. You just sat there and watched me struggle to breathe yesterday and did nothing. Do I even know you? Stop pretending, Brad. You've been my friend for months. More than that. You even kissed me the other day.
What? Me kiss you? In your dreams, loser. Why would I kiss you when I have the prettiest girlfriend ever?
Girlfriend? It finally made sense. He was always hiding because he didn't want to be seen by his girlfriend. I was so upset and slapped him real hard. You are a terrible person. But the next day, everyone was calling me a crazy liar. I was really beginning to hate high school, and I just wanted to go back to my old homeschooled life. I thought Mom would be delighted to hear, but to my surprise, she refused. Listen, Mona, when I was younger, I lost my best friend to a condition like yours, which made me so scared when you got it. I thought hiding you away was going to protect you, but I was wrong. Running from your problems never solves them. You're so selfish, Mom. You just make me do whatever you want, when you want. Sometimes I think I hate you. I took the picture of us on the fireplace and flung it at the wall. Mom yelled at me after that, but I just stormed off to my room. And I refused to go to school the next day. But later, as I was watching MSA videos in bed, someone tapped on my window. It was Ken.
Get off your butt, princess. I'm here to quiz you.
What do you mean?
You're not gonna hide out here. You're gonna take that test. And you're gonna stay in my class. Because I find it really hard to make friends. You got that?
Ken really was an amazing friend. And I thought about what Mom said too. Why should I quit school? I was going to show everyone I deserved to be there. At school, I didn't really care about the stares and whispers anymore, but I still couldn't stop feeling stupid about Brad. Why did he do that to me? One day I walked into the science lab and found him there, and I just couldn't stop myself from confronting him. And he laughed.
Look, I was just bored. None of the girls pay attention to me because I've been with the same girlfriend forever. But you didn't know, and I thought I'd have some fun with that. We still can, you know. I wouldn't mind kissing you again.
Just then his girlfriend entered and gave him a tight slap. Soon the entire school knew his girlfriend had dumped his butt for being a jerk. I was totally focused on my tests now, and studying with Ken became a routine. One day when he was over, I asked him, "What would you do if you had the chance to be anything?"
Join the Rikers skateboard competition. I don't care if I win. I just want to be there. It's so cool.
Then go for it.
My dad won't let me. He says it's a pathetic waste of time.
The day of the test finally came, and after completing it, I nervously watched as the teacher graded it.
Wow, this is impressive, Mona. Congratulations. You passed.
I gave the teacher a big hug and ran to find Ken. I had a special thank you gift for him, but when I found him, the principal was yelling at him in the hallway.
Your continued disregard for the rules has brought nothing but disgrace to me. Yeah, no kidding, Dad.
Dad? I followed him outside and found him sitting under a tree. So, the principal is your dad?
Yup, and you just saw for yourself what a disappointment I am to him.
Listen, I gotta tell you something. Don't be mad, but I applied to the Rikers competition on your behalf. I sent them that crazy stunt video you have on Facebook, and they want you to participate. You've been watching out for me since I got here, Ken. Let me help you talk to your dad. Can we try, please? I could see tears in his eyes as I spoke, and then suddenly, he held my face and kissed me. I felt a million butterflies erupt in my tummy. That day when I got home, I found Mom sitting in the kitchen, and I hugged her from behind. I owe you an apology, Mom. I was a jerk. Thank you for not letting me quit.
I'm just trying to make things right, honey.
You're on the right track.
Hi, I'm Kat from Texas. Please like and subscribe because MSA will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. For as long as I can remember, I've wanted to be an artist. When Mom would get me paint, I decorated the walls.
Mama, look, my new masterpiece. You like it?
Oh, good Lord, Kat. We just got the walls painted. Now I have to clean this up before the guests come. No matter what I did, I never seemed to impress Mom. She grew up in Luxembourg, and when her rich best friend moved to town, she became totally obsessed with her son and how perfect he was.
I just have to say, I've never painted on the walls.
Kat, you can learn a thing or two from Jacques. Mom always told me how art schools were expensive and pointless, and I should choose something better like Jacques, who wanted to be a doctor. If that wasn't enough, boy, was he annoying.
Hey, why did your parents name you Cat? You look more like a hippo to me.
Go away already.
When no one was looking, he would pull my hair out of nowhere. Ow!
You had something in your hair.
You are such a liar. Ugh. If that wasn't enough, he would get weirdly protective of me. One time, we went to the water park and I was playing with some boys. It was all fun, but then Jacques came out of nowhere and pulled me out as if I was drowning. What was that?
You looked like you were drowning. Are you all right?
Moron, I was fine. The guy drove me nuts. I was so relieved when Jacques and his family moved back to Luxembourg. One time when I was 15, Mom told us how Grandma would be visiting us. I had never even met her or even heard of her before. So, my mom is coming. It would only be a day or two. Dad got so mad he walked right out. I was shocked. Mom and Dad never fought. Turns out, Dad hated Mom's family, and they hated him right back. That's why we never saw them. Dad cooled down and told us he would not be there for the visit, but he supported the need for us to reunite. The weird reaction made me super nervous for the visit, but when Grandma came, she looked like a queen.
Bonjour. I am so happy to see you all. It's been too long. Whose fault is that? Mon chéri, I want to put all that behind us. Although we disapprove of you marrying a poor man, it's clear you are happy.
She had dinner with us in private jet. When I got to the huge mansion she lived in, I was mesmerized. My room was the size of my parents' entire apartment. Then I met my aunt, who, for some reason, reminded me of the Wicked Witch of the West. Perhaps it was the nose. Maybe her eyes. Remember, I've got eyes on you. I then realized she was the complete package. A witch. At dinner, my aunt's daughter Adele sat next to me. She looked really cute, and I hoped she was nicer than her mom. It's nice to meet you. Out of nowhere, she knocked my glass out of my hand. Then she screamed loud enough for Grandma to hear. Look at what Katrina did. That glass is worth more than she is. I did not. Why are you lying? Adele leaned in closer, whispering. Oh, why are you lying? Huh? Whoa. I had to take my words back. She wasn't cute. She actually reminded me of Dudley, Harry Potter's cousin. The wicked mom-daughter duo could be mean to me all they wanted to, but I wasn't gonna let them scare me off. This was my only ticket to art school. Living with those two nasty witches under the same roof was a nightmare. The two would constantly make me do chores when Grandma wasn't around. I so wanted to talk to Mom, but decided not to tell her because I knew she'd be worried. One time, my aunt told me to pick some flowers for the dinner table. But not the blue ones. She is allergic to them. And then Grandma started sneezing like crazy.
I told you to get the blue ones, you careless girl. She is allergic to pink. Bring my dinner in my room. I can't breathe here.
When she left, Adele and my aunt gave me the most wicked grins. Gosh, I hated them so much. Once summer vacation ended, I started school and was completely overwhelmed when I saw all the strangers. But then I saw a familiar face. It was Jacques, and he looked so different. Gone was the short boy who pulled my hair. I hugged him tightly, and after small talk, he said,
Are you here for the art school?
How did you know?
Duh. Our moms are best friends. I know everything. Come, let me show you around.
Having Jacques around calmed me down a lot. During lunch, I sat with him, but suddenly Adele joined us. Jacques, why are you talking to her? My mom told me that her dad is so poor, he smells like garbage. My dad smells great.
You wish your dad was as cool as Cat's.
Adele looked like she'd been slapped, and now it was my turn to give her a wicked grin. That kind of backfired because after that day, Adele made all the kids say mean stuff to me like, ew, she's poor, get away. Though I ignored them, I was getting so tired of it all. She even made crazy stories about me.